What's going on, everyone? My name is Mighty Duck, and in this video I'm going to show you how I spent 800 days in Minecraft Cobblemon completing a living dex for Pokemon generations 1 to 3. If this is your introduction to Cobblemon, allow me to show you what I consider to be one of the greatest Pokemon experiences I've ever had. Cobblemon is a mod that seamlessly incorporates Pokemon with vanilla Minecraft, giving you the best of both worlds in the most immersive way possible. A few months ago, I started a brand new Cobblemon journey with the goal of completing a full living dex. Over the next 800 Minecraft days, you're going to see how I collected all 62 patterned Magikarp and Gyarados variants, all 69 species of berry, and of course, how I caught, evolved, and battled every Pokemon from the iconic Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn regions, all on my way to completing the first Cobblemon Living Dex challenges ever. Here's how it went. Getting started on day 1 of the challenge, the usual first order of business will be picking my starter Pokemon. Seeing as I've had experience catching the majority of the Pokemon in Cobblemon, I figured a good choice this time around would be a Pokemon that gave me a ton of trouble in the past, Bulbasaur. We're gonna go with Bulbasaur. We're gonna go with, there we go, Thickums. Bang. With Thickums added to my party, we were ready to set out for the long adventure that lay in front of us. Right away, I spotted some apricorn trees in the near distance, which luckily dropped my first apricorn sapling of the world. Oh, cool, we got a seed already. That's fantastic. Apricorns in Cobblemon are used to craft Pokeballs, and seeing as this is a challenge that involves a lot of catching, having a renewable source of them early on is going to be extremely important. After grabbing a few different colors of apricorns, I took a quick moment to look at Thickums outside of his Pokeball before getting started on gathering some early game resources. Now would be a good time for me to go over the rules I've set out for this challenge. If you aren't familiar with the concept of a Living Dex challenge, allow me to explain. A Living Dex is only complete once you've obtained one Pokemon of every species and evolution line, so when you open your PC, you'll be able to see the entire catalog of Pokemon from that game in order. For example, if I catch a Caterpie and evolve it into a Metapod and then Butterfree, it only counts towards the final total as a Butterfree, meaning I would then have to catch another Caterpie as well as another Metapod for the evolution line to be complete. Since not every Pokemon from every region has been implemented in Cobblemon yet, I'll only be completing the Living Dex for the original 151 Kanto Pokemon in this video, but if it does well, I'll continue the challenge in another video once more regional dexes are completed. In case that sounds a little too easy, I've added an additional challenge within the challenge to really push myself. Fishing was added to Cobblemon with the most recent update, and with it, you're able to fish up all sorts of Pokemon, from common to ultra rare starter Pokemon, but there is another encounter within the fishing pool unique to Cobblemon: patterned Magikarp. The devs added 31 unique patterned Magikarp variants from the Magikarp Jump mobile game that can only be fished up using an enchanted Pokerod. Not only are there 31 unique Magikarp variations, but there are also 31 unique variations of Gyarados paired with each Magikarp, meaning I'm going to have to fish up 2 of each patterned Magikarp to complete this challenge. Surely it won't be that difficult. It's just fishing, right? With all that said, that's pretty much it for this challenge, so if we add the 62 Magikarp to the original 151 total, it means I'll have to catch a total of 213 different Pokemon to complete my Cobblemon Living Dex. I can't wait. I spent the early stages of my first night cooking up some food before heading back out and getting into my first Pokemon battle of the challenge. What level are you? Level 11? I think we can take you on. First battle. Let's go. Use Vine Whip. Oh no. Vine Whip. You're adamant. There we go. Let's go, Thickums. Oh, we're asleep again. Bang. Yeah, Thickums. Level 11. Woo! Alright. With our first battle out of the way, I continued on and spotted some copper on the edge of a river. Copper is super important early on as well, as it will allow me to craft our first Pokeballs using the apricorns I picked up earlier, meaning I could finally start catching Pokemon. Oh man, we can now craft Pokeballs on day 1. We're already doing better than we did. With the sun rising on the second day of the challenge, I made my way over to another ruin where I was able to grab 2 Great Balls as well as some Obsidian and Gold, which can be used later on for crafting better Pokeballs such as Ultra and Quick Balls. With 2 Great Balls at my disposal, my eyes were immediately set on catching my first Pokemon, and I knew just the right target. There's a Pidgey. Do we want to catch a Pidgey? What level are you? 12? You know what? I think we can do this. I'm going to catch it. I'm going to try to catch it. Go! Ultra, Great Ball. Come on. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I'm going to use our last Great Ball, which is probably silly, But I want to catch a Pidgey. No! Cow! Might have been a little silly of me. After wiping myself clean of what Pokeballs I had, I was forced to carry on without catching a Pokemon. Shortly afterwards, I encountered my first ultra-rare Pokemon of the challenge. Sort of. A Cyndaquil? We don't want you! No, that's too bad. Cyndaquil is a starter Pokemon and thus falls into the ultra-rare spawn bucket, which I'll be touching on a bit later, but seeing as it doesn't belong to the original 151 Pokemon, I won't be making an effort to catch it or any other Pokemon that don't originate from Kanto in this challenge. And yes, that includes any and all shiny Pokemon. Don't be upset with me, it's for the next video. It just means more content. I ended up wandering into a blue apricorn tree and lucky enough was able to get a sapling from one of the apricorns. Of all the apricorn colors, blue is one of the ones I wanted the sapling for the most, as they're required to make quick balls, a ball that has a 5 times boosted chance of catching when used on the first turn of battle, so they'll be incredibly useful on a catching challenge such as this. As the night set in on day 2, I find my way to a large village where I decided to use the XP candies I picked up at the nether structure on Thickums. With them, he was able to grow to level 15 and learn Razor Leaf, as well as Sleep Powder, a move that will be incredibly useful throughout this challenge when trying to catch stronger Pokemon. I threw the copper I had collected in a furnace to smelt, while I spent some time wandering through the town, grabbing any useful loot I could find. I managed to grab some food as well as a few amethyst shards, which I'll use to craft EXP shares later on in the challenge. In the castle courtyard, I was able to grab a bunch more obsidian, as well as more gold, before using another XP candy on Thickums to get him to level 16, meaning he'd now be able to evolve. Let me put Thickums out again. Here. 16. Oh! Thickums is ready to evolve already. I don't know why I yelled like that. Oops. In the morning, I crafted some Premier Balls using white apricorns and the copper I had smelted. I also grabbed a water stone from the side of a cliff face, which will be needed to evolve certain Pokemon later on. I also evolved Thickums into Ivysaur. Thickums. Thickums. Yay, Thickums. With Thickums evolved, it was now time to start catching Pokemon. I noticed some Butterfree, but felt they were too high level for him to take on, so I turned my focus to a slightly less threatening foe. What about a Caterpie? I feel like we can do a Caterpie. If we can... Where is it? Oh, there you are. Okay, Caterpie. Fight! Sleep Powder! There we go. Can we catch? Oh, we got our first Pokemon. Look at that. A new friend. And it's ready to evolve. Oh. With Caterpie caught and at level 12, I was able to evolve it into a Metapod and then a Butterfree right away, meaning we had successfully added one Pokemon to our total. Oh, it's sleeping. It looked dead. With the catching fever taking over, I was able to catch a Mankey and a Weedle shortly after, which I evolved into a Beedrill to bring my total to 4 Pokemon. Oh, he's sleeping as well. God, all of our Pokemon are asleep. In the village, I encountered a level 17 wild Pidgey who would prove to be a decent opponent for my Ivysaur. Come here. Sleep Powder. Ah, Thickums! Thickums! No! Okay, Whirlwind. Butterfree. Sleep Powder. Oh, we hit it. It's sleeping. It's sleeping. Let's see if this catches. Oh, baby. We are making progress. We are making progress. After making my way down to the water, I was able to catch a wild Magikarp to round out my party, as well as a Horsea soon after, which would be sent to my PC to bring my total to 7 Pokemon. I wound up wandering through a jungle, grabbing apricorns and berries along the way, and also encountering a bunch of Pokemon I could add to my total. Since I knew I'd most likely be spending a large chunk of time in the jungle later on, looking for 2 more Bulbasaur, I decided to hold off on catching any other jungle Pokemon for the time being. At the end of day 4, I found a random house in the middle of a forest and slept away the night before taking the time to cook up some of my food before heading back out on day 5. After wandering around for a while, exploring the world and filling out my map, I was surprised by a very cool spawn. Brother, what? No way! Guys! Look at this! We need this! Oh my god! Okay. What the heck? Put it to sleep, please. That didn't work. Don't be able to, like... Oh no. I don't think I'm gonna be able to catch this. A little more damage, I guess? I don't know. Thickums, no! Oh man, this is gonna be... Oh no. With only 2 Premier Balls, I wasn't sure they'd be able to get the job done, so I used some of the gold I'd collected along with some black and yellow apricorns to craft 4 Ultra Balls and hope they do the trick. Please. Please. Oh my god, we got it! What the heck is that? Are you kidding me? With the shiny Lickitung sent to my PC, I crafted a bed and slept until the morning of day 6. In the morning, I continued on through the valley where I stumbled across a Gimmighoul chest with XP candies, which I immediately used to boost Magikarp's level to 15. Right afterwards, a wild Eevee spawned, so I crafted more Ultra Balls and a set of Quick Balls before attempting to catch it. And we're gonna go Ultra Ball. Woo, we got an Eevee. After catching Eevee, I found another nether structure chest which had Ultra Balls, Obsidian, and a Revive. Finding a Revive was great as it's needed to craft a healing table, which means I don't need to go looking for revival herbs later on to do so. A bit further ahead, I ran into another wild Eevee which absolutely did not want to be caught. Bro. Thank you. My goodness. With my second Eevee caught and my 10th Pokemon of the challenge, I continued on through the valley, but I was not prepared at all for what would happen next. It's raining. Ah! 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 What level are you? 50. What if I don't catch you? What happens? Oh no. Quick Ball, I guess. Like, I don't know. I'm not catching this thing. What? I definitely did not have catching one of the 3 legendary birds before day 10 on my bingo card for this video, but I was more than happy to get one out of the way early on. Still without a PC, I wasn't able to add Zapdos to my party just yet, so I decided I'd find a place to set up my home base. After boating downriver for a short period of time, I ended up finding a nice little peninsula along a river, which I thought would be the perfect place to build my lab for this challenge, so I placed my bed and slept through the night. On the morning of day 6, I smelted some glass and some smooth stone to use to build a PC, and put all my items in a chest before accessing my Pokemon storage and adding my brand new Zapdos to my party. I checked out his moves and gave him Thunder Wave for paralyzing Pokemon to make them easier to catch, and named him Thor. After exploring the area a bit and grabbing more apricorns, I made my way back towards the river where another ultra rare Pokemon spawned. Brother, what is going on right now? There's a Blastoise in the water. Dive Ball, right now. Where are you? Like, dude, adding yet another level 50 Pokemon to my team this early on was great, as it would allow me to attempt to catch stronger Pokemon, as well as let me take on stronger Pokemon for leveling the rest of my party. I found out I was able to ride on my new Blastoise's back, making for a great way to travel across bodies of water. On the other side of the river, I encountered my third EV of the challenge, which I was able to catch, meaning I only needed to find one more to be able to complete the entire evolution line for my Living Dex. I tried flying around on Zapdos, which was a little slower than I would have hoped, but it'll make traveling around a lot easier in the future since it won't eat up any of my hunger. Back at my home area, I got around to planting the apricorn saplings I had been gathering before sleeping through the night to the next morning. On day 8, I woke up to a Pidgeot hanging around in the forest who I was able to catch. Since I already had caught a Pidgey a few days before as well, this meant I only needed a Pidgeotto to complete the evolution line, so I went back into the forest and caught a level 21 Pidgey, which I was immediately able to evolve into a Pidgeotto to complete the evolution line and bring my total to 15 Pokemon. I started placing the few Pokemon I had caught already in their proper spots within the PC, so I could easily keep track of what Pokemon I had and needed to catch going forward. With what Pokemon I had organized within my PC, I decided it was time to explore the surrounding area. I made my way over to a village just across the river and was able to grab some more XP candies as well as a waystone, which will be very useful. I looted a shipwreck that was laying just off the coast, and in the evening I battled a wild Ursaluna with the Blastoise I had caught and was able to get Thickums to level 27 and learn Seed Bomb. Shortly after, I ran into a Weedle, which I was able to catch and evolve into a Kakuna for the Living Dex. Boom. And you will stay a Kakuna forever. Just before sunrise, a wild Ninetale spawned, which I really wanted to catch for my team, as well as for the challenge, and luckily I was able to do so and bring my total to 17 Pokemon before the morning of day 9. Yay. We caught a Ninetales. With the sun up, I hopped on Thor's back and went looking for a place to mine for iron and coal, and found my way into a large ravine just on the other side of the village. I was able to grab a bunch of iron and coal, some lapis to use for crafting EXP shares, gold for better Pokeballs, as well as some diamonds deeper in the cave. Diamonds, there we go. While mining in the depths, one of the rarer Pokemon of this challenge appeared. Oh, wait, a Dratini! Wait a minute! There's a Dratini! Oh, that's a rare find. That's actually really good. Wait. After a short back and forth and a few attempts, I was able to catch the Dratini and bring my total to 18 Pokemon before returning home and sleeping away the night. Yeah, we got a Dratini! On day 10, I found a Zubat flying around, which I was able to catch before using the materials I had just gathered while mining to craft an EXP share, which I gave to Thickums to hold for the time being. Between his Sleep Powder and Thor's Thunder Wave, I had assembled a pretty good team for catching Pokemon early on in this challenge. While clearing some of the forest away to make room for my lab, I was able to catch a Farfetch'd, which brought my total to 20 Pokemon. Back at the river, another fully evolved starter Pokemon spawned, this time a Greninja, which was nice to see as I hadn't spent too much time near the water, but I'd already seen 2 starter Pokemon. Seeing as I'll still need to catch both a Wartortle and a Squirtle to complete the evolution line, this is a good sign for me. With some rain setting in, I took advantage of the downtime and started terraforming the area around where I would eventually build my lab. Into the evening of day 10, another Eevee spawned out near my apricorn trees, which was the 4th and final Eevee I needed to complete the evolution line, bringing me to 21 Pokemon. On day 11, I continued shaping the ground around my home area and harvested what apricorns that had grown on my trees before using them to finally craft myself a Pokedex. There we go, look at this. Pokedex. Bang! Researcher Recruit. This is a Pokedex. This is it right here. This is the main part of this challenge. Oh, he's stressed. He's like, how did I end up here? I don't know, but you're gonna stay there. The following day, I crafted some quick balls and set out to look for spruce wood to use while building my lab. On my way there, I found a Gimmighoul structure with a chest that held a link cable, an item used for evolving Pokemon that require trait evolutions. Seeing as there are 4 Pokemon in the Kanto Pokedex that require trading to evolve, this will be extremely useful in the future. Having cut down an inventory's worth of spruce and oak wood, I returned home and immediately got started building my Pokemon lab.
That's incorrect.
Just immediately incorrect. While I was building, on day 13, I was able to catch a Pikachu to bring my total to 22 Pokemon. I was also able to defeat a wild Golduck with Thor, and the XP was enough to get Thickums to level 32, which meant he was ready to evolve. Ooh, Thickums is ready to evolve! I then swapped the EXP share to Dratini and battled some Pokemon around the area, as I would still need 25 levels before it would be able to evolve into a Dragonite. On the morning of day 14, I got back to building up my lab, which was pretty much all I did through to day 15. while I was building, a Wartortle spawned in the river. Oh, Wartortle! There's a Wartortle! Oh! We just need Squirtle now. Well, we gotta catch it first. Bro, is that a Quaquaval? Or a Quaxwell? Oh my god. I'm gonna just try a dive ball. I'm scared to hit this thing. We caught it! Finding a Wartortle was great, as it's an ultra rare spawn, but it meant I only needed a Squirtle now to complete the line, meaning if I found another Wartortle or Blastoise, it wouldn't help me towards my end total. Still, I was excited nonetheless. So we will evolve right now into Venusaur. Yeah, Thickums! There you are! Can we ride Thickums? We can! On day 16, I set out in search of black apricorn trees in hopes of finding a black sapling. While crossing the ocean, I was able to catch a level 20 Magikarp, meaning I could evolve it into a Gyarados right away to bring my total to 24 Pokemon. Ooh, there we go, Gyarados. That's pretty neat, look at that. Once I reached land, I hopped on the back of Ninetales and started wandering the plains and highlands in search of Pokemon and apricorns. I encountered a wild Machop, which I was able to catch, before catching a Rapidash later in the evening to bump my overall challenge total by 2. Oh cool, we caught it. After riding around the Moonlight Valley on the back of Ninetales, I encountered a wild Ditto, but unfortunately Thickums was too strong for it, and I accidentally knocked it out with Seed Bomb. It does! Oh, shoot! Right after, though, I was able to catch a Geodude and then a Graveler soon after to bring my total to 28 Pokemon. I continued searching the Moonlight Valley in hopes of finding an Abra to add to my collection, but was unsuccessful. I came across another structure in a plains biome and took the gold, which will always be needed throughout this challenge. As the sun rose on the morning of day 17, I continued searching for a black apricorn sapling. I checked a few trees, but sadly none of them dropped what I was looking for. Ugh. In a cave near one of the trees, however, I was able to find a Ghastly, which I happily caught to bring me to 29 Pokemon. Eventually, I found my way to another village where I was able to grab another link cable from a chest before grabbing another gold block from another ruin on the edge of town. Back in the village, I was able to catch a Growlithe to bring me to the 30 Pokemon mark, 1/5 of the way through the challenge. In the evening, I also caught myself a regular pattern Butterfree, as the one I caught earlier had a jungle pattern, and I wanted to have the regular pattern version for the Living Dex, though this won't count as a new addition to the total. I did, however, catch 2 Caterpie later on in the night, one to evolve into a Metapod, and the other to keep as a Caterpie, so I'll count this as one addition for the total for the time being. Exploring the village a little more, I was finally able to find a black apricorn sapling in one of the chests, before catching a Meowth to bring me to 32 Pokemon, followed by another Growlithe I grabbed to evolve into an Arcanine down the road. As I wandered into another village looking for useful loot and Pokemon, a big old boy spawned. Yo, there's the one that we really needed. Okay, this is going to be huge. We got a Snorlax. There he is. Look at this. Snorlax. Okay. Oh, what do I want to do here? I got Quick Ball. Hopefully Quick Ball works. No, we cannot. Amnesia, Special Defense. Yikes. We'll go for a Drill Peck then. When he gets hit, his belly shake. Okay. He just used Belly Drum. He's about to sweep our whole team. There we go. We got a Snorlax. Let's go. Okay. Snorlax is caught. Thankfully, I was able to catch the Snorlax early on, as it's a semi-rare Pokemon, and seeing as this is a Kanto-only challenge, I want to avoid catching Pokemon like Munchlax that come from other regions. It'll definitely make certain Pokemon like Jinx, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, and others a little more difficult, but it's all part of the journey, right? I ran into a wild Persian shortly after catching Snorlax, but unfortunately I knocked it out and wasn't able to grab it. Just as the morning of day 18 rolled around, I was able to grab a wild Drowsy as well as a Coughing to bring my total to 35 Pokemon. Shortly after, while slowly making my way back to the lab, I encountered another Ditto which I wasn't able to catch last time. I foolishly led with Dratini, allowing the Ditto to transform, meaning it now had the catch rate of a Dratini, and of course, I went through almost all of my Ultra Balls trying to catch it, only for it to finally catch in a regular Pokeball. Oh my god, really? Like, that's so frustrating. After finally returning home on the back of Thor, I slept through till the morning of day 19, where I went through my PC and organized all my recent catches in Pokedex order before evolving the Drowsy I had caught into a Hypno. Oh god, you look brutal. With my PC organized, I dropped off a bunch of my loot in my chests before heading over to my apricorn farm area to plant the black apricorn sapling I went out looking for. I then evolved my extra Caterpie I had caught into a Metapod to complete the line and bring my total number of Pokemon to 37. On the morning of day 20, I harvested some apricorns and crafted a handful of Ultra Balls as well as Dive Balls before catching a Ponyta out near the farm. Down near the river, I was able to catch both a Poliwhirl and a Poliwag to bring my total for the day to 40 Pokemon. After spending the remainder of the day chopping down trees for material to use for the lab, I slept through the night and got building again the next morning. While I was building, I was able to catch a Vulpix to bring my total to 41 Pokemon, completing another evolution line in the process. I realized I'd probably want some dark oak wood to break up the color palette of the lab a little bit, so I prepared for a little bit of a journey and set out in a boat during the nighttime. Shortly after setting out, I was able to catch a Shelder on the seafloor and a Lapras on the other side of the ocean. I took a moment to watch the sunrise on this battle. I don't know why this battle, but it just looks so beautiful. Like just look at it. After arriving on shore, I battled some stronger Pokemon with Thor for some XP before catching a Slowpoke chilling on the beach. Yay, we got Slowpoke. I was also able to grab both a Kingler and a Krabby as well to bring my total to 46 Pokemon before adding a second Poliwhirl to my PC for evolving later on. Further inland, I looted a Nether Ruin before catching myself a Doduo, an Ekans, a Primeape, and a Spearow to bring me to 50 Pokemon, 1/3 of the way there. Shortly after, I was also able to add a Rattata, an Execute, and a Nidorino before finally catching a Weedle down the river a little ways to complete that line and bring my total to 54 Pokemon. As I made my way into a plains biome that same night, I caught myself a Raticate to complete the line and boost my total by 1. I also took a moment to come up with a name for my Blastoise, who had been part of my team for a while now, and settled on Michelangelo. There we go, Michelangelo. Hey, Michelangelo, don't forget we're painting the kitchen after school. I also nicknamed my Dratini Melvina, of course, as it is a girl, and couldn't think of anything for Ninetales, so I held off naming her for now. At the edge of the ocean, I was able to catch a Tentacool to bring my total to 56 Pokemon, as I was greeted by a perfect sunrise to start day 23. Ow! No! No! No, we're not doing this. Exploring around a bit more, I found my first fossil structure of the world, a prehistoric oak tree, which has a guaranteed chance of dropping one of 3 fossils I'll need to complete the challenge, but I'll get around to that later on in the video, so I left a waypoint for now in case I needed to come back and find it later on. Just down the way a little bit, I spotted a Thunderstone ore and a cliff face, and was able to grab not 1, but 2 Thunderstones, which are needed to evolve Pikachu into Raichu, and Eevee into Jolteon, so I'm glad I was able to grab both of them in one go. Not too much further down, I was finally able to find a dark oak forest, which I almost forgot was the reason I was out exploring. After grabbing a bit of wood and enough saplings to plant more back home, I continued on through the forest looking for any new Pokemon. Eventually, I found my way to a shipwreck where I picked up some iron, gold, and emeralds, and also found myself a buried treasure map, which I immediately went to dig up. Unfortunately, I didn't find anything too important and continued on with my journey. Down a river, I was able to pick up a waystone before finding a village just around the corner where I was able to catch a Voltorb to bring my total to 57 Pokemon at the end of day 23. Yay. In the morning, I was able to grab 2 male Nidorans, 1 to keep and 1 to evolve later on, so I'll only be counting 1 to the total for now. I wandered around the village a little longer and picked up a brewing stand before deciding to put down my PC and organize my boxes with the Pokemon I had caught so far on my journey. I'm gonna do some sorting here. Rattata, Raticate, Primeape can go down by Mankey. Execute is box 4 above Lickitung when Voltorb goes there. Once my boxes were organized, I carried on with my adventure and was able to catch a second Voltorb to evolve into Electrode later on in the challenge. Soon after, I was able to catch a female Nidoran to bring my total for day 24 to 59 Pokemon. Later that same night, I was able to grab my second Graveler and 2 more female Nidoran, all 3 of which I plan to use for knocking off evolutions for my total down the road. On day 25, I found myself in a larger village located by the ocean. Here, I was able to catch a Staryu to bring my total to 60 Pokemon. I caught a second one right after to evolve into Starmie later, as well as a second Horsey. Eventually, I ended up making my way back home, where I slept through the rest of the night. The morning of day 26, I got started evolving some of the Pokemon I had caught while I was out. Of the Pokemon I was able to evolve, the only ones that counted towards my final total were Nidorina, Electrode, and finally Golem, which I evolved using one of the link cables I picked up to bring my total to 63 Pokemon. Cool, we got Golem. Can I ride you? No, I can't ride you. Oh, I can ride you. Wait a minute. How do you... Yes. My Electrode. That's kind of funny. Afterwards, I was able to catch a Seaking and a Goldeen in the river in front of my lab to boost my total again by 2. Boom. At the end of the day, I placed a Waystone down by the river for fast traveling before sleeping till the morning of day 27, where I got back into building up my lab. I mean, what if I did this? Like a checkerboard style. I think that looks a lot better. Yeah, it looks way better. Oh, okay. Look at that. We're learning to build. I built for almost 3 straight days entirely. I wanted the lab to somewhat resemble those from the anime, so I tried to make it stick out as much as possible over the tops of the trees. I continued building into the evening of day 30 when a certain Pokemon spawned in the river. Oh boy. Oh boy. You come here right now. You come here right now. Let's go. Get in there. That's right. That's right. That's right. You're gonna stay there forever. You're gonna stay there forever. If you need context, I recommend you watch my other Catch 'em All video when you finish this one. It's a fun one. I spent the next 10 or so in-game days building as much of my lab as I could, battling stronger Pokemon for XP when they spawned. I added a second floor area, as well as a basement for storage, and made a Pokeball-shaped skylight for the front of the lab. I didn't make a single addition to my Living Dex until day 41 when I was able to catch a wild Electabuzz to bring my total to 66 Pokemon. There we go, we got an Electabuzz. After catching the Electabuzz, I decided it was finally time to build a Nether portal and start exploring the Nether. There were a handful of Pokemon I still needed to catch that spawn inside the Nether, like Haunter, Gengar, and Magmar. The main thing I needed was a gas tier, as it's needed to craft a healing table, but they only drop from the Gengar line when defeated in the Nether, so that was next on my to-do list. After building a portal on the night of day 41, I slept before heading inside the Nether the next morning. Immediately, I was able to catch a Ghastly for evolving later on, before wandering a bit further and finding a Magmar. Once I had caught the Magmar, I was also able to catch an Arbok to boost my total to 68 Pokemon. Eventually, I found my way over to a Crimson Forest where I caught another Ghastly to complete the evolution line, as well as defeat a Magby for some Blaze Powder. With 3 Ghastlies now sitting in my PC, I decided to start battling any I ran into in hopes of one dropping a gas tier. The first one I encountered unfortunately only dropped a Spell Tag, and the second didn't drop anything. Neither did the Haunter I took out shortly after. I ended up taking out 5 more Ghastly with no gas tier before checking its drop rate in the Pokedex, only to find out it was a measly 2.5% chance. Ouch. Eventually, I found another Haunter, and upon defeating it, I was finally able to collect the gas tier I had been looking for. Lucky enough, I was able to grab a second tier just a minute later. Another one. Perfect. I spent the next chunk of time mining quartz for XP, as I'll need a level 30 enchanted fishing rod for catching all of the patterned Magikarps later on. After I had recklessly looted a bastion structure the best I could with no armor, I was able to catch a Parasect and a little while after a Paras to boost my total to 70 Pokemon. On my way out of the Nether, I remembered that I needed some Firestones for a couple evolutions, and since they commonly spawn in the Nether, I was able to grab a bunch before heading back home. After returning home on day 44 and dropping off all of my loot, I was able to use one of the gas tiers I had collected to craft my first healing machine of the world. There we go. Healing machine. Boom. We'll put you right there, and we'll let it charge. Oh, thank God. Finally. As I was sorting my PC and grabbing a few Pokemon to evolve for my Living Dex, a Squirtle spawned in the river just outside my lab. Oh, no way, we got a Squirtle! Let's go! Oh, man, I almost missed that. Hey! Time out, time out, time out. Where are you? Yeah, we got Squirtle. Look at him. Look at him swim around. Yay, Squirtle. After successfully catching the Squirtle and placing it in my PC, I evolved a few Pokemon that I'd caught in the Nether. I evolved my Growlithe into Arcanine using one of the Firestones I had collected, both additional Ghastlies into Haunter, and one into a Gengar using a link cable to bring my total to 74 Pokemon, putting me just under the halfway mark of the challenge. The next morning, I was finally able to evolve Melvina, my Dratini, all the way into a Dragonite. Yay! Dragonite. Later that same day, another Squirtle spawned in the river less than a day after the last one, which I caught and evolved to complete the line within my PC. With a full starter line completed within the last day, I decided I was going to attempt to make a dent in one of the other two lines next. To do that, I needed to find either a jungle biome for Bulbasaur or a volcanic biome for Charmander. I prepared to set out on another journey by crafting more Pokeballs and an extra PC and a healing table to bring with me. Expecting this to take a while, I'd probably want to have both with me at all times, so I wouldn't have to travel back and forth between the lab and wherever I ended up. As I was finishing my preparations, a shiny Pokemon spawned behind the lab. Shiny Ladaba, wait a minute, where are you? Yay! Unfortunately, this would be the first of many shiny Pokemon I would find that isn't from the original 151 Pokemon, so seeing as I didn't need it, sorry. Bye-bye. We don't need you. Once I was finally ready, I set out in search of a jungle, seeing as quite a few Pokemon spawned there that I still needed to catch outside of Bulbasaur. On my way to the jungle, I left markers at various biomes I thought would be beneficial to return to later on, such as a cherry biome and a dripstone cave. Ooh. On the night of day 46, I eventually found my way to the jungle I was looking for, where I immediately was able to catch a Tangela to bring my total to 75 Pokemon. I was also able to catch 2 Bellsprout, a Pinsir, and an Oddish before finding a volcanic peaks biome where I caught a Sandshrew to bring my total to 79 Pokemon on the morning of day 47. While riding around on Ninetales, I realized I still hadn't given her a nickname and decided to go with the most generic one and went with Kitsune. After traveling back and forth across the top of the peaks, I was able to catch a couple of Cubone and a Gloom to bring me to 81 Pokemon. Shortly after, I encountered another shiny Pokemon that I sadly had no use for in this challenge. Oh, add it to the list. List of shinies that we will not catch, but we will sacrifice them for good luck. Yep. On day 48, it started to rain, which meant Charmander would no longer be able to spawn here for the time being, so I went back to the jungle in search of more Pokemon. Right away, I was able to catch a Pokemon I really wanted for my team in Scyther to bring me to 82 Pokemon. Scyther is going to be incredibly useful in this challenge as it gets access to False Swipe, a move that guarantees the opponent will always be left with at least 1 HP, meaning I can't accidentally knock it out while trying to weaken it. On the morning of day 49, I found my first ultra-rare jungle Pokemon, but sadly it wasn't the Bulbasaur I was looking for. Still, it was nice to see ultra-rare Pokemon spawning, since I hadn't really spent more than 1 in-game day searching, so I expect this won't take too long. Later that same day, I came across another shiny Pokemon. This time it was one I could catch. Yay! Shiny Weedle. Look at that. Shiny Worm. Later that night, I found yet another Jangmo-o, which was met with Melvina's wrath. Shortly after, I found my way over to a tropical jungle island where I was able to catch a Vileplume after quite a few Pokeballs to bring my total to 83 Pokemon on the morning of day 50. Holy, that was difficult. What's great about the tropical jungle biome is that both the Bulbasaur and Charmander lines can spawn here, so I can hunt for both simultaneously without having to travel back and forth between different biomes. Afterwards, I decided to organize my PC boxes quickly and took the time to evolve an extra Machop I had caught into Machoke to boost my total by 1. Later in the day, I added the Scyther I had caught a couple days ago to my party and named him Basil. I spent the rest of the afternoon battling wild Pokemon while waiting for things I needed to spawn before running into a wild Rhyhorn. On the night of day 51, a Tyranitar spawned on the island I was on, which is an ultra rare spawn, but again, one I don't need to complete this challenge unfortunately. Still, it's a cool Pokemon to see spawn. Eventually on day 52, I traveled a little further to another chain of tropical islands where my poor starter spawn luck continued as I encountered a Snivy almost immediately. Sorry Snivy. You're not for a very long time. Right after, though, I was able to catch a wild Seadra, followed by a wild Rhydon to bring my total to 87 Pokemon. What is that? Oh, a Shedinja. Aw, man, we got a shiny Sheen? Ugh. Sorry, Sheen. The next day, I was able to catch a Tentacruel in the ocean to boost my total once again by 1. Later that same day, I encountered my second legendary Pokemon of the challenge. Oh my god. There's another Zapdos. Let's see if we can catch one in another Quick Ball. Let's see how ridiculous this was. Yep, we just got incredibly lucky. Oh boy. Let's go! Oh man. Yeah, we caught a Zapdos. After catching my second Zapdos of the challenge, I spent some time traveling around the area looking for new jungle areas to hunt Pokemon. I flew around on Thor and ended up finding an Amethyst jungle, which doubles as a jungle and a magical biome. Later that day, I was able to catch both a Starmie and a Hitmonlee, but I had paused my recording for a short break and forgot to start it again when I got back. Because of this, I'm going to do my best to catch another one of each later on in the challenge, but either way, that brings us to 90 Pokemon through 55 days. The next day, I traveled back home to drop some stuff off and craft more Pokeballs. I also used one of the link cables I'd collected to evolve Machoke into Machamp to bring my total to 91 Pokemon on day 57. Hey, there we go. We got Machamp. Look at that. After traveling back to the tropical jungle biome, I was luckily able to catch another Hitmonlee, this time on recording, so it was nice to at least get that one out of the way early. I also found a wild Sobble, which I of course took out, but I was getting back to getting ultra rare Pokemon spawns at least. On day 58, I encountered another starter Pokemon, this time a Monferno, as I was traveling back and forth between the island regions. Oh, that's so frustrating. I felt at this point maybe there was just too many starter Pokemon in this one spawn pool, and that it would take forever for me to get one of the two Pokemon I was looking for in Bulbasaur and Charmander. Luckily, later that night, I was finally able to find one of the Pokemon I had been searching for since day 46. Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god, Charmeleon. Okay, we got one. Where is it? Where are you? No, where are you? There you are. We got Charmeleon. Alright. Go to sleep, little guy. Yeah, there we go. Boom, there we go. That's, oh, thank God. We got one. Okay, with Charmeleon added to my Living Dex total, I only needed to find 2 more Pokemon from the Charizard line. I chose to hold off on evolving the Charmeleon into a Charizard on the extremely rare chance I encountered a wild Charizard later on in the challenge. The next night, I was able to catch my first Abra of the challenge, as well as a wild Victory Bell. Later that same night, I was able to catch a second Abra, which I immediately evolved into Kadabra to bring my total to 95 Pokemon. On the morning of day 60, I continued my search for a Bulbasaur. I spent the day battling any strong wild Pokemon for XP, training up my team when I could, but again had no luck finding the little guy. That night, I was however able to catch a Golduck to boost my total by 1. The following couple of days were slow. I didn't encounter anything I needed for my Living Dex and saw no ultra rare spawns. It wasn't until day 62 I found something else I needed in Psyduck to bring me to 97 Pokemon. A few days passed again without any new additions to my total, and again no starter Pokemon. I found the best way to get rare spawns throughout this challenge was to travel back and forth just outside the range of where Pokemon had been spawning and waiting for the new area to fill up before traveling somewhere else and repeating. I did this non-stop until I was able to find something I needed, this time a Hitmonchan, to bring my total to 98 Pokemon on day 64. On day 65, I decided I was going to start looking for a Pokerod upgrade template as I still hadn't found one, and I'll need it to be able to start fishing up pattern Magikarp whenever I decided to do so. I noticed a shipwreck just off the jungle I had been searching, which I ended up checking, but was unable to find anything. Luckily, not too long after, I found another shipwreck structure which had the template I was looking for. That same night, I was able to find a second template, which is great in case I lose my Pokerod or it breaks at any point while fishing. Shortly after, I was able to catch a wild Slowbro to bring me within one Pokemon from 100, before finding a Kangaskhan to bring me to the century mark within this challenge. On day 66, I was back in the jungle and encountered yet another starter Pokemon I did not need for this challenge in Torracat. Afterwards, I decided to head back home again to empty my inventory and organize my living dex once again, as I had added a couple entries since the last time I checked in on it. While I was back, I figured now would be a good time to start getting ready to catch some Magikarp, and to do that, I would need an enchantment area, meaning I needed to gather a bunch of books, so I made my way over to some villages I had been to gather them from the bookshelves there. While I was out doing that, I was able to catch a Pikachu I could use to evolve into Raichu later on, as well as a wild Jolteon to bring me to 101 Pokemon. Boom, look at that. I also encountered a Persian and a Drowsy that same night, both of which I was able to catch to boost my total by 2. I continued traveling to different villages and grabbing as many books as I could, as I didn't really want to have to go looking for more at any point later on in this challenge. I was also able to grab some waste stones, which are always nice to have. As I was traveling back through a jungle, I noticed a small volcanic peaks biome sticking out from within the trees and decided to pass through it quickly on the off chance I was able to find a Charmander. Charmander, yes! Let's go! I hung out there for 2 seconds just to see if one would spawn. Oh, baby. Oh my god. Oh, there we go. With Charmander successfully added to my living dex total, I made my way back to the lab and continued with assembling an enchantment area on the second floor. After finally getting my enchantment area set up, I was able to start working on getting a good fishing rod. My first enchantment attempt got me an Unbreaking 3, Lure 2, and Luck of the Sea 2 rod, which is a great start, but not quite as strong as I'd like. My ideal Pokerod for this challenge has Unbreaking 3, Lure 3, and Luck of the Sea 3, so I need to try enchanting again. I didn't have enough string to craft another rod right away, so I went out to defeat some Caterpie for their string to be able to craft another one. Luckily, I was able to duplicate my first attempt, which I'll be able to combine using an anvil to create the Pokerod I wanted. Unfortunately, I had used a bunch of my levels up while enchanting and wasn't able to combine the 2 rods, so I traveled back to the Nether for the first time in a while to mine quartz for XP. With 3 more levels now that I needed, I used them to enchant my diamond pick with efficiency and unbreaking, which was a much needed upgrade almost 70 days into this challenge. Finally, I was able to combine my 2 fishing rods with the upgrade template I had found a few days back and create my first Pokerod of the world. One word of advice I would give when doing this: make sure you get the enchantments you want before using the Pokerod template, as the Pokerods cannot be combined with one another in the anvil. You can enchant them in a table or use enchanted books, but if you want to use the method I use, just be aware of that before you start. Before getting started fishing, I went back to the Nether one more time for levels, as I needed them to be able to travel using my waystones. I also harvested my apricorn trees and crafted more Pokeballs, including a bunch of dive balls, which will be useful for catching Magikarp, as they provide a 3.5 times catch rate when the Pokemon is submerged in water. With my Pokerod now in hand and my Pokeballs restocked, I'm in my way back to the jungle to start fishing for Magikarp there, as I could do that while waiting for a Bulbasaur to spawn. With my first cast, I started in on a mission that I knew would take time and patience, as it's very unlikely you reel in any type of rare Pokemon, let alone a 12.5% Magikarp. A few casts later, I was able to grab my first pattern Magikarp. Oh, there's a Magikarp. So this is exactly what I'm talking about right here. That's one of the variants, and hopefully I can catch this. Cool, so we got one. I'm not exactly sure which one this is. It might look like a regular Magikarp, but if I go here, you can already kind of see the difference in the variation. This one's the original Magikarp. This one is a variation. I believe it's the tiger stripe one. I don't know. I don't really know how it works, to be honest. Later that evening, I was able to fish up another Pokemon I hadn't caught yet in Grimer to bring my total to 105 Pokemon on day 70. As I explained briefly in the rules earlier on in this video, there are 31 unique pattern Magikarp and Gyarados variations on top of the original ones we all know and love. Lure grants a 5% chance of being able to fish up pattern Magikarp regardless of what level enchantment you have. Additionally, Luck Up the Sea boosts the rate of encountering these Magikarp by 2.5% with each level of enchantment, allowing for a maximum rate of 12.5% to fish up pattern Magikarp with each cast. Each pattern variant can be found in any body of fishable water, though they all have a unique list of biomes that they can be more commonly found in. Catching every pattern will be an on and off process throughout the rest of this challenge, so I'll do my best to highlight when I catch a new variant. While I was fishing for Magikarp variants, I was able to fish up a few other Pokemon I still needed. First, I fished up a Vaporeon, which leaves me with just one more evolution to get in Flareon, as well as a Muck to bring my total to 107 Pokemon on day 71. I spent the next couple of days traveling through different jungle biomes, fishing for Magikarp and still waiting for my Bulbasaur to spawn. I caught a bunch of different pattern Magikarp over those days before I encountered my second legendary Pokemon of the challenge. There's a Moltres! Oh my god, is that a Moltres? Wait a minute, time out, time out, time out, time out, time out. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. What do I do? Oh god. Look at this. Moltres versus Zapdos. What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna go for Quick Ball because that worked the one time. Nope, didn't work. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go for an Ultra Ball. Alright, Michelangelo, come on. Oh, let's go! Let's go! Oh, you beautiful turtle. Catching both Moltres and Zapdos this early on in this challenge is a major relief. Having been unable to find a single Bulbasaur through 70 plus days, this was a nice win and a big Pokemon crossed off my list. With the legendary bird added to my PC, it was time to get back to fishing. I spent another 4 to 5 days strictly fishing for Magikarp. I fished up nearly 25 to 30 patterned carp, many of which were duplicates I had already found, but seeing as I hadn't caught anything before now in this challenge, I was catching anything I fished up. Once I'd caught over an entire PC box worth, I took the time to go through them and figure out which ones I had and which ones I still needed. Seeing as there are 31 different variants, as well as 31 Gyarados variants, I started naming and sorting them into the PC to help myself with keeping track going forward. While I was organizing my collection of carps, I found yet another wild Zapdos which spawned during a thunderstorm. Oh my god, there's a Zapdos. There's a Zapdos. I'm not catching this thing. Yeah. I just don't think it's meant to be. Let's go Calico Orange White. You can do it. You gotta be kidding me. The next morning, I took the time to evolve one of my Magikarps that I had caught 2 of to see what it looked like as a Gyarados. I had spent a significant amount of days consecutively only fishing, and I had forgotten what other Pokemon I still needed to look for to complete the rest of my Living Dex, so I took the time to go through the rest of my PC and make a checklist of what remained before getting back to fishing for a little bit. After catching a few more Magikarp, I was able to catch a Diglett, a Dugtrio, a Dodrio, an Exeggutor, and a Fearow on day 79 to bring my total to 113 Pokemon. Running low on Pokeballs, I decided to stop by the lab once again and restock there before heading back out to the volcanic peaks to try again for the last Charmander I needed. Here on day 80, I was able to add both a Marowak and a Sandslash to boost my total to 115. Unfortunately, it started raining on day 81, so I had to put the Charmander dream on hold for the time being. Having found 2 already and no Bulbasaur, I decided to try and change that by heading back to the jungle and clearing away a large bamboo forest in hopes of raising its chances of spawning. Did this help? No, not really, but it kept me busy while it was raining, and I ended up getting rewarded with a shiny Weedle. I spent the next few days continuing on clearing a large area within the jungle and found no new Pokemon. Until day 84, when I encountered the final legendary bird I required. Oh! 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 Oh my god, wait. No. What do I do? What do I do? Why are you here? I didn't know you could spawn here. What the heck? Alright, time out. Why is it such a high level? Oh god, this thing's about to body me. Come on. Let's go! Oh my god. We got all the birds. We got all the birds. Done. All the birds are done. We don't have to worry about that anymore. And unbelievably, we've caught every single of the birds before we found a Bulbasaur. I'm gonna lose my mind, but it's done. With Articuno caught, I had successfully caught all of the legendary birds before encountering a single wild Bulbasaur, who, by the way, has a much higher spawn rate than all of them. I spent more time in the jungle before traveling back to the volcanic peaks for a bit and just kept rotating between the two for a little while. Eventually, I stumbled upon a lush cave, which I took the time to explore as the sun rose on day 88. Down here, I was able to grab some diamonds, some amethyst shards, as well as catch an onyx to bring my total to 117 Pokemon. After leaving the cave, I continued my search for a Bulbasaur and my last Charmander. I spent time traveling between the bamboo jungle I had cleared, the tropical jungle, the amethyst jungle, and the volcanic peaks. A few days had passed once again with no luck, until day 91 when I finally found my final Charmander. Once I had caught it, I was able to evolve one of them into a Charmeleon, and then finally a Charizard to complete the evolution line and bring my Living Dex total to 118 Pokemon. With both the Charmander and Squirtle lines completed, I only needed a Bulbasaur and an Ivysaur to be finished with the starters. I spent a handful of days between different types of jungles, searching with no success. I was able to add another Abra to my collection on day 92 for evolving later on, and wasn't able to add to my total until the night of day 95 when I caught a Clefairy to bring my total to 119. I realized around now that there was another Pokemon I hadn't caught yet that I had thought spawned in the jungle, but as it turns out doesn't, in Venonat. Venonat only spawns in swamps or spooky biomes, such as dark forests at night, so I decided to take a vacation from the jungle and go looking for one. Of course, I forgot to unpause my recording before heading out and only noticed once this happened. Bruh! Why wasn't I recording? What? Where even? Bro. Unable to teleport because I had lost my levels, I had to fly almost 10 minutes to collect my belongings and continue my search for Venonat. Eventually, on the night of day 97, I was able to find my first Venonat, as well as a Golbat, to bring my total to 121 Pokemon. Boom. I was eventually able to grab a second Venonat for evolving into Venomoth later, before once again returning to the jungle. Here, I finally encountered a grass starter Pokemon. Dude, what the heck? Why? Why? Please go away. Please go away. Please go away. Please go away, Trico. I'm sorry. Please. Because I know as soon as it comes time for me to do the Hoenn Dex, if we get there, it's not going to show up. I'm so... Oh my god. A few short days later, I was able to encounter another starter Pokemon, this time a Wartortle. I traveled back and forth non-stop, reloading the spawns once they filled up, and trying my luck in all sorts of jungle biomes with no success. Eventually, the sun rose on my 100th day in the challenge. With over 120 Pokemon caught from my Living Dex, I was happy with the progress I had made to this point. With less than 30 Pokemon left for me to catch, I felt maybe the journey was nearing its end. That wouldn't be the case, however, as I hadn't even started the Snow Arc, or the real Magikarp arc, but we'll get there. On day 100, I was able to encounter a Poliwrath while circling the tropical islands to bring me to 122 Pokemon. Just like in my previous Cobblemon Catch-em-all, the jungle was beating me into submission. With so many different ultra-rare Pokemon for the spawn pool to pull from, the odds just weren't in my favor. A few days passed once again with no new additions until finally, on the night of day 103, there was a glimmer of hope. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, finally. Finally. Look at you. You're perfect. I'm pretty sure this thing gets takedown. So we need to be very careful here. Oh my god. If we take this thing out, or if this thing takes itself out, I'm gonna... Oh, thank God. Oh. Ugh. What the heck? I just need one more. As happy as I was to find an Ivysaur, it wasn't the most ideal situation, as it now meant I had to find a Bulbasaur to avoid phasing. Still, I was thrilled to be that much closer. On the morning of day 104, I returned to the lab once again. Here, I was able to catch a Tauros near my apricorn farm to bring my total to 124 Pokemon. While I was back, I decided to continue the construction on my lab and completed the main floor area and worked on the second floor a bit as well. Still needing to finish the roof and outer walls, I decided to come back and finish it later on. In the meantime, there were a handful of Pokemon that spawned in similar biomes or conditions to one another that I hadn't acquired from my Living Dex to this point in the challenge. The main group of Pokemon I'm referring to in this situation are those that spawn near villages. To be more specific, Pokemon such as Weezing, Mr. Mime, Jinx, and Chansey can all be found in the overworld, but only when a village is present. After making my way over to the nearest village, I was able to catch an extra Coughing on the night of day 105 so that I could evolve it into a Weezing. The second group of Pokemon that I still need to make some progress on were the Moonstone evolutions, such as the Jigglypuff line, the Clefairy line, and both Nidoran lines. Though I had caught enough Nidorans to complete each line, I had yet to find any Moonstones to evolve them into Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Seeing as there are 4 required Moonstone evolutions I still needed, I was going to have to find 4 Moonstones to complete my Living Dex. Every evolution stone can be found randomly in Gimmighoul chests as loot throughout your world, but they can also be mined in ore form in different biomes. For instance, Moonstones can generate as common ore in Dripstone caves or as rare ore in Taiga biomes, so I'll be searching in both of those areas. After finding my way to a Dripstone cave on day 106, I stumbled across yet another important feature I have yet to make any progress on in this challenge, and that is a fossil structure. Fossils can be found using a brush on suspicious gravel or sand in designated fossil dig sites. Each unique fossil has a specific fossil structure that can generate throughout the world that it can always be found in. For example, a helix fossil will always generate in sandy dens, and dome fossils will always spawn in hydrothermal vents. Fossils can also have a chance of spawning in other fossil structures, though it's not a guarantee. If you're looking for a specific fossil, I found it's best to search for the structure they belong to instead of rolling the dice on chance. Fossil Pokemon also spawn as ultra-rare Pokemon in lush caves, but at a sub 0.1% chance of appearing, I'll be sticking to my brush. Luckily, after brushing a bunch of suspicious gravel, I was able to excavate an old amber, the fossil required to revive an Aerodactyl. Since it doesn't evolve, I won't need to find a second one, so I can cross it off the list. Once I was finished looking for fossils, I continued on with my search for Moonstones. I flew all over searching along cliff faces, small caves, and crevices for Moonstone ore, but couldn't find any. On the night of day 106, I encountered another shiny Pokemon I was able to catch. Once again, I had no luck finding any Moonstone ore the following day. However, I did come across yet another one of the legendary birds, this time an Articuno again. Eventually, after another day of not finding any Moonstones, I decided to spend some time wandering between 2 villages that were situated near each other in hopes of finding one of the Pokemon that I still needed that spawn here. On day 110, I caught myself a regular Lickitung, as the only one I had caught so far was the shiny way back on day 5. On day 111, I still had no luck finding any of Chansey, Mr. Mime, or Weezing. However, I did spot both a Raboot and a Torchic on my map. If only I could get this started luck in the jungle. After wandering around for a while, I noticed the entrance to a dripstone cave peeking out from the side of a hill and flew in to search for Moonstone ore. As I made my way through, I ended up running into what I thought was an Amethyst Geode, but turned out to be a Terraden, which I believe is part of the legendary Pokemon add-on I'm using, but I know nothing on each spawns here, so I just left a marker and carried on exploring. I ended up covering a large area while I was down here, and was able to mine quite a few pockets of diamonds before coming across my first Moonstone ore. Shortly after, I was able to locate a second Moonstone ore before coming across a wild Magnemite, which I hadn't found yet, and I was able to catch it to bring my total to 125 Pokemon. Only 26 left. Once I had caught the Magnemite, I continued searching for Moonstones and was able to grab the third, fourth, and final Moonstone I needed before returning to the surface and taking a Waystone back to the lab. After emptying my inventory, I spent a bit of time testing out the speed of some of the newer ride Pokemon I had caught, including Arcanine and Cedric my Charizard. Unfortunately, they weren't any faster than what I was already using, but I decided to keep Cedric around for a while in hopes that having all 3 evolved starters in my party would help me lure Bulbasaur out of hiding. Back in the jungle on day 114, I continued my search for the final starter Pokemon I needed. I searched day and night for the elusive little guy, training up my Charizard to pass the time. Finally, on day 117, after what felt like weeks spent looking for starters here, I was able to find the last one I needed. Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at it. Let's go! Oh! Oh! Get out of here! Let's go. Oh my god. We did it. We did it. We're done in the jungle. We're done in the jungle. We're done in the jungle. Again, we're done in the jungle for the second time. With Bulbasaur now added to my collection and all of the Kanto starting lines complete, I could finally move on from the jungle and on to the next biome I'd have to spend some time in. As I mentioned, there are a handful of Pokemon that spawn in villages I still needed, including Chansey, Mr. Mime, and Jinx, but Jinx only spawns in villages that are in snowy biomes. Pokemon like Seal and Dugong, which I don't have, can also be found in these regions, so that was the next stop in my journey. I spent the next handful of days exploring the world and searching for a snowy biome as I had yet to come across one. While I was adventuring, I found a bunch of cool areas, including this floral biome where Jigglypuff can spawn, which was situated right above another dripstone cave. Seeing as Clefairy can also spawn here at night, knowing this would be a useful area, I left a waystone before heading off again. I traveled the vast oceans on Michelangelo's back for a couple more days in search of a snow biome. Eventually I was able to catch a second Shelter to evolve into Cloyster later on, before encountering a shiny Frillish. Unfortunately, I can't catch this Pokemon, so... bye Frillish! After a handful of days out looking, I finally came across a frozen ocean biome on the night of day 119. Here, I was able to catch a Seal almost immediately to bring my total for the Living Dex to 127 Pokemon. I wandered the snowy plains and badlands through the night in search of a village, and eventually was able to locate one where I slept through the remainder of the night. I didn't love how this village was situated in a badlands region, so I set out in search of one in a more favorable biome. That same day I was able to catch a second Seal for evolving into Dugong at some point down the road. Later that night, I came across another snowy village in a plains biome that I liked the look of, so I decided to search for the Pokemon I needed here. Once the night had passed, I was able to encounter the Weezing I needed, but sadly, it didn't feel like joining me. Yep, there it is. It's so annoying. I waited in the village for something I needed to spawn for a while. On the evening of day 121, I encountered yet another shiny Pokemon I couldn't catch, this time a Fidough. Thankfully, the next day I was able to make up for the lost Weezing from the day before and brought my total to 128 Pokemon. It was now day 123, and at this point the challenge was starting to wear on me a bit. I had spent so much time waiting for a small handful of Pokemon to spawn and still had so much more left to do. I only had 23 Pokemon remaining for the Living Dex total, but still had over half of the total pattern Magikarps remaining I needed to catch. Since some of the rare Magikarp patterns have a higher chance of spawning in snowy biomes, I decided to multitask and fish while waiting for the other Pokemon I needed to spawn. Immediately, I was able to catch the second Orange Orca Carp I needed to cross the pattern off the list, as well as my first Gray Bubbles pattern. The next day, I was able to catch a Saucy Blue Magikarp, one of the rare ones that has a better chance of spawning in snowy or tundra biomes. That same night, I was able to fish up a Cloyster, which I was able to catch to bring my total to 129 Pokemon. Where is it? Oh, we caught it. Yeah. Once I had put it in its spot in the PC, I realized just how close I was to completing my goal. I continued on doing what I was doing for the time being, catching new carps I hadn't found and ones that I didn't have duplicates of. On the night of day 129, I encountered yet another Articuno, an ultra rare spawn, before seeing just one of Mr. Mime, Jinx, or Chansey, who are all just rare spawns. A few more days passed and I made no progress on my Living Dex total. Finally, on day 127, I was able to cross one of the village spawns off my list. Yo, oh my god. Look at that. That is finally, oh my god. Oh, alright. Okay. With Chansey caught, I only had 21 Pokemon remaining in my Living Dex, a lot of which, as can be seen in my PC here, are just Pokemon that need to be evolved. There, we're done box 4. We're done box 1. This is fantastic. Still just waiting for that Jinx. I don't want to have to evolve Smoochum, but if I do, it is what it is. I'm going to spend maybe 2 more days here, looking for a Jinx because it has, I believe, a 1.5 times chance, a better chance of spawning at night. So if we can find it then, it'd be great. If we can't, we'll move on, maybe come back later, go do some more fishing in other biomes, try to knock off some more of the Magikarp, and hopefully some fossils, and then we can probably be done relatively soon. So we'll see how that goes, and yeah, hopefully we can find it quick. I continued on my search for Jinx as I said I would. I ended up finding a wild Crobat that spawned in a cave, which I thought was pretty neat. It looked like a static spawn boss battle from the games. I waited another couple days for Jinx until day 129 during a snowfall. I was able to finally find and catch it. There it is. Look at. We got it. We're done here now too. We're done here now too. There we go. Jinx is caught. Let's go. Oh my god. With all of the Pokemon I needed in the snowy biomes caught, I could finally leave and start to make my way back to the lab. Before heading home, though, I made a quick stop at one of the dripstone caves I had found to search for a Clefairy to evolve during the nighttime. I spent the entire night searching for a Clefairy with no luck. Thankfully, just as the night had switched to day, I was able to locate one and catch it before finally leaving and returning to the lab on day 130. Yippee! Yay! Yeah! We got the Clefairy. Now we only need Jigglypuff and that box is done too. After returning home and getting organized, I decided to complete a bunch of the outstanding evolutions I had put off, mostly ones that required evolution stones I'd only recently acquired. During this process, I was able to add Nidoking and Nidoqueen, Clefable, Raichu, Flareon, Alakazam, and finally Venomoth to bring my total all the way up to 138 Pokemon. Only 13 left until I was done. The next Pokemon I wanted to go for that I figured would be another problem is Porygon. Porygon only spawns as a rare spawn in an area where a PC is present. Since I've been dropping a PC in each of the POIs I've been hunting Pokemon in and no Porygon has spawned, I decided to craft a bunch more and place them scattered around the outside of my lab in hopes that one would spawn soon. Once I was finished with that, I also took a look through my PC to check my progress and noticed I needed another Magnemite, so I decided to craft a couple of repeaters and place them around my lab as well, since Magnemite can only spawn near Redstone. I wasn't sure if that meant Redstone dust or Redstone components, but if one doesn't spawn soon, I'll swap them out for something else. In the meantime, instead of waiting around, I decided to start fishing for Magikarp again in the river outside my lab. Over the next handful of days, I was able to make a decent dent in my pattern Magikarp total. I fished up a variety of different carps I needed, such as the Calico patterns, pink and purple, and my third saucy blue. I also managed to reel in a Squirtle at one point too, but I had already seen a bunch so far, so I just let the guy go. Eventually, after 4 straight days of fishing, I ran out of dye balls and had to go harvest my apricorns to craft more. I also decided to place some redstone dust around my lab, as I still hadn't seen a Magnemite. Once I had done that, I was back to fishing for a little bit before deciding to try and knock off my last village spawn Pokemon in Mr. Mime. I wandered over to the village just across the river, and after about 5 minutes, I was able to cross it off the list on the night of day 137. While fishing and thinking about my next course of action, I was finally able to get a Magnemite to spawn. Oh, we got a Magnemite! Wait. There we go. I still needed to level it up and evolve it for it to count towards the total, but catching it meant the only special spawn remaining really was Porygon. Because of that, I decided to do a bit more fishing and see if I could get one to spawn. I was able to catch my first of what ended up being many duplicates of the Pink Dapples pattern, a Skelly, and Black Mask pattern before my Pokérod eventually got to the point where it was in need of replacing. Unfortunately, I didn't have quite enough levels to craft a new one, so I continued fishing for the time being. Ugh. On the morning of day 140, I checked my Magikarp collection to see what I was missing and dropped off my 12th duplicate that I'd caught before getting back to the river. Eventually, on day 141, I had gathered enough levels to enchant and craft myself a new Pokérod, the Super Rod. Before getting back into fishing, I was also able to catch another Ninetales to place in the box so I could keep Kitsune on my team without ruining the Living Dex. After another short stretch of fishing where I reeled in only duplicates, I decided to set out for a floral biome in hope of catching a Jigglypuff, as I still needed a Wigglytuff for my Living Dex. I took the Waystone to an area that I had already been to and searched until the night for one. Eventually, I was able to finally find and catch a Jigglypuff and return to the lab where I slept until the morning of day 143. Here, I was able to use a Moonstone on Jigglypuff to evolve it into a Wigglytuff, which ended up being my 140th Pokemon of the challenge. With another evolution out of the way, I gave my Magnemite an XP share to hold as it still needed a few levels before it would be able to evolve. Since I needed more than a handful of Magikarp patterns, I decided to head out and fish in different biomes where the ones I needed had a higher chance of spawning. The first stop on my journey would be a savanna, as there were a few I needed to catch here, mainly the Apricot Stripes pattern, which had a 5-time chance of appearing here. Within a few casts, I was able to reel in a rare Violet Rain pattern, which doesn't have a higher chance to spawn here, so this was a definite surprise as it completes the pair for me. Later that same day, I was able to get Magnemite to level 30, which meant he'd be ready to evolve into a Magneton whenever I was ready to do so. I kept fishing in the Savannah Badlands River into the night, and was able to fish up I think the rarest Pokemon I've ever fished up. Whoa! What the heck? I just fished up a big old turtle. The next chunk of days I spent almost entirely fishing. I followed the river down to the mouth of an ocean biome and fished for Magikarps there. Eventually, I ended up fishing off the edge of a village, hoping to pull up the Blue Rain Magikarp I still hadn't seen. Here, I was able to complete the final set of Apricot Magikarps I needed, leaving me with roughly 8 more sets of patterns to complete before I was finished with them. I also spent some time battling on and off while fishing, and was able to get one of my Seal leveled up enough to be able to evolve into a Dugong, which I almost forgot I needed to do as well. Soon after, I was able to complete another Magikarp pair, this time the Orange Dapples. I kept fishing as day 150 was starting to creep up on me. I kept pulling in pattern Magikarps, but the majority of them were ones I already had. Thankfully, on the evening of day 148, I was able to fish something up I still wasn't sure till this point I was able to. Oh my god. No, wrong one. I was wondering if we could grab this. This is fantastic. I knew you could find Dratini in the ocean, and since the fishing pulls from the spawn pool of whatever biome you're in, I assumed it was possible. Regardless, I was very happy to be able to cross another Pokemon from the Living Dex off my list I wasn't necessarily going for in the moment. Eventually, day 150 rolled around, and I was able to complete another Magikarp pattern pair in the Black Forehead, and was able to catch my first Gold Calico Carp as well. The next day, I was also able to finally catch my first Blue Rain Magikarp, one I had been fishing in the ocean for the past few days. After fishing for a couple more days, I eventually ran out of dive balls and was forced to return to the lab to craft more. I still needed to catch another Black Mass Magikarp, and since they have a higher chance to be fished in taiga biomes, I flew to the nearest one and began casting. Not too long after I arrived on day 154, I was able to reel one in and cross another pattern off my Magikarp list. My fishing quest then took me to a blooming valley in search of the remaining pink patterns I had not caught. I had previously no issues reeling in the pink Dapples pattern, but the pink Orca and pink Two-Tone patterns had eluded me so far. Here, I caught yet another Saucy Blue before finding my first Saucy Violet Magikarp of the challenge. I continued fishing up Magikarp, but was unable to find anything I still needed. I eventually had to move out of my fishing hole as it filled up with Magikarp and other Pokemon I didn't need. I made my way down the mouth of the river and fished on the edge of an ocean, but since I was still situated in the Sunflower Plains, I would be fishing from its spawn pool instead of the ocean's. I fished here until day 157 with no luck, and decided to try to move to another biome that I needed Magikarp in, the Magical Biome. In this case, a Moonlight Valley from the Terralith Biome mod. I fished here until the morning of day 158 when... Oh, my fishing rod broke. Bro. I didn't have another Pokerod ready to go, so I had to enchant and craft another one, and for some reason, this process was incredibly annoying this time around. Why? I'm breaking everything. I didn't make the fishing. I think, where is our lapis, man? Like, why is everything downstairs? Great. Like, I can't even... Why did I do that? That was so stupid. Luck of the C3. Oh, why did I do that? After much enchanting, anviling, and mining for XP in the nether, I was finally able to get a decent Pokerod again. The only issue with this one is that it only had Lure 2, which means I'll get Pokemon biting slightly less frequently than before. I had the thought of trying to get mending on my Pokerod so as to avoid it breaking again down the road, but I eventually gave up in the end. However, while I was in the village trying to get a mending book, something incredibly rare happened. Oh my god! Wait! It is a lucky egg! Oh my god, and an oval stone. We got a lucky egg. Oh, we got a lucky egg. We got a lucky egg. This is a crazy rare drop, and I don't think I've ever had one in Cobblemon before. Chansey alone is a less than 1% spawn chance, so to find a second one is pretty nuts, but its chance of dropping a lucky egg is only 10%. So being able to get one on my first attempt after only seeing 2 Chansey this entire challenge is crazy. Unfortunately, I had already done most of my leveling for this challenge already, so I don't have much use for it at this point in the video, but if we decided to do the remaining regions in another video, it'll definitely come in handy. With my new lucky egg, I went back to the lab and got sorted before heading back to the Moonlight Valley to continue fishing. After a full day of fishing, I was finally able to fish up something I needed in the gold calico pattern to complete another set. One I was still in need of were the pink patterns, but not pink dapples. I kept fishing up pink dapples no matter where I was, and I still needed another pink orca and both pink two-tone. Come on, pink dapples again? We get this all the time! We haven't seen a single other pink Magikarp. This is crazy. Pink dapples! Why? Give me regular pink. Give me pink orca or pink two-tone, whatever it is. I don't even know because I haven't had to look it up yet. I don't know. Oh my god, how many? Look at all the carps around me. Look at them all. There's some down there too. Like, oh. The pink shows up in floral and island biomes. What is an island biome? What is an island biome? What is that? I don't understand what that is. What about snowy plains? What is that? Is that both? Do you get both tags there? Oh my god, look at them all. All of them. Look at them, they're everywhere. There's some over there, there's one over there. I don't even, like... Another, I'm getting so many normal carps. I'm getting to the point where I don't even believe the other pink Magikarp are in the game. Like, they have to be glitched. There's no chance. And not only that, I haven't pulled a purple one in, like, in Magical, but it has a 5 times chance. We got a Marsh Stomp before one more Violet Raindrops. I continued fishing for an extended period of time with no luck. I even encountered another Charmander before I was even able to fish up something I needed. I didn't even know they could spawn here. Eventually, day 164 rolled around. I had continued complaining to myself as there was no one else around to listen to me, and if there's one thing Cobblemon has taught me during these challenges, it's that if you complain enough, you will be rewarded. What are you? Pink two-tone. Thank you. Finally something. Oh my god, something we actually need. And just a few casts after the last one. Oh my god. What is happening? That's like within 3 casts. The next day, day 165, my fishing luck continued. Oh! Wait! Oh, we got it! Okay, we're done. Dragonair! We got it. We weren't even going for it. I didn't think you could catch that here. That's amazing. This one was a wonderful surprise. I had never even considered that I could potentially fish at the last Pokemon I needed to complete the Dragonite line, but since it can spawn in Overworld anywhere there is water, it makes complete sense. Either way, I only had a handful of Pokemon remaining before my challenge was complete. Through the next few days, I fished up yet another Violet Rain Magikarp, another Dratini, and countless other Magikarp duplicates. On day 168, I finally fished up the final pink Magikarp I had been searching for. Only 2 Magikarps remained, a Saucy Violet and a Blue Rain. I fished for another 4 days through rain or shine. I was so close, nothing could deter me at this point. On day 172, my perseverance paid off. That's the one. With the Saucy Violet Magikarp pair complete, I only needed one more Magikarp to be finished with my task, the Blue Rain pattern. I had only ever seen one through the entirety of the challenge to this point. The final leg of my fishing journey would take me back to the snowy plains on the edge of a frozen ocean biome where it had the best chance of appearing. I fished for 4 days, reeling in all sorts of rare Pokemon, including a couple of Piplup and a handful of saucy blue patterned carp. On the 4th day, day 176, my fishing journey finally came to an end. I'm just gonna catch it. Oh, that's it. Wait a minute, that's it. Oh, that's it. We caught them all. Look it. That's it. Yeah! It's got the rain pattern. Oh my god, finally. With all the patterned Magikarps collected, I turned my focus to the remaining handful of Pokemon I hadn't caught. Still needing a Porygon, I placed PCs down in the backyard of my lab in hopes of raising its spawn chance. While I waited for Porygon to spawn, I decided now would be the perfect time to finish the roof and remaining walls of my lab. I spent a few days finishing the build finally before placing a Pokeball pattern on the roof so that it would show on my map. With the lab completed on day 179, I needed something else to do to pass the time while waiting for a Porygon to spawn. I still needed to evolve all of the Magikarps into their patterned Gyarados forms, and I still needed to assemble a fossil resurrection station to revive the fossils once I obtained them all, so I went down into the caves to gather the required materials for both. Iron, deep slate, amethyst shards, and anything else I needed to build the fossil machines, and more EXP shares. After returning to the surface with the required materials, I crafted all the components for the fossil restoration machine and placed it on the second floor of the lab. I made a nice little fossil display area using some display cases I crafted. Afterwards, I crafted enough EXP shares to give to a full party of Magikarps before starting the process of leveling them up around the lab. I battled a bunch of wild Pokemon around the lab, and with the help of the lucky egg I got a little while ago, the process went very quick. However, by the time I had finished, there was still no sign of Porygon. I tried different layouts for the PCs over the course of a bunch of days and still had no luck. I saw many different Pokemon while waiting, including some far more rare than the one I was looking for. Why are we getting an Articuno before... Oh, I'm so annoyed. Like, come on. I eventually ended up placing some PCs up near my fossil lab as the floor was made of slabs, so the only thing that could spawn up there would be Porygon. On day 192, while waiting, this struggle got to me just a little. Porygon, where are you?
12 seconds later.
Oh! Yes! What the heck? Oh, where are you? There you are. Oh my god. Look at him. There he is. Porygon. Alright, finally. With Porygon finally caught, I was able to bring my Living Dex total to 143 Pokemon. Only 8 Pokemon remaining. Once I had cleaned up the mess of PCs around my lab, it was time to turn my attention to the fossil Pokemon. As I had luckily already found an old Amber back on day 106, there were only 2 fossils I needed to find. The Dome Fossil for Kabuto, and the Helix Fossil for Omanite. These fossils were going to be a bit tricky. The Dome Fossil has a chance to generate in different fossil structures just like every other fossil, but the guaranteed spawn is in a prehistoric hydrothermal vent which generate at the bottom of the oceans, making them a little difficult to find if I don't want to drown. Which I don't. Thankfully, the Helix Fossil's guaranteed spawn structure are in quite the opposite biome, and that is the prehistoric sandy den, which generates in any biome that has sand, except for beaches. I thought about it for a bit and figured the Helix Fossils would be easier to find, so getting them out of the way first would be smart. I was right. I started searching for them in badlands and dry regions, checking any structure I found that had the potential to have them generated within. Over the course of a few days, I was able to grab a jaw fossil, an armor fossil, and a sail fossil, all of which I sadly do not need. Eventually, on day 195, I stumbled across my first sandy den, which can be identified by the dripstone hanging from the outcrop. After brushing a few suspicious sand blocks, I was finally able to grab my first of the 2 Helix fossils. Oh, Helix fossil! Look at that! Yeah, there we go. We got the Helix fossil, perfect. Later that same day, I was lucky enough to find the second Helix fossil I needed by chance. Oh, another Helix fossil. There we go. Look at that. We only need Kabuto now. That's it. That's the last one. With both Helix fossils acquired, I made my way back to the lab to drop them off before heading out to search for the Dome fossils. As I mentioned, the structures I'll be looking for spawn at the bottom of the ocean floor, so having to return to the surface every 15 seconds to breathe will be annoying. Luckily, I have a way around that. If I hop on the back of Michelangelo, my Blastoise, I'll gain the water-breathing potion effect indefinitely until I hop off, meaning I'll be able to scan the ocean floor as long as I want. I skimmed the ocean floor for 2 days straight without finding a single hydrothermal vent. I found one structure on day 196 and was able to find both a root fossil and a fossilized fish, but unfortunately no dome fossil. It wasn't until day 197 when I found my first vent, and it was way harder to see than I thought it would be. I began to brush away the suspicious gravel and had some difficulty finding the fossil I was looking for. Thankfully, after a bit of time, I was able to find the first of 2 dome fossils. Is that it? That's it! Oh. Give me that. Dome fossil, right there. Ah, I'm gonna drown! Dome fossil. We got one. We need one more. One more and we're done with the fossils. And then it's just Mew and Mewtwo. Alright. It took me another day entirely to find a second vent to dig out for the last fossil, and finally, after looking enough, I found it. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Hopefully. I think this is it. There it is! There it is! Come here! We got it! We're done! Yay! Where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. With all the fossils accounted for, I began my journey back to the lab, and once I had arrived back home, I began the process of reviving them all one at a time. If you've never revived a fossil in Cobblemon, allow me to briefly explain. The resurrection machine consists of 3 parts: the data monitor, the fossil analyzer, and the restoration tank. The data monitor is the component on the top that shows the progress of a fossil being revived. It takes 12 real-time minutes for a fossil to completely restore. The fossil analyzer is the lower component. This is where you put your fossil, or fossils if you're reviving the Galarian fossil Pokemon, before activating the machine. The big tank on the side is the restoration tank. In order to activate the resurrection process, this tank must be filled with organic material equaling a total value of 64. Items vary in value weight, from seeds accounting for a value of 1, all the way to max revive accounting for the complete sum of 64. There are other items such as an enchanted golden apple or nether stars that account for a value of 256, but if you're using those items to revive a fossil instead of 64 seeds, I mean, hey, power to you. With the old amber placed in the fossil analyzer, we can finish filling the tank and start the resurrection process. While I wait for the fossils to be restored, now would be as good a time as ever to talk to you guys about something important I haven't mentioned yet. I wanted to quickly take the time to thank you all for clicking on and watching my video. If you watched all the way from the beginning, skimmed through, or even just clicked on it briefly, thank you. I'm the only one who works on my videos, and seeing how you all interact with this or any of my previous videos really makes it worthwhile. So if I could ask you all just for one thing, please leave a like if you enjoyed this video. It lets the YouTube algorithm know you enjoyed my content and tells it to push my channel out to more and more viewers, which in turn helps me to continue growing. It also tells me you guys are enjoying the content as well. If you really liked it, consider subscribing. We started at 0 almost 9 months ago, and at the time I'm recording this, we're almost at 17,000 subscribers, which is insane. If you could, please consider subscribing and helping me reach 25,000 within the first year. You can always change your mind later. Now, with all the shameless plugging out of the way, let's get back to the end of the video. After grabbing Aerodactyl, Kabuto, and Omanite from the restoration tank, I spent the next little bit leveling the 2 up to level 40 so I could evolve them into Kabutops and Omanite. With the 2 fossils evolved and grabbing the final Kabuto from the restoration tank, I was able to complete the fossils and add another 5 to my Living Dex total, bringing me to 148 Pokemon on day 204. As I was putting them in their spots on the PC, I realized I had forgotten to evolve both Seal and Magnemite, so I did that quickly to add Dugong and Magneton to my total as well, bringing me all the way to 150 Pokemon. I did it again. Just like in my first Catch 'em All video, I miscounted somewhere along the way, and this time I am 1 over where I should be. The good thing about this time around is I have all the Pokemon organized in their boxes, so I know I'm not missing anything, and my real total is 149. First person to find out where I went wrong and let me know in the comments wins. I don't know what you win, but I'll decide on a prize later on. After putting the last 2 Pokemon back in their designated slots in my PC, the only holes left to fill were Mew and Mewtwo. However, before getting ready to set out and search for the final 2 Pokemon of the challenge, I still had to evolve all the Pattern Magikarp variants into Gyarados. This was pretty cool. To see all the different patterns of the Gyarados was definitely worth the time and effort. A lot of them look the same, to be honest. Oh, this one's kind of cool, the dark one. There you go, 3 unique Gyarados forms. Pretty cool looking. And then here we go with the very rare blue and violet Magikarps. All of them at the same time. All of them evolving. Boom! Oh, the blue becomes like a really deep purple. And these ones become like a magenta. Whoa! That's colorful. Look at that. Just lined up. Yeah, they look awesome. Cool. Fancy dragons. Fancy dragons. Cool. Happy we did that. Happy we got that out of the way. After looking at all of them and putting them back in the PC, it was time to get back to work. With 149 Pokemon caught for my Living Dex, the remaining 2 were going to be the most challenging to catch yet. Or so I thought. The first of the 2 Pokemon I was going to have to catch to complete my challenge was Mew, the only mythical Pokemon from Generation 1. Like every other legendary or mythical Pokemon in Cobblemon, Mew does not spawn naturally in the base mod, so you'll need to have a secondary mod installed that allows you to catch it without spawning it in with cheats. The mod I chose to go with during this challenge was the Cobblemon Legends Untold add-on by TS Flareon. This mod adds a couple new structures where Pokemon can spawn, like the Faraway Ruin where Mew can be found. To locate a Faraway Ruin, you'll need to find an old map which can spawn randomly in chests, so obtaining one of these will be my next task. I wasn't really sure where to start as I had already covered a pretty good portion of the world so far and had not found a map to this point, so I decided to start filling in the empty areas around where I had already been. I flew around on Brazinger, my other Charizard, and scanned the horizon for any interesting structures that may hold an old map. I checked out any Gimmighoul structures as well in case they were able to spawn there, but I had no luck. On day 210 while it was raining, I remembered seeing a chest in the legendary geode I discovered earlier on in the challenge and flew into a cave in hopes of finding another one. I flew around the caves for a while, checking my map for geodes, but once again was unable to find what I was looking for. After returning to the surface, I continued on filling in the empty areas of my map, looking for anything I could check out. Eventually, I made my way over to the jungle below the volcanic peaks biome I had hunted Charmander on, and decided to explore the area. What is that? Wait a minute. No, that's not it. Oh my god, I got so scared. I got so scared for a sec. After scanning the jungle for a while, I noticed something out of place on my mini-map. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Hold on. Okay. Wait. Okay, wait. I don't want to get close to that. I don't know if that's it. I might be overreacting. There's no way. There's no way that's it, right? Like we were that close to it? There's no way. Why does it look like that though? Grass block. No, wait. Oak leaves? That's so it. That's absolutely it. Though I wasn't 100% sure this structure was in fact the faraway ruin I was looking for, I still didn't want to take the risk of losing out on Mew. I placed a waystone down and traveled home quickly to prepare for a potential battle with the mythical Pokemon. I crafted myself a healing table to bring back with me and also made sure to grab a brush to use for something afterwards before returning to the jungle. Here we are. Right behind my head you can see a pillar, and the more I look at it, the more I think it actually is it. So we're going to go check it out. With a good amount of Pokeballs and my best team assembled, it was time to find out if this structure was indeed a faraway ruin. Guys, I'm so scared. I'm so scared right now. Oh, it spawned! There it is! Mew! Oh my, there you are. We did it. We found 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 it. Oh my god. There he goes. Whoa, it teleported. Okay, hold on. I gotta get in battle with it. I don't want it to, Okay. I think we just throw a quick ball. I don't want to deal with any of the repercussions. Yeah, quick ball. Nope, did not work. Did not work. Okay. Baton Pass. Okay, so it has Baton Pass. I'm gonna go for Thunder Wave. Oh, it's level 30. Okay, it is level 30. Reflect type. Okay, interesting. No way! Oh my god! We caught it! We caught it! We caught it! We caught it! We caught Mew! We caught Mew! We caught Mew! Oh my god! We have one more Pokemon! We have one more Pokemon! One more Pokemon and we're done. We're done. After, I don't even know how long it's been. Yeah, look at you. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're such a little guy. With Mew caught and added to my party, there was only one Pokemon left to catch before I could complete my Living Dex. Mewtwo. To catch Mewtwo, you need to obtain Mew DNA, which can be excavated around structures from the legendary mod I'm using. After digging around a little with my brush, I was able to uncover a strand of Mew DNA. Oh, there it is. That's it. Oh, that's it right there. That's exactly what we're looking for. Oh man. Okay, this is it. That's the last thing we needed. With the Mew DNA in my possession, I was now able to start the process of creating Mewtwo within my restoration machine. After placing the DNA inside the analyzer, all I needed to do to initiate the machine was to fill the tank. As soon as I start this, it's just gonna go. I'm gonna get situated and have Mewtwo growing in the tank, I believe. And then when that's done, we're gonna try and finish the challenge. That's it. So I guess we'll see you guys in a second. Apple in hand. Didn't go. Wait a minute. It didn't go. Wait. Why didn't it go? Are we missing something? I have no idea why that didn't go. I believe it was supposed to start. Genuinely confused. So, unfortunately, I was unaware that a second item was needed to initiate the creation process, and the item needed was either a nether star or a comet shard. Great. Thankfully, I remembered seeing a comet shard in the same Terra Den I mentioned earlier, but upon checking my storage area, I discovered I didn't have it. So I decided to go back and check the den once again. Fortunately, the comet shard was still there, and I was able to collect the final piece of the puzzle. For real this time. Back at the lab with the shard, I was able to activate the machine and start the process of waiting for Mewtwo to be ready. Okay. We're back. Finally, we have everything that we need, I believe. So, with this comet shard right here in my hand, this thing right here, this should be enough to revive Mewtwo in the tank behind us. So I'm going to try that, and then it's just going to be a waiting game. So once I use this comet shard, that should be it. And then we're going to have to take on Mewtwo. And hopefully we're strong enough, because I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I have no clue. But I'll see you guys in just a second. All that was left for me to do was to take on and catch the strongest and final Pokemon of the challenge. I'm really nervous this is it. If I just use a Pokeball, I thought he was going to break out of the tank. I'm going to be completely honest. Alright. I'm so scared. That's it. Wait a minute, what? We just have Mewtwo. Okay, that's it. Unbelievable. We're done. We're done. Look at him. As anticlimactic as that was, I was absolutely thrilled to have finally finished the challenge I set out to complete over 200 Minecraft days ago. That feels so good to be done. That feels so good to be done. I don't know why. I do not know why. This somehow feels better than the previous challenge. I can't explain why. I have no clue, because it shouldn't. But With that, we are going to put them in their proper spots in the Pokedex, or in the PC. These guys have to move down, because we need... Where are we here? Mewtwo, right there, and Mew. The final Pokemon in the Pokedex. After placing Mew and Mewtwo in their respective slots in the PC, my Generation 1 Living Cobbledex was finished. Getting started on day 1 of the challenge was slightly different from what I'm used to. In previous Cobblemon challenges, my first order of business would be selecting my starter Pokemon who would accompany me on this long and arduous journey I was about to embark on, but seeing as I'll be completing this challenge in my existing Cobblemon world, there would be no such option. Instead, I'll have to earn my starter Pokemon this time around by finding and catching it in the wild. The decision on which Pokemon that would be, I left up to you, the viewer. It was an extremely close decision, but in the end, Totodile barely beat out Cyndaquil after almost 4,000 votes. I'm watching you, Chikorita haters. Once I'd made my way to the largest swamp biome I could find, the hunt for my starter Pokemon could begin. Sometimes I feel like Johto doesn't get enough love, so I'm curious to hear from all of you. What's your favorite Pokemon from Gen 2 and why? Let me know in the comments down below. Since Totodile is an ultra rare spawn, this first hunt could take a while, so now would be a better time than ever to quickly go over the rules for this challenge. If you've seen my previous Living Dex video, all the same rules that applied in that challenge will carry over to this one. In order for the Living Dex to be complete, I'll have to have one of every Pokemon captured and displayed in National Pokedex order in my PC at the end of the challenge. Meaning, if I catch a Totodile and evolve it into a Croconaw, and then for Alligator, I'll have to then catch another Totodile and Croconaw for the line to be complete. Similarly to the previous challenge, I'll once again have to collect a bunch of variants, this time in the form of Unknown. Unknown has 28 different variations, each one representing all 26 letters of the alphabet, as well as one for an exclamation mark and another for a question mark. I'll also be keeping the rule of not being able to catch or use any Pokemon that doesn't originate from this generation or the Kanto region I've already completed. This means Pokemon such as Happiny, Wynot, and Azrael are off limits for catching and evolving into their later stages as they originate from regions outside of Johto or Kanto. Since this is a continuation of my previous world, I'll have access to all the items and materials I've gathered, but I've limited myself to only using Pokeballs for the first portion of this challenge to make it a little more difficult. This means I won't be able to use my Ultra and Quick Balls as well as my Enchanted Pokerod just yet. I'll also have to find or craft any evolution items the first time I want to use them, but after I re-obtain them once, I'll have access to that item again if I already have it. That pretty much does it for the rules of this challenge, so when we add up the number of regional Johto Pokemon with the total number of unknown variants, it comes out to a total of 127 unique Pokemon that I'll have to catch to complete this challenge. A bit less than the total from the previous Living Dex, however there are 8 more ultra rare spawns this time around I'll have to tackle, so I think it'll even itself out. I boated up and down the Mangrove River for the better part of a few hours. I saw a couple starter Pokemon during that time, but none I needed. After roughly 2 hours, the first Pokemon of the challenge finally presented itself. I mean, that looks fine, but... There's a Croconaw! There's a Croconaw! There's a Croconaw! Look at that! Everyone! You were here! There's a Croconaw! Does this count? Are we gonna allow this? Let's go! This counts, right? What level are you? 22. W. We're gonna try catching in a Great Ball. Yay! There we go! We got our first Pokemon! Though it's technically not your typical starter option, I'll take it as I don't want to spend any more time searching for my first Pokemon than I need to. With Colin the Croconaw added to my party, we decided to go to a biome where I could hunt my next starter Pokemon, as well as make a decent dent in the Pokedex. This brought me to a Sunflower Plains where Chikorita can spawn. Quickly, I was able to start crossing off new Pokemon for the challenge. I caught a Togepi, an Eevee for either Umbreon or Espeon, a Zubat to evolve into Crobat, before encountering Jumpluff, which could be very useful early on in this challenge as it gets access to Sleep Powder, which will make catching Pokemon much easier. I think this thing might body me here though. Ice Fang? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Ultra Ball on this one. No! Uh-oh. Colin! No! Colin! Oh. You want to be in a blue Pokeball because you're blue? That's all it wanted! Well, I mean, Zubat got some... Oh, that's just horrendous to look at. After barely being able to catch Jumpluff, I caught a Hoppip, which I evolved into a Skiploom right away, a Flaffy, a Mareep, and another Hoppip the following morning to cross up a full evolution line and bring my total to 7 Pokemon. A short while later, I was able to catch myself a Togetic. There's a Togetic! Look it! Togetic! Jumpluff, get in there. Sleep powder. Yay! Togetic! That's another line complete. Because Togekiss is a Gen 4mon. Look at that. We're making progress. Still hopeful for Chikorita in the Sunflower Plains, I was able to add an Igglybuff, another Mareep for evolving, and an Elekid to bring me to 10 Pokemon. Yay, Elekid! Another line complete. That's 3 lines. 4 lines? I don't know. As the sun set, I was able to continue filling holes in my living dex as I caught myself a Miltank, as well as a Marill in the river the next morning. I decided to craft myself a boat and start making my way back to the lab when I ran across yet another Eevee I was able to catch. Oh, another Eevee! Yay! After making my way back to the lab, I ran into a Pichu out by my apricorn farm. Once I had caught the Pichu, I made my way back to my lab and started to sort through all the new Pokemon in my PC. Okay, so the first box, we got Igglybuff down here, I was able to evolve one of my Mareeps into a Flaffy, as well as a Flaffy into an Ampharos to complete the evolution line, as well as to bring my total to 14 Pokemon caught. Yay, look at that! Ampharos and Flaffy. So that would be like this. With my PC organized, Chat and I agreed I should be able to start using my Ultra and Quick Balls, so I pulled them out of storage before heading to the river to catch a Quagsire that had spawned. Afterwards, I crafted a Soothe Bell to give to my Zubat, an item that doubles friendship gain when held by a Pokemon. I only had enough wool to craft one, and since all of Espeon, Umbreon, and Crobat require high friendship to evolve, I decided to just give my Eevees XP shares for the time being. Back out behind the lab, I was able to catch a few more Pokemon. I caught a Sentret, a Teddiursa, and a Furret before battling some wild Pokemon and leveling up Colin enough to evolve into a Feraligatr. Colin! Oh, look at him! Yay! Look at that. Unfortunately, Feraligatr has a notoriously bad level up moveset, so Colin didn't learn any crazy moves upon evolving, but that's something we'll address in a little bit. In the meantime, I was able to catch a Leddyba and gather enough wool from a Cottony to craft a Soothe Bell for one of my Eevees to hold, and the last bit from a Jumpluff to craft another one for my final Eevee. I wandered the forest near the lab as the sun began to set, hoping a Cyndaquil would spawn, but I was only able to add a Spinnerack to bring my total to 20 Pokemon. In the morning, I decided to spend the day battling wild Pokemon to boost my Zubat and Eevee's friendship levels before heading to the jungle to hunt for 2 of my favorite Johto Pokemon. Okay, we're looking for a Heracross and we're looking for a Scyther. Wait, Apom's Johto, right? I spent a bit of time searching for both Pokemon before catching an Apom to bring me to 21 Pokemon for the challenge. I went back to my lab briefly, where I caught an Azumarill in the river to boost my total by 1 before evolving my Zubat into Golbat. That morning, I returned to the jungle and was able to find a Heracross and a Scyther immediately after, both of which I was able to catch to boost my total by 2. You're gonna get in a Quick Ball, buddy. Boom! Quick Ball it is! Since Scyther evolves using a metal coat and a link cable, I needed to craft or find both of those items in order to evolve it into a Scizor. So after battling a few wild jungle Pokemon, I made my way back to the lab to get started on that. The metal coat requires Honeycomb, which drops from the Vespiquen line, but I recommend you just grab them from a hive if you can, because Combee only drops them 2.5% of the time. While near the river, I also spotted a Yanma that I was able to catch to bring me to 24 Pokemon. I grabbed some clay for crafting a new metal coat for Octavian, my Scyther to hold, and also named my Golbat Alfred. With that, I decided to spend some time flying around the forest as the sun set, looking for other Pokemon I needed, some of which only spawn at night. I was able to catch both the nocturnal Pokemon I was after in Noctowl and a Hoothoot to bring my total to 26 Pokemon before sleeping away the night. The next morning, I decided to craft myself a link cable and evolve Octavian into one of my favorite Pokemon, Scizor. Octavian is now ready to evolve. There we go. Oh, look at that. With Scizor evolved, I can now teach it False Swipe, a move that will greatly aid in catching Pokemon, as it is unable to knock a Pokemon out. I continued searching the forest for Pokemon in hopes of a Cyndaquil spawning, and spent time battling wild Pokemon and leveling up my party and gaining friendship in the meantime. Eventually, I came across a thermal cave buried deep in the hillside, where I was able to encounter a Steelix. Steelix, let's go! We need you! Look at that! Steelix. Get in the ball. Let's go! After catching the Steelix, I left the cave on the back of Alfred and made my way back to the lab to check out my brand new addition. Oh, it's level 50. Oh, I can ride it too? Oh, this is gonna look sick. Wait. He's huge. Let's go! Oh, I can't see. Shoot. Dude, he's huge. What the heck? Once I had checked out Bands the Steelix and gave him some more desirable moves, I noticed I was running low on quick balls, so I took a minute to craft more before heading back into the forest in the evening. Here I caught a Ledian, a Pineco, as well as a Murkrow before the morning of day 9. Day 259? Yeah, that's way easier. Deal with it. That morning, I was able to catch a Stantler to boost my total to 32 and spend the next bit of time doing my best to raise the friendship of my Pokemon. It was taking longer than expected, even with the Soothe Bells, so my chat suggested I catch new EVs and Friend Balls, a ball that immediately sets a captured Pokemon's friendship to 150. Unfortunately, I didn't have any green apricorns somehow, so I had to hold off for the time being. In the meantime, I kept searching the forest around the lab for a Cyndaquil. In previous challenges, it felt like I'd seen one spawn nearly every half hour, but now that I was looking for one, that just wasn't the case. I did end up finding a Dartrix on the night of day 260, so at least I knew I was getting ultra rare spawns. Oh, a Dartrix, why? Look it, I feel like we found a Dartrix last time. I spent the rest of the night training and trying to boost my party's friendship until finally the next morning, one of my Pokemon was happy to be part of my team. Right now. Yeah! Alfred! Guys, Alfred! Finally! Yeah, we got Crobat. Woo! With Crobat now added to the party, I would be able to fly around the world faster than I ever have before thanks to its high speed stat. I was also slightly concerned that my EVs weren't getting any closer to evolving, as it felt like they had been stuck between 120 and 130 friendship for a while now. I tried giving them XP candies, but that didn't make much of a difference. While running through the woods, I encountered another wild EV and decided to place it in a boat to catch in a friend ball. I went and found myself a green apricorn sapling, bone mealed it for apricorns before finding a wild Politoed to bring me to 34 Pokemon. Politoed! Look at that, we got a Politoed! Yay! Politoed! Come here. There we go, Politoed! Can I make friend balls and catch this Eevee? Friend ball! With the friend balls, I was able to catch the Eevee, giving it 150 friendship, meaning it was only 10 points away from being able to evolve. I swapped it into my party for one of the other Eevees and gave it a Soothe Bell to hold before heading out to the forest across the river to train it. After switch training the Eevee for the rest of the day, I encountered a wild Slowking on the shoreline. Ooh, there's a Slowking! Look at that! Ooh, look at that! Slowking! I defeated a Whirlipede shortly after to get one of my Eevees the last little bit of friendship it required to be able to evolve. Woo! Umbreon! After evolving Eevee into Umbreon, I continued to train my other Eevee through the night. The next day, I decided since Cyndaquil wasn't spawning, I'd return to the flower forest I passed through earlier to hunt more Pokemon I needed while attempting to raise Eevee's happiness. Shortly after arriving, I was able to catch a Sudowoodo to bring me to 37 Pokemon. I traveled back and forth through the valley, reloading the spawns until I encountered a Pokemon I was not expecting. It's a command. Oh, there's a Larvitar! Who called it? Someone called it. There's a Larvitar. Who called it? Look at that. Woo! As pumped as I was to catch a Larvitar this early in the challenge, I decided against adding it as a party member in fear of running into a Pupitar or a Tyranitar down the road. I continued searching for Pokemon through the night and raising my second Eevee's friendship. I caught an Ariados I noticed up in a tree and mined into a mountain to catch a Cleffa that appeared on my map. The next morning, something else finally happened. There we go. Eevee! Oh! Into Espeon. I don't want to do it in the rain, so we're going to wait. Because I'm a sucker for aesthetics, I decided to wait out the rain to evolve my Eevee into Espeon, fittingly under the morning sun to bring me to 41 Pokemon caught for the challenge. Yay, Eevee! I mean, yay, Espeon! With Crobat, Umbreon, and now Espeon all crossed off the list, there was only one friendship Pokemon left for me to worry about. But we won't be tackling that till much later in the challenge. Still around the Sunflower Plains and Floral Valley, I encountered 2 Tyrogue, one to keep and one to hopefully evolve into a Hitmontop later on. I also caught a Girafarig to boost my total once again before spending the next day flying around on Alfred looking for anything I needed. Sadly, I only managed to find more Tyrogue, but luckily one of them had the correct stat line to be able to evolve into a Hitmontop. While sorting through my PC boxes, I realized there was a Pokemon that spawned commonly in the Sunflower Plains I had yet to catch. Okay, well we're gonna do that before this ends. Like, for sure gonna do that. Though Sunkern was the 5th most common spawn in this biome, I had yet to see one at this point. After about 10 or so minutes, I was able to finally find one and catch it to bring my total to 44 Pokemon on day 270 before heading home for a reset. Hey, you? How'd you get there, huh? How'd you get in that boat? It's perfect. It suits you. After placing Sunkern in its designated spot, I took a minute to go over my progress to find I was roughly 1/3 of the way through the challenge. If only I was talking about recording time and not completion percentage. The next Pokemon I would go after I left up to my chat, and after a quick poll, it was decided that I'd be heading to the desert or a Badlands in search of a Skarmory. Following a short flight, I had arrived at a Savannah Badlands where I was able to catch 2 Phanpy, one of which I was able to evolve into a Donphan immediately after to bump my total by 2 Pokemon. Ooh, look at that! Yeah, Donphan. After spending a good chunk of time searching for Skarmory with no luck, I decided to set out in search of a desert biome to hunt it instead, as I somehow had yet to find one in this world. Over under 5 minutes before we find a desert. What do we think? How long does it take to find a desert? I feel like deserts usually spawn on the edge of jungles, so maybe not this jungle, but... I followed the rivers and waterways on the back of Colin through many different biomes with no sight of a desert. I eventually found myself on top of a hill in a cherry biome where I slept till the morning of day 274. Here, I was able to catch a Fortress, and just a bit further down the river, I entered a snowy plains where I caught a Swinub and a Pillow-Swine. Beautiful. Later in the evening, I stumbled into a cave which just so happened to be the home of an Ursaring, which I was able to catch to bring me to 50 Pokemon caught. Upon making my way to the top of a blooming plateau, I encountered a Dunsparce, which I was able to catch to boost my total by 1. Oh, Dunsparce! That's a new Pokemon. We don't have that yet. Look at that. Yay, Dunsparce. Though I had caught 7 Pokemon since departing from the lab, that was almost 6 full in-game days ago, and I had yet to find a desert, which is what I set out to do in the first place. I decided to direct my full focus into locating a desert until finally on the night of day 276, I found one. Waking up in the morning, it was time to actually start my hunt for Skarmory after setting out 7 days ago, and it didn't take long at all. I think it's a rare / check spawn rare? Skarmory, it's a rare spawn. Oh, there's one right there, look at that! There's a Skarmory over here somewhere. I love the way Skarmory looks. Where is it? There it is. Can you, like, you're ruining my shot, Colin. And not only that, you don't learn waterfall or anything. Look at that. Skarmory. Oh yeah, what a beautiful Pokemon. Oh. It only took one quick ball before I was able to catch Skarmory to bring my total to 52 Pokemon. I took a quick moment to sort through my PC and to check out my new armored bird before deciding which Pokemon I would go after next. Alright, well, we found Skarmory. What do we want to find next? What of the pole Pokemon is hardest to find? Well, we haven't found a Cyndaquil or a Chikorita yet. Probably one of the starters considering the spawn buckets. I wouldn't mind returning to the swamp and going for Chikorita again. Larvitar is the next hunt? Sounds good. I returned to the lab to get prepared to set out for another hunt, and quickly took the time to evolve one of the Tyrogues I had caught into a Hitmontop. With Beyblade added to my party, I harvested some apricorns and crafted some Pokeballs before setting off to hunt for another Larvitar. Larvitar spawns in mountain biomes such as the Stony Peaks, so that's where I would search first. On my way there, I came across yet another Johto Pokemon I needed. Oh, Delibird! That's a Johto Pokemon. Hello, Delibird. Delibird is one of the Pokemon that exists. Of all time. Delibird, and it's added to the team. With Delibird caught, I continued moving towards my destination until I arrived during the nighttime. Since I was always finding I was in need of different ores and minerals, I spent the majority of my time waiting for a Larvitar, mining coal, iron, and the occasional emeralds on the surface. I also spent a large chunk of time trading my party Pokemon, as a bunch of the legendaries I'd have to hunt down the road were level 60 or above, so I'd want to ensure my team was ready should I run into any of them accidentally at any point. A handful of days had passed and not a single new Pokemon spawned. Before ending the stream that day, I wanted to get at least one more ultra rare crossed off the list, so I decided to swap biomes once again and made my way to a Sunflower Plains located a little closer to my lab. Not too long after arriving, we got exactly what we wanted. Chikorita! There's a Chikorita! Look at that! We did it! We got one! Look at that! Yeah! W! Let's go! You're the duck! You're the duck! Who doubted? Who doubted? With Chikorita captured and added to the total, I quickly made my way back to the lab to check out my new member. Someone in my chat suggested I nicknamed him Botanist, so I decided I'd go with Mark Watney. Let me know if you get that reference down in the comments. In between streams, I also added a data pack to my game which adds new level up moves to our Pokemon that they could normally learn, making a bunch of my Pokemon much more viable. Mainly calling my Feraligatr, who was still only rocking with Water Gun. Yeah. With my party's moves sorted out, I decided the next Pokemon I wanted to go after would be a Cyndaquil, seeing as I had caught one of the other two starter lines already, so I set out on Alfred. On my way there, I stopped and gave an XP share to Mark Watney so I could start working on evolving it into Meganium. I flew through the night until arriving in a large forest on day 286 where I could start my hunt for Cyndaquil. I was a bit surprised I hadn't found one yet, as they usually tend to spawn fairly often if you spend enough time in a forest, but this time it was making me work. I spent a handful of days and nights running through the forests and resetting the spawns with no luck. At one point, Slippy, one of the Cobblemon directors, dropped into the stream and named one of our Pokemon. Do you have a preferred Pokemon, Slippy, that you want me to name Vert is better? Slippy. Slippy is no longer allowed to name Pokemon. Whatever. I hate it here. I hate it here, chat. This forest was not working out for me. It rained through the entirety of day 291, making it 7 in-game days since I had last added to my total. Luckily, I had made my way down into a large mantle cave to mine some ores in the evening, where I accidentally bumped into a Pokemon I finally needed. Oh, a Magcargo. Wait a minute. We need that. We don't have that, I don't think. Here, we do not have a Magcargo. Into the fire. Hey, there we go. First Pokemon of the day. With Magcargo captured, I continued on through the caves looking for a Slugma, and was able to catch one as well to bring my total to 57 Pokemon. Slugma, I always forget, is a Johto Pokemon. Always. With 2 new additions to my total, I'm in my way back to the surface on the morning of day 292 to continue searching for my next starter Pokemon. That night, I encountered a Gloom and realized I would need a Blossom to complete the Living Dex, so I caught one just in case. Boom! The next morning, I decided I would finally evolve Mark Watney from a Chikorita into a Meganium, as Meganium has an insanely low spawn rate, so it's very unlikely I'd run into one later on. Right? I don't think we're finding a wild Meganium. Oh! Look at that! Oh, look at that! Yay! Meganium! Look how pretty! We can ride on Mark Watney. Oh, it's so cute! With Meganium added to my party, I decided I could also take the time to evolve the Gloom I caught into Blossom, as I had found a Sunstone while I was in the thermal caves. Oh! So small! Little hula! Look at that. I continued my trudge through the trees until day 293. I had been searching the forest on and off for a Cyndaquil since the start of this challenge back on day 250 and still had seen no sign of one. That evening, as the sun went down, I encountered an ultra rare Pokemon, but once again it was just a Rowlet. Eventually, I decided to switch biomes once again to the Moonlight Forest, as both Chikorita and Cyndaquil can spawn there. And after less than a day... Guys, there's a Chikorita on my screen. There's a Chikorita. There's a Chikorita. Where are you? Oh! With Mark Watney in the back. Even though I counted the first Chikorita towards the total, I'm counting this one as well, as we just evolved Mark Watney into Meganium without counting it. I'm doing it right this time. No mistakes. Shortly after catching Chikorita, I encountered my favorite Pokemon in Chimchar, so it seemed my ultra rare luck was starting to return. Noticing I was running low on food, however, I decided now would be a good time to make a trip back to the lab to grab more, as well as drop off all the items I'd collected in my inventory. Once I had replenished my food stores, I also took the time to make a backpack, as I had totally forgotten I had access to them. I immediately upgraded it to a diamond backpack, so this will help my adventure inventory situation drastically. While I was back, my chat suggested I take the time to explore the ocean quickly, as there were still a handful of ocean Pokemon I needed, such as Mantine, Chinchou, Lantern, Octillery, and Remoraid, the latter of which I was able to catch immediately. Soon after, I also caught a Lantern, as well as a Chinchou, to bring me to 62 Pokemon caught. I also managed to catch a second Remoraid afterwards to evolve into Octillery. Okay, can we just appreciate how stanced up for Alligator is under the water? He looks so cool. What else do we need? We need Corsola. I think that one might be around Reef, or the Warm Ocean. Is Lukewarm Ocean? Oh, there we go. That's so far. Oh, look at that. Octopus. Cute. With Octillery evolved and my 3 most recent entries to my Living Dex sorted in my PC, I slept through the night and set out for the Warm Ocean on the morning of day 297. After a short flight, I arrived at the Warm Ocean and began my search for Corsola. Within a few minutes, I got another ocean spawn that I totally forgot I needed in Quillfish. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you're... I'm glad you're able to find... Oh, Quillfish. We need that too. Boom. Quillfish. Not too long after catching Quillfish, I was able to find a Corsola to put me just past the halfway mark in this challenge. Oh, Corsola! Hi! Hi! With all the remaining ocean Pokemon caught, except for Mantine and Kingdra, and one other notable omission, but that will be much later on, I decided to try and hunt some remaining ultra rare spawns in the Moonlight Forest again, as all of Larvitar, Chikorita, and Cyndaquil can spawn there. This feels like an unlucky place. This feels like a lucky place. We got a Chikorita here immediately. We've seen Pokemon spawn here, just not what I want. It's like the law of average. It'll even out at some point, and we will get something that I want. So we will take any Chikorita stage that is not a Meganium. If we find a Meganium, I'll scream. Yeah, this next one's on me. Dude, there's no way. There's no way. Like, there's no way. Guys, what did I just say? What did I just say out loud? I said it like 2 minutes ago. Are you kidding me? This is not... That's not Mark Watney. Our Chikorita line would be done. Like, unbelievable. I can't... Like, well, we can keep Mark Watney on the team at least. To be fair, that Meganium spawning was only a 0.33% chance within the 0.2 ultra rare spawn chance, so can you really blame me? Also, this Gibble spawned immediately after, which is another ultra rare spawn in this biome. Cool. The next day, my spawn luck continued. Dude, like, come on. Are we seeing this right now? I guarantee you I will not have this luck. Like, I will not have this luck later on. That makes 2 Chimchar line spawns in the last 4 in-game days in this biome, so that means I'll easily be able to find them once it comes to doing the Sinnoh Living Dex, right? Right? Also, this happened 4 minutes later. Dude, what is going on? What is going on? Look at this. What is happening? Brendan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pond. I'm gonna lose my mind. Upon defeating Chestnut, I slept till the morning and realized it was my 300th day in this world. Which is not the most time I've spent in one Cobblemon world, but still it's a large milestone. And you're not going to believe what happened on day 300. Nothing. Nothing happened. But that's okay, because on day 301... A Larvitar! Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god! We got a Larvitar! Wait! Where are you? Oh, we got another Larvitar. We got another Larvitar. Alright. I'm not hitting this thing. Please just catch. Let's go! We got a Larvitar! With Larvitar bringing me to 66 Pokemon in this challenge, that also makes, I believe, 7 ultra rare spawns in this biome over the last 6 in-game days, so I decided to continue searching to see if my luck would continue, and thankfully the next day it did. Let's go! Woo! We got a Cyndaquil! There we go! Oh my god, where are you? Where are you? Guys, look at Cyndaquil! There we go! Oh my god, and it's a regular one. Yeah, there he is. Boy. Yeah, we got Cyndaquil. Woo! With Cyndaquil finally added to the Living Dex total, I wanted to take a break from hunting Pokemon in this forest and come back to it later for another change of pace. I decided I'd head to the Nether for the next few Pokemon I'd want to look for, but before I could do that, I got distracted. I decided to finally work on getting mending on my Pokerod, as I'll need to use it quite a bit later in this challenge. I made my way over to the nearby village, and after not long, I was able to grab mending for my Pokerod, as well as a new Pokemon. The Smeargle, look at that ugly thing. Wait, do I have a Smeargle? I don't have a Smeargle yet. Haha, look at him. Oh, it's this guy's Smeargle. He's like, oh no, it's his buddy. Yeah, look at that. With Smeargle captured, I returned home and added Cyndaquil to my party to level, as well as name him Blaze for someone in my chat. I also added the mending book to my Pokerod, meaning I'd never have to craft and enchant another one again. With that little side quest out of the way, I could finally make my trip to the Nether. As I mentioned, there were a small handful of Pokemon I needed to catch here, the first of which I was able to find immediately. Hey you. You're kidding me. I caught a Larvitar, I caught a Cyndaquil, and I caught a Smeargle with Quick Balls. But this guy, you gotta be joking. What a joke. Oops. Oh, critical catch, that's right. With Magby out of the way, my next hunt would take me to a warped forest, and like Magby, it took no time at all. There we go, Misdreavus. Light work. Boom, there we go. Misdreavus brought me to 70 Pokemon in the challenge, however the next edition would not be as easy as the last two. Houndour is a rare spawn in the Nether Wastes biome, and I will say this definitely took a lot longer than I expected. While waiting, I spent some time mining quartz for XP, as well as gathering gold nuggets before Houndour finally spawned. Oh, there's a Houndour! I see a Houndour. There it is. Oh, it's so tiny. Look at the thing. It's so small. Look at the little guy. Little tiny dog! Baby puppy dog. Puppy dog. I like it. We need one more. Okay, I didn't realize Houndour would be this hard to find. I thought that I'd walk into the Nether and just find it immediately. And I'd be like, okay, cool, we got Houndour, guys. We did some Nether catching. I kind of like that it's a little hard to find. Oh, another Houndour. There we go. Where are you? Baby dog. There it is. In front of more Firestones. There we go. We're done. We're done in the Nether, I think. With 2 Houndour caught, I grabbed some Firestones quickly before heading back to the overworld and grabbing one of them from my PC to evolve into Houndour. Oh, look at that. Houndoom. With Houndoom evolved under the moonlight, I returned it to its place in the PC before deciding what my next hunt would be. After a bit of deliberation, I decided I would return to the swamp with my Pokerod and attempt to try to fish up a Totodile. On the morning of day 305, I made my way over to a mangrove swamp to start the hunt. I removed all the Pokemon from my party so that I wouldn't have to battle every encounter that came up and fished until the evening. Time to fish. I then decided I would head back to my original swamp area where I started the challenge to build a fishing dock. I hopped on the back of Alfred to make my way over there before someone in my chat pointed out I could use lumberries to boost my chances of reeling in a Totodile. Every berry provides a different boost when fishing, and lumberries in this case add a 10 times multiplier to Pokemon belonging to the monster egg group, which Totodile does. Because of this, I made a quick stop at the lab to grab the required berries necessary to breed a lumberry. Fishing Cobblemon. Is a lumberry 10 chance out for dragon or monster egg group? I can do that. Here we go. Berry time. What else is new? Frickin' berries, man. See what you guys made me do. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah, exactly. Can I just do this to get a lumberry? Or does it need to be grown? I don't understand how any of this works. Did I get the berry? I didn't get it, the berry. Well, I guess we're going into the nether. After running out of bone meal trying for a lumberry, I made another quick side trip, this time to the nether in search of bone blocks. I gathered a pretty large amount while I was here, mostly so I wouldn't have to come back again before returning to the lab to try to get a lumberry. Okay, I don't need more than 45. I'll get... Oh, there's a lumberry right there. Cool, so now we can head over to that swamp. Now, with the lumberry, I made my way back to the swamp where I wanted to build my fishing outpost and started working on growing a small berry patch beside the river. Here goes Berry Boy. What percentage of my Cobblemon career has been this screen? Yeah, at least 52%. Okay. Once I had planted a decent-sized lumberry crop, I got started on clearing out an area before building a small, simple fishing dock. Get rid of a bunch of this mud here. We'll go like so. After working on it through the night, the morning meant it was finally time to get back to hunting for Totodile using the lumberries. I wasn't sure how effective they would be, but seeing as it boosts both monster and dragon egg group spawns, I think they were definitely working. That's a monster, right? That counts as a monster. Oh, a Goomy! That's kind of neat. I spent the rest of the day fishing until my spot filled up with Gyarados. I harvested what lumberries had grown before jumping in a boat and heading down the river to reset the spawns quickly. Once all of the Pokemon had despawned, I returned to the dock to fish until someone in chat pointed out a Pokemon I had forgotten I needed. Don't I need a normal Wooper? I do need a normal Wooper. Oh, I do need a normal Wooper. Good call. Thank you. There we go, normal Wooper. I almost forgot. With Wooper bringing me to 73 Pokemon, it was also my first Pokemon added to the total in over an hour of fishing, so the berries didn't seem to be helping entirely. I fished all the way through until the afternoon of day 309 when I ran out of lumberries, but something crazy happened. Okay, last cast. Last cast, luck. There's no way! Are you serious? Yo, what? Hold on. What the heck? Where are you? Wait, where'd it go? There it is. Look at that! Throw a dive ball. Yeah, we got Croconaw! Look at that! Oh my god! After catching Croconaw, I decided to continue fishing for a little bit to see if I could cross off the final Pokemon needed for the evolution line in Totodile. Once I had reset the spawns, I kept fishing through to day 311 where I caught a Drizzile, followed by a first stage water starter I did not need. Oh, come on, man. A Squirtle? Don't diss the little guy. Listen, I like Squirtle as much as the next person, but I don't like Squirtle now. I've seen so many Squirtle. With my fishing luck having seemingly run its course, I figured I could always come back later on in the challenge and decided that I would head back to the Moonlight Forest once again to finish the stream as I seemed to have good luck there. And I was definitely right to do so. No way, we got a shiny? What is it? Oh, gossip. I don't care about you. Guys, we got a shiny. Look at that, a shiny, guys. Isn't this awesome? This is so nice. Look at, guys. Look at the shiny. Isn't that a cool shiny, everyone? It's so nice. Anyways, none of that distraction's out of the way. Now, some of you may be upset by this, but it is the rule. I just follow it. But the craziest part is, barely 2 minutes later... Oh, guys! Shiny Pineco! Shiny Pineco! Look at the shiny Pineco! We can catch it! We can catch it! Look it! Look it! Shiny... Oh, no, wait a minute. He can explode. I'm not messing with this. It's from Johto. It's a Johto Pokemon. There we go! Let's go! What the heck? I haven't seen a shiny in like 2 or 3 streams, and we just see 2 in like 2 minutes. With 2 shinies appearing within the span of 2 minutes, I figured I would find another ultra-rare Pokemon relatively soon, preferably one I needed, but that sadly was not the case. I went 3 days without running into anything at all and decided to end the stream for the day and return the following day with a different game plan. Like I said yesterday, what we're going to do is probably try to work on knocking off some of the easier Pokemon. I don't know what we want to go for first. I feel like if we go to the Badlands, we can knock off Natu, Xatu, and Gligar. We can work on grabbing Mantine, and then a Deep Sea Scale for Kingdra. But I think Badlands is the way to go right now. I wasted no time and started off on my journey towards the nearest Badlands. Shortly after arriving, I was able to cross my first Pokemon of the day off in Natu to bring me to 75 Pokemon. I then made my way down to a nearby ocean to start my hunt for Kingdra. Someone in my chat suggested I attempt to fish it up with my Pokérod, so I quickly traveled back to my swap outpost to grab my rod before returning to begin fishing. I brought some Lumberries with me to boost my odds of reeling into Kingdra, since they boost the odds of pulling up Dragon Egg group Pokemon, and I immediately was able to reel in a Skrelp as well as a Gyarados shortly after. I managed to fish up a Seadra, which I was able to catch, followed by the Dragon Scale needed to evolve it a few casts later. I fished up quite a few more Dragon Pokemon until the night set in, and decided I would just evolve Seadra into Kingdra using the scale. I grabbed one of my link cables from storage back at my lab, and went back to the ocean once again to evolve Seadra into Kingdra to bring me to 76 Pokemon caught. Kingdra, here we go. Here we go. Kingdra, yeah. Wait, can I ride on it? Think I can ride on it? Yeah, you can ride on a Kingdra? That's so sick. Look at this. With Henry obtained and Kingdra crossed off the list, there was another Pokemon I wanted to grab while I was in the Badlands. Gligar. However, Gligar only spawns at night, so I'd have to wait a while before I'd be able to hunt for it. For the time being, the next Pokemon that spawned would have to do. There's a Larvitar! There's a Larvitar! Yo! Yo! Guys, we did it! We got the whole Tyranitar line! Let's go! That's crazy! That's crazy! Look at that! Yay! We got Larvitar! Look at that! Well done, Octavian. Well done. With the final Larvitar needed to complete the evolution line caught, I added it to my party to start leveling it for evolving. I flew around the Badlands with Larvitar until the sun had set and began searching for Gligar. Before long, I was able to locate one and catch it to bring me to 77 Pokemon. Yeah, Gligar. The next morning, I was also able to catch a second Natu, which I was able to evolve into a Xatu to boost my total again by 1. My next target during this stream would be Snubbull and Granbull, which had me looking for a village. Once I had arrived in one, it took only a few minutes for one to spawn, and I was able to catch it. Oh, Snubbull, there we go. Right there. I totally forgot that's what it looked like. I was looking for a purple Pokemon. This definitely gets takedown. Oh, critical catch. There we go. Snubbull. Oh, wait, it can evolve. I'm gonna wait for another one to show up, just in case we find a Granbull. With Snubbull caught, I only needed Granbull before I could leave. I battled a wild Rapidash with Colin and was able to get Larvitar the XP needed to evolve into Pupitar. Larvitar, ready to evolve. Here we go. Into Pupitar. Knock Pupitar off the list. Woo! There we go. Look at that. Pupitar. Boom. Now only needing Tyranitar to complete the line, I swapped Pupitar out for another Larvitar and gave that one the EXP share. I started training around the village, still waiting for a Granbull or another Snubbull, and as the night came, I was able to find one. Feel good about my selection now. Oh, another Snubbull. There we go. Knock Snubbull and Granbull off the list. Where are you? Come here. Boom, Snubbull. After catching the second Snubbull, I slept through the night before evolving my first one I had caught into Granbull, bringing my total on day 317 to 80 Pokemon. I placed both Snubbull and Granbull in their designated spots in the PC before checking what Pokemon I had remaining. I noticed I had never caught a Sunflora back near the beginning of the challenge and decided I would go get one next. I flew home on Alfred to take my teleporter to the Sunflower Plains where I waited. I was wondering why they took so long to show up, considering they are a 4% chance within the common spawn bucket, but then I realized that was only near actual sunflowers, which makes sense. It took me till the next morning to find a Sunkern, but once I did, I was able to catch it before returning to the lab to grab a Sunstone and evolve it into a Sunflora, bringing me to 81 Pokemon. Sunny boy. Oh my god, Psyduck, he's like, what is going on? Psyduck, you idiot. I'm so sorry for him, guys. Sitting at 81 Pokemon in my Living Dex, I only needed 19 Pokemon to complete the Johto Pokédex, not including the 25 additional unknown variants. I realized that I hadn't spent much time below ground throughout this challenge, so I went looking for a lush cave in hopes of finding a Shuckle. I was able to find one close to my lab using my map, but it wasn't as open as I had hoped for, so I had to dig a little bit. While attempting to find a larger cave, a Shuckle spawned on my map. Oh, there's a Shuckle! Look at that! Hey! Our boy. Shuckle. Hey, there he is. Look at him. Look at him moving along there. He was shiny. It's Quick Ball. Oh, it'll be perfect. Perfect! With Shuckle added to the total and bringing me to 82 Pokemon, I had nothing else to catch down here, so I left a Waystone and fast traveled home. After sleeping away the night and waking up on day 320, I decided I'd visit another biome I had yet to hunt Pokemon in, the Snowy Plains. Though I'd already caught 80% of the total Johto Pokemon, not including the unknowns, this moment to me signals what I consider to be the 1/3 completion mark of this challenge. All of the remaining Pokemon I had yet to catch would give me trouble in one way or another, which made it feel like I had finished the early stages of these types of challenges, where every Pokemon I saw was a new encounter, and I was now left with the rarest spawns. There are quite a few Pokemon I need that can spawn near this frozen village, including but not limited to Smoochum, Chansey or Blissey, Sneasel just over the hill, as well as the 3 legendary beasts, which can be found all over. However, there's one other Pokemon that I still need that I can create the spawn conditions for in Porygon. Porygon spawns in the vicinity of a PC block, so by creating a small open area filled with PCs, in theory it should have a decent chance at spawning. It was now just a waiting game for something I needed to show up. The next day, Chat and I found a new way to hunt for Pokemon. By flying high enough on a Pokemon and waiting roughly 15 to 30 seconds before descending, the spawns would reset, allowing me to stay in one spot while waiting for Pokemon I needed to spawn. I repeated this process for a while until the sun set on day 322 and decided I should try and find a Sneasel in the cold shrubland right beside the village. Like Gligar earlier, Sneasel only spawns at nighttime, so this is the only time I'd be able to find one. I searched through the entire night and was luckily able to find one right as the sun rose. Oh, Sneasel, thank God. Holy, that took so long. Sneasel, there we go, look at him. Cool, Sneasel. With Sneasel caught and added to the Living Dex, I could make my way back to the village. I glossed over this a few minutes ago, but all 3 legendary beasts or dogs can also be found here, with Suicune obviously having the highest spawn rate. But just like the legendary birds from the Kanto Living Dex challenge, they can be found anywhere in the overworld. Now, if you saw that video, you'll remember I encountered and caught a Zapdos extremely early on in that challenge, and managed to see more than one of each of the trio throughout the duration of the video. So much so that it got to the point where I was a little annoyed anytime I encountered one. I figured it would be a similar case with the Johto trio during this challenge, but seeing as I'm over 70 days into the video with none showing, I felt that now would be a good time to mention it. There's a Porygon! Look at that! Oh, thank God, we got a Porygon. Porygon, look at you. Yeah. Yo! What do I do? Wait, there's a Raikou. There's a Raikou. Yo! Guys! I can't. I don't have vote. I don't care. I don't care about the Porygon. I do not care about the Porygon. Timeout. Oh my god. Timeout. Oh dear. I don't care about Porygon. I can't boat it. I don't have a boat. Okay. I have no wood. How far? Wait, I'm gonna try to push this thing. Push you this way. I don't want it to despawn. Hold on. I want the Porygon too. Just a second. So here's what I'm gonna do. Boat the Porygon. Time out. You're coming this way. Get in there. There we go. Okay, we're safe. We got both. Oh! He's stanced up. Look at him. Oh my god. Look at him. He's so sick. What level is it? 60. Oh my god. Nope. Don't know why I thought that. Okay. I don't want to hit it. That's the thing. I'm just going to keep throwing balls at it. I don't think it has any recoil moves, but I don't care because... Oh, I thought for a second. Bye, Alfred. It's going to run my entire team right here. I have to try and false swipe it. I think that's the lowest I'm getting it in health. I don't even have a healing machine with me. Let's go! Oh my god! We just did it! Let's go! Raikou, off the list. Where am I going? Oh no, where am I going? Having barely caught Raikou, I was able to heal up my party and return to catch the Porygon as the sun set before checking out my brand new party member. Oh, look at that. It's so clean. We can ride it. We finally have a fast ride Pokemon. It's so fast. Once I had swapped out some moves, it was back to searching for any of the village spawns I needed. On day 324, I was able to find a Happiny, but since it originates from Generation 4, unlike Chansey, I wouldn't be able to use it to obtain Blissey. I had been searching for a Smoochum as well for over 5 in-game days without seeing one, so when it finally spawned, I was pretty relieved to cross another Pokemon off my list. Oh my god, a Smoochum! Let's go! Oh my god, where is it? There it is. Thank the Lord. We got a Smoochum. Oh my god. We can leave the frozen biome now, right? I think that's what that means. As happy as I was to be leaving, it wouldn't be the last time, as I'll be returning many more times much later on. For now, I returned to the lab to get prepared for my next hunt. I gathered some apricorns and crafted more Pokeballs before setting out in search of a Mantine. Mantine is a submerged uncommon spawn in lukewarm and warm oceans, but it has a minimum Y level requirement of 48, meaning I'd have to stay close enough to the surface for it to spawn. While waiting for one to spawn, I kept training my final Larvitar until it was finally level 55 and ready to evolve into Tyranitar. Larvitar's level 55, let's go! Tyranitar time. Yeah, and then right away. Tyranitar time. Boom, look at him. Yeah. Actually, I think it's a her. After evolving Larvitar into Tyranitar, I realized I hadn't evolved my Porygon into Porygon 2 yet, so I went back to the lab to get that done. I organized my PC before heading into my storage room to craft the required upgrade for Porygon before evolving it. Yay, Porygon 2, there we go. With Porygon 2 evolved, I placed it in my PC and did a bit of organizing and team rearranging before jumping into what would be my next headache of a hunt. And I mean it. To find the next Pokemon I'd want to catch, I'd be heading down deep into the caves once again. Wobbuffet is a Pokemon that supposedly spawns as a rare spawn anywhere in the overworld where there's a skylight level of 7 or less. And since I've only ever seen Wynaut spawn underground in mine shafts and massive caverns, that's where I would be searching. Once I arrived deep in the cave system, however, I checked to see if a Wobbuffet could spawn, and to my surprise, it said it couldn't. Okay, let me just check. Pardon? Uh-oh. Does Wobbuffet not spawn? Is that a thing? Maybe it needs a little more, like, space to spawn. I don't know. Uh-oh. I've never seen that before. As I mentioned earlier during the rules, I can't catch any lower stage Pokemon and evolve them if they originate from a later generation. But in this case, I wasn't sure what to do since I couldn't say for sure whether or not it was a possible spawn. That's odd. I don't know. I don't know if that's what I'll have to do. It might be. I mean, I'd really love to not break that rule, but like if it's a necessary rule break, then I mean, I can't do anything about it. Like no matter where I go, it doesn't appear. But then, someone in my chat noticed it was able to spawn in one of the spots I had checked. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Spawns. Where was that? Where was that? Wobbuffet. Oh, this is going to be so annoying. Okay, Wobbuffet here. Okay, so there's a Mawile over there. I think it's in dark areas. So, like, if I go up here, Wobbuffet 7. Okay. So it can't be around lava, maybe? Wobbuffet 5%. This is going to be annoying. This is going to be an annoying hunt. This might be the worst one. I tried altering the spawn conditions by removing lava and dripstone to see if it helped the rates at all, but it didn't seem to do anything. I also tried different light sources like torches and glowstone, but nothing seemed to change. While I was testing out different strategies, a very unique Pokemon spawned. Yes. 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 Oh, what's this? Why is that not showing as a... Yo, it's a Crystal Onyx! What the heck? Guys! This is a Crystal Onyx! Look at... Oh, come on. Come on. Uh-oh. It's from one of the add-ons. I don't know. I'll have to... Yes! Let's go. Look at... Oh, man. Look at it. Isn't that cool? I don't know how to show the differences here. Regular Onyx? Crystal Onyx. Isn't that sick? I think that's pretty cool. I think it's cool. Crystal Onyx wasn't a Pokemon I considered finding ever, but I'm glad I was able to catch at least one interesting Pokemon as Wobbuffet continued to evade me. At one point, I attempted to cover the lava lake with obsidian to see if the light it emitted negatively impacted its spawn chance, but that wasn't the case. I searched for roughly 2.5 days and had neither a Wynaut or a Wobbuffet spawn. I decided I'd spend the next bit of daytime on the surface to hunt for Chansey or Blissey in the village, and it's a good thing I did. There's a Cyndaquil! There's a Cyndaquil! Let's go! Let's go! You gotta be kidding me. Where is it? There you are. Yeah, Cyndaquil. Beautiful. Beautiful. That was worth it. It all works out in the end. Ah. Cyndaquil, there we go. With my second Cyndaquil of the challenge caught, that meant I could now evolve Blaze, my other Cyndaquil, into Quilava without having to worry about doubling up like I did with Meganium. Are you serious right now? Alright, well there it is. We got Quilava. Quilava brought me to 86 Pokemon for the Living Dex, leaving only 14 to go. If only this next Pokemon I found a minute later still counted. Yo, what is going on? A Charmander? Look at that. What is our luck? While my lucky streak was active, I figured I'd check the forest for my final Cyndaquil and Chikorita I needed to complete each of the lines while I was waiting for the sun to set before continuing my search for Wobbuffet. I'm going to go back to the Moonlight biome. And we're going to look for that last Chikorita. Dude, there's a Rowlet immediately. What is going on? We have found 3 starters in 5 minutes. Where are you? Easiest solution, Pokespawn? That's true. I could just do that. Hey guys, did some catching off camera. Just a PC full of Wobbuffets. It's actually not that hard. I figured it out. I can't show you how I did it, but just trust me, I figured it out. It's pretty picky, it seems. Pretty picky Pokemon. With the sun completely set, I decided to try searching the nearby caves for Wobbuffet this time, having no real idea if I'd be able to find one. I ended up finding my way into an infested cave where Wobbuffet had a spawn rate of slightly above 7%, and a little further in... Wobbuffet, 15%. Okay. Okay. Time out. We may have found the strat. Now we're cooking with onions. Because I'm gonna cry. Oh, so why not? There we go. That's something. This is gonna take a long time. We're getting a Wobbuffet today. Okay? Unless, of course, I can't. I searched the caves and caverns for another day until the Pokemon I was after appeared on the map. Guys, oh my god, it's here. There it is. Oh my god. Look at him. Holy. Look at, he's so silly. Oh, he's so silly. Patience? That's a good name. Patience is a good name for a Wobbuffet. After hours of searching, I had finally caught a Wobbuffet to bring my total on day 330 to 89 Pokemon. With it, I was able to finally leave the cave and return to the lab to check the progress on my Living Dex and organize my PC. And now the only Pokemon missing from this box is going to be unknown. First box, we're just missing the starters. We need one more Cyndaquil and one more Totodile. This is what the box is looking like. If I fill everything in. We're close, plus all the unknowns. But I think the next thing we're gonna do is try to get the last 3 starter Pokemon. With my next goal determined, I started my stream back in the Moonlight Forest yet again to hunt the Chikorita and Cyndaquil lines. I was only able to search until the sunset before it started to rain, and I was hit with an idea. All 3 of the legendary beasts have a chance to spawn anywhere in the world, but they also have unique multipliers and diminishers associated with each of them. For example, Entei has a higher chance of spawning in arid biomes as well as when the sun is out, whereas Suicune has a higher chance of spawning near water as well as a higher chance when it is raining. Because of this, I decided I would attempt to find a Suicune while it was snowing back near the frozen village. Depending on where I was on the river, Suicune had anywhere from an 11% chance to spawn here in the snow all the way up to a 32% chance. Of course, it's still an ultra rare spawn, so it won't be an easy find by any means. Eventually, the snow let up and I was forced to return to the forest empty-handed. Still, I was on the hunt for my next starter Pokemon. I searched for a little under 2 days with no rare spawns of any kind before I was finally able to find something I needed. Or was I? Cyndaquil, let's go! We're done with the Cyndaquil line! Oh my god! Look at... Oh no, wait, do you have a bow on your... Turn around. No, it's the wrong one! It's the wrong one! No! Can it evolve into Typhlosion? Can it evolve into regular Typhlosion? It can... Let's go! We're done! There we go! He's so... Look at it. He's so whimsical. Yay! Yay! Okay. It needs to be able to evolve into Typhlosion. Otherwise, it does not count. If you didn't know, you can catch the Hisuian starter Pokemon in Cobblemon, but I wasn't sure whether or not these variants were able to evolve into their standard forms. If this Cyndaquil couldn't evolve into a Johtoian Typhlosion, I'd have to find another. I gave it an XP share to hold and spent a little bit of time training it before it was time to finally find out. Wait. Everyone chill. Everyone chill. That's a regular Typhlosion! That's a regular Typhlosion, baby! That's a regular Typhlosion. There we go. In front of my monstrosity of a lab. Yay! With Quilava evolving into Typhlosion, I was able to complete the Cyndaquil evolution line and bring my total of the challenge on day 334 to 90 Pokemon caught. Only 10 Pokemon remaining. Since I had caught Cyndaquil relatively fast, I decided to keep the search for the final starters going, this time in the swamp looking for Totodile. I wanted to make sure I was stocked up on lumberries, so I took a quick side trip to the nether to grab bone blocks before returning to grow more berries. I spent the next 3 days fishing with no sign of a Totodile. I think on the third day, my patience might have reached a breaking point. What the heck? Are you kidding me? Like, come on. What are we doing? Oh man, I'm so silly. I forgot, totally. He's a crocodile. He's an alligator, so he's hanging out under the dock, waiting for me to jump in and bite my toes, right? Is that how it works? It'll only take a few casts. You gotta lure him out, and then he'll nibble. He'll think it's your feet. He's under there somewhere. I don't know where exactly. It's hard to see because he's, you know, blends in. Are you? I'm gonna cuss. You know what? Get over here. There you go. You're stuck there forever. Do you understand? Hey, you're stuck. Eventually, on day 339, it started to rain, and I decided I'd try to hunt Suicune again. But after one last cast. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What is this? What is going on? Why? What is it with this area? There's only second stage Pokemon here. You can't fish up anything else. This dock is cursed. And there's a Froakie over there! With all of that, I returned to the frozen village for the duration of the snowstorm to search for my next legendary beast. The bonus of hunting for Suicune here was I was still in need of a Blissey to complete my Living Dex, so encountering one or a Chansey even at this point would be welcomed as well. Sadly, the snow eventually cleared up and I was once again left without a new legendary. Because the swamp wasn't treating me well, I chose to switch up my hunt and go for Chikorita next. I flew back to the Sunflower Plains in Cherry Grove where I encountered my first one way back on day 284 in hopes of having similar luck once again. I searched many different biomes over the next full day cycle with no luck. As the sun rose on day 341, my descent into madness continued. A lovely morning here in the Sakura Grove as we await the arrival of the final of the Chikorita line. Either a Chikorita or a Bayleaf will do, as we have already acquired 2 Meganium. That's right, 2 Meganium. It's a lovely morning and hopefully we have the luck that we're looking for today. The cherry blossoms are in bloom and blowing their petals everywhere. Zip, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Chikorita! Woo! Move! Oh my god! Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yay! Look at you. We got it. Last one. Woo! There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get me out of here. With Chikorita caught, that meant I was now able to complete my second of 3 starter lines for the Living Dex, leaving only the Totodile line. While on my way back home, I decided to stop by a warm ocean and attempt to finally catch the Mantine that had evaded me a little while back. I spent another day searching for this Pokemon near the surface of the water. I eventually started trying to fish for it until I finally pulled one on day 342. Oh, there we go! Oh my god, finally. Holy. There we go. Oh my. Mantine, look at you. Look, he's so silly. Look at him. He's so silly. Yay, we got Mantine. Catching Mantine brought my total to 91 Pokemon, as well as that much closer to completing the challenge. I made my way back to land and found my way to a nearby village to start what I believe would end up being the longest non-legendary hunt of this challenge. Blissey. Or Chansey. Either would be fine. Both Pokemon spawn near villages, and since I can't catch a Happiny as it originates from Sinnoh, I'd have to hunt for one of the two. Seeing as I already had caught a Chansey for the Kanto Living Dex challenge, I knew I could do it again, I just wasn't prepared for the length of time it would actually take to hunt. Seeing as Chansey has a negative multiplier of times 0.25 during the nighttime, it would explain why I didn't have any luck after the sun went down, but I persisted nonetheless. While I was waiting, I realized I never evolved my extra Chikorita into Bayleaf, so I did that quickly to bring me to 92 Pokemon caught. I spent time in numerous villages over the course of the next stretch of days in the game and had no luck. I even traveled to the Snowy Village to dual hunt for Suicune, but of course I had no luck there as well. Even through snowstorms, this stretch of days was extremely difficult to get through. It was so tedious and uneventful, I had to hunt off stream, and even then nothing happened. Since this stretch of days was so uneventful, I feel like now would be a good time to quickly mention this. I finally launched a community Discord. I've had a ton of comments over the last few months asking about it, so I finally made one. It's definitely something I'm not entirely finished setting up, but it's now open to anyone who would like to join. I'll be posting my videos, live streams, and other links, including mod pack updates and tons of other different things in there, so if any of that interests you, feel free to join. I'll make sure to leave a link to join as well as a link to my mod pack page if you want to check that out in the description as well as in the comments. Flashing forward a few hours more into the hunt, it had now been approximately 6 or 7 hours of strictly searching for Chansey or Blissey in between streams with no success, and it was now day 360. 10 days past the 100-day mark of the challenge. I filled my time waiting by training my main party Pokemon, knowing I'd have to battle much stronger legendary Pokemon in not too much time, so ensuring they would be strong enough to hang in during those battles was important. Believe it or not, another entire in-game week passed and I had nothing to show for my time. On day 367, it started to rain, which meant it was once again time for me to try my luck in the frozen village. I continued battling stronger wild Pokemon while reloading the spawns, but by the time the snow let up, there was no sign of a Chansey or Suicune. Eventually, I returned to the village near my lab to continue my search. Oh! Oh my god! 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 What the heck? I'm streaming in like 5 minutes. Do I have a boat? Ha! I have a boat. Where's my mic? Oh my god. I'm gonna put this thing in a boat. Where are you? Come here. Come here. There we go. Oh, baby. Oh my god. That took so long. I don't even know what day it is. What day is it? Day 368. I've been searching for this, like, off stream forever. We're gonna catch this on stream. We're catching this guy on stream in about, what is it? About 8 minutes. That's hilarious. All right, well, I'm gonna cut to when we're live in stream real quick, and I'll see you guys then. Of course, my chat thought I was messing with them when I started my stream, saying it was a Ditto, but upon catching the Chansey, we were all hyped to be moving on from this nightmare of a hunt, as it meant I only had one Pokemon to catch before we entered the final stretch of the challenge. With only 7 total Pokemon remaining, I returned to the lab and slept through the night and traveled to my fishing outpost to commence my final non-legendary hunt of the challenge, and fittingly, the first Pokemon I hunted at the beginning of the video and never caught. Totodile. No! Squirtle, why? This was going to be annoying. In the chaos of catching Chansey, I had almost totally forgotten I still had to evolve it into a Blissey for it to count. I made my way back to the lab to quickly grab some berries to mutate to grow Kelpsie Berry, a berry that raises friendship by 10 stages each time it is consumed. Luckily, I had all the necessary berries needed for breeding it and was able to get into it right away. I crossed a Persim and a Chesto to make a Wiki Berry. I crossed that with a Bluckberry for a Cornberry, and again crossed that with a Rindo Berry to finally get a Kelpsie Berry. With them, I was able to quickly max out Chansey's friendship, and on the morning of day 371, finally crossed Blissey off the list. In the morning sun, evolve into Blissey, my friend. Oh, no cry for Blissey. Okay, that's fine. Yay! I'll never have to hunt a Chansey again. Thank God. And I believe Blissey goes right there. Yep, that's where it goes. There we go. There we go. Okay, we got Blissey. Back to fishing. As good as I was feeling, I still had to find a Pokemon that had evaded me from day 1 of the challenge. I started the challenge looking for a Totodile and ended up finding a Croconaw. Even later on in the challenge, I fished up a second Croconaw, so I was still gunning for my first stage Johto water starter. I need a Totodile. It's the only thing we have left, and then we have to go to the end. The vibes are so good right now because I don't have to go after that stupid Blissey. I can't tell you how good that feels. I feel so good. I spent time fishing in different holes up and down the river once the spawns filled up in one area and continued the pattern throughout each passing day. But of course, the game still had to taunt me. Ah! Why? I'm gonna be sick. I don't have a boat to put it in. We're just going over here. We're just gonna ignore that completely. It never ends. Though that fishing spot had done irreversible damage to my psyche, I felt a strange urge to return to it. That the torture was a test to see if I was worthy. And I guess I passed. Oh, there we go! Oh my god, there we go! Look at him! There he is! Look at him! Look at Totodile! Yeah! There we go. We got Totodile, baby. We got Totodile. Oh my god, finally, after how long? Oh, he's so cute. Look at that. Finally. The thumbnail starter. Ah. The thumbnail starter we finally catch after, what, 125 days? Let's go. With Totodile finally caught on day 374, I was able to organize my PC so that the only empty spaces were reserved for the missing legendaries, Unknown, and Celebi. Since Unknown was the only remaining non-legendary and mythical Pokemon, it would be my next target. Rather, they would be. Seeing as there are 28 unique variations of Unknown, one for each letter of the alphabet, plus exclamation and question, I'd have to find and catch quite a few. However, the only place they can spawn is a place I haven't been to yet in this world. The End. In order to find the stronghold, I would need Eyes of Ender, but I'd only collected 7 Ender Pearls to this point, so I was going to have to obtain a few more. Ender Pearls drop from a variety of different Pokemon, such as Abra, Ralts, Beldum, and Elgyem, all of which are relatively rare spawns. However, another more common Pokemon also drops them, Sigilyph. Sigilyph spawns commonly around desert pyramids, so that was my next destination. The only problem was I hadn't seen one yet. I scoured the desert for an entire day cycle with no luck, until the second night I was out searching, I finally found one on the edge of a lush desert. Right away I was able to encounter a handful of Sigilyph, but sadly none of them dropped any Ender Pearls. It wasn't until the 4th one I defeated when I finally was able to get one. The next morning I was able to defeat another one, which dropped a pearl to give me a total of 9. I had no luck through the next day and decided to head back to the lab and just try my luck with the 9 that I already had. With them, I crafted 9 Eyes of Ender and started my search for a stronghold. By some insane miracle, I managed to locate the nearest stronghold without a single eye breaking, and also found an extra Ender Pearl in a chest in the stronghold, which was massive because I needed 10 eyes to activate the portal. After igniting the portal, I noticed a couple Unknown had spawned on my map, so I decided I would attempt to cross them off the list in my Living Dex before ending my stream for the day. Yes, and I'm gonna go actually catch one of these guys right now, potentially? I don't know. I'm just gonna dig around, hopefully catch one, just so I can put it in the box, you know? Oh, it's a Y! Look at that! We got an Unknown, guys. Okay, they're easy to catch, which is nice. We got one Unknown. After catching the Unknown Y, I also managed to find and catch an S as well as a Q before ending the stream for the day. That night, I hopped back on to do some off-stream inventory and storage sorting when I noticed the weather changed. Thinking I could maybe find a Suicune while it was snowing near the frozen village, I made my way over to a large frozen pond and began resetting spawns. When this happened. Off-stream and unprepared, I had no choice but to try and catch it. I don't know what to do. It's snowing. This is ridiculous. Why does this keep happening? We're never gonna get it. And again, it's off-stream. Okay. I need to catch this thing. Okay, let's just get into battle with it. Oh man. Okay. We're here. This is ridiculous. I figured this was gonna be the last one, and of course, I believe it's, look, it is what is it here? 0.87% chance of spawning. Like, that is insane. Oh my god, I can't even... Okay, didn't think that was gonna work. It will probably live in Ancient Power from Mark Watney, right? I'm gonna go for Ancient Power. That's fine. We'll go for another one. Hopefully we don't get a boost. I'm kind of scared to knock it out, so I'm just gonna start throwing Ultra Balls. Because I don't want to even come close. That was, okay, well. Oh, I thought that was it. I'm gonna go into Raging. There we go. Swagger, that's fine. Look at this. This standoff. No. Wait. No. Time out. No. Actually, I don't want to be in with Raging because he has pressure. I gotta switch out. Colin, that was stupid. That was really stupid. Swagger, that's fine. We're just gonna keep throwing Pokeballs. Please, come on! Dude, this isn't good. This is not good. This is not good. That's really not good. Oh man, I'm gonna go for false swipe. Okay, it's definitely lower. That's as low as I'm gonna risk going. I don't know how much struggle does. Very bad. Yes, okay. Come on. Please. No, not good, not good, not good. This is the one. Has to be it. Has to be it. Okay. Yeah, we have to run. In order to prevent Entei from running out of PP and struggling to death, I was forced to attempt to flee from the battle and restart. No way! No way! Oh, that is really annoying. That is the first Pokemon, I believe, that I have failed. Oh my god, it was 0.87% too. It was so rare. Like, I should have just, oh. Okay, well, I don't know if I'm gonna get that back before the next stream, but that will be a fun little story for sure. And indeed it was. I attempted to find another Entei before my next stream by AFKing in the desert, but was unsuccessful. I had posted a screenshot of the Entei in the Discord right when I encountered it, so I was forced to tell my chat what I had done at the beginning of my next stream. Congrats on the Entei, thank you. About that Entei. Once I had explained the Entei situation to my chat, it was time to refocus all my attention on the End Dragon. In order to have a good chance at surviving, I needed to do something I had never done in this world, and quite frankly, never really done in any of my Cobblemon challenges before. I had to craft armor. I also had to replenish a good chunk of my Ultra Balls as I had gone through a ton trying to catch Entei. I also forged a bow with power and infinity using a couple enchanted bows I had gathered during my time playing. With all of that done, I returned to the stronghold where I was able to catch an unknown exclamation mark before taking the plunge into the end dimension. There it is. Alright, well, now we get to do the fun part. See how easy everything is with Pokemon? Okay, here we go. That hurt. Oh! Oh! Don't come after me. Here we go. Oh, no! Alfred, don't die. Please! Oh my god. I haven't fought the dragon in so long. Ow, Alfred, no! Don't hit Alfred. Please. Oh, shoot! Alfred, no! Retreat, Alfred. Oh! Trying to hit me with a Draco Meteor. God. Oh! Oh, no, Alfred, please. Alfred, get back in your ball. Get back in your ball. It's okay. Come on. All my Pokemon. We're gonna do this. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come here, Alfred. Oh, oh my god, it hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. No, Alfred, look out. You've taken too much damage. Oh, Octavian's trying to get in there. Get after him, Octavian. Oh my god. One more? Two more? Three more? Two more. Last one. Oh, wait, is that it? What just broke? No! Oh, we got him! There we go! Woo! Oh my god. Look at that. Look at all the XP. And look at all the unknown in the Elgium. With the dragon defeated and the egg collected, it was time to get catching. I had 28 unknown variants I needed, so I got right into it. Once I had caught my final unknown, I arranged them in alphabetical order in their own separate PC box, crossing off another task I had set out for myself at the beginning of this challenge, bringing me one step closer to finishing the Johto Living Dex. Once I had returned to the overworld, it was time to set my sights on much more powerful Pokemon. Upon returning to the lab, however, I saw it was raining and figured I'd attempt to get started crossing off one of the remaining legendaries right away. I traveled to the snowy village and searched the frozen village and nearby rivers all night until the skies cleared up the next morning with no sign of Suicune. Since I no longer had an increased chance of encountering the legendary beast, I decided I would now divert my attention to one of the two main legends of the region, Lugia. Lugia spawns at the bottom of the ocean near ocean monuments, meaning I would have to prepare to battle it underwater. Though Colin would provide me with a water-breathing potion effect, if he gets knocked out during battle, the effect will no longer apply, so I decided to bring some water-breathing potions I had found in shipwrecks with me. I also needed to ensure my team was capable of hanging with Lugia, who would be level 70, the highest level of any Pokemon I had faced yet in a Living Dex challenge. I decided I would bring Lantern as my lead Pokemon as it gets access to Thunder Wave and named him Kim Mitchell. There's your niche reference for the video, let me know in the comments if you get that one. I also added Slowqueen to my party as I felt its higher special defense and resistance to water and psychic, both of Lugia's types, would prove beneficial. I felt Mark Watney would probably get demolished by Aeroblast, so I figured I'd have him sit this one out in favor of Blissey, who has insanely high HP and great special defense. With these changes made to my party, my team was ready, though they were a little under-leveled. Because of this, I decided I would spend a bit of my time training them up for the fight ahead, and since the majority of them were water type, I made my way to the desert, where Ho-Oh decided to resurrect the fallen and bless me with eternal happiness. No XP share on Scizor? No, because Scizor is already level 70 almost. It doesn't need it. It doesn't need it. Oh my god! 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 What did I say? What did I say? Come here. Come here. Come here. Okay, wait. I need a team. I need a team. I'm not botching this time. Come here. Come here. Okay. I searched for this thing so long this morning. Oh no, did I bring Lantern? I didn't bring Lantern. It's got, okay, whatever. There's no freaking way, man. There's no way. Oh my god! I threw 40 Ultra Balls! Oh my god! Oh my god! Having been able to redeem myself from my previous Entei encounter was a blessing. These legendary beasts were no easy Pokemon to locate, so finding another one so soon after failing the last was fantastic. Entei brought me to 96 Pokemon for the Living Dex, meaning I only had 4 remaining. Still needing to train up my party for the next battle, I spent time battling in the desert as well as a good chunk of time in the Nether and Frozen Village before I was comfortable setting out to look for Lugia. I returned to the lab and began setting up my team for the upcoming fight. I gave Kim Mitchell a Focus Sash to hold to guarantee I could get one Thunder Wave off, as well as Eerie Impulse to hopefully lower Lugia's special attack as much as possible. I gave Octavian a choice band, seeing as the only thing he's ever going to use is False Swipe, as well as gave Blissey a light clay since I have it running light screen to help the longevity of my team. I also took the time to craft an assault vest to give to Henry, who will sub in for Alfred to boost his special defense as well. With my team ready, I enchanted a diamond sword, knowing I'd probably have to fight a few drowned while waiting for the Lord of the Sea to spawn before finally setting off. Following a short trip south from the lab, I found an ocean monument, and after setting up a small base of operations, I dove to the ocean floor to commence my next hunt of the challenge. There are drowned. I do not see a Lugia. Oh, there are guardians too. Yep, there it is. Okay, that's fine. Once I had reached the deepest part of the monument, I armored up and began taking on any drowned in the vicinity. Before long, Lugia appeared. Oh! Guys! Oh my god! Guys! Here we go. Okay. Oh my god, look at it. Guys, look how sick it looks. Oh my god, I'm so hyped. Let's go. Okay, we cannot forget the strat here. I'm gonna go for the Thunder Wave right now. Aeroblast, we live that, right? Oh my god, you're so fat. Thunder Wave? We missed. Okay. Thunder Wave again. Hey! Thunder Wave is hit. And all of his little guys are coming after me. Okay. Now we go for Eerie Impulse. It's still faster? Oh my god. There's so many of them. Okay, there we go. We're good. I think we just go for another Eerie Impulse if we can. Holy guys, this is awesome. Now I think we just go for a Discharge. Okay, it doesn't do that much. That's fine. I'm gonna go for Dive Ball now. Okay. Oh my god. Guys, I'm so hyped for this. Oh, I thought that was it. Let's go! We caught Lugia! Oh my god. Get my armor off. We caught Lugia. Let's go. Oh my god. Let's go. I'm so hyped. That is so sick. With Lugia captured, I had successfully caught 97 Pokemon from the Johto region, leaving only Suicune, Ho-Oh, and Celebi. I returned to the surface and immediately went to check out my brand new legendary, and boy did it look amazing. I was able to fly around on Lugia, which looked so cool, but I didn't have any more time to waste. The remaining hunts were going to be incredibly difficult, and I knew it. I made my way back to the lab and slept until the morning of day 397. Chat and I decided that I should go after Ho-Oh next, which would prove to be a far more difficult challenge than Lugia. Ho-Oh spawns in plains and floral biomes during the daytime, which means it shares a spawn bucket with countless other Pokemon. I ended up searching in the plains biome just west of the lab, and after one day, I of course wasn't able to find it. That evening, it started to rain again. Uh-oh, it's raining. You guys know what that means. Here we go. I decided that while I would primarily hunt for Ho-Oh, if it started raining or snowing at any point, I would turn my attention to hunt for Suicune until it stopped. I searched for it through the night, and like my previous attempts, came up empty-handed when the snow cleared on day 398. After sleeping through the next night, I returned to the plains to continue my search for Ho-Oh. I eventually found my way to an area that had a meadow intersecting with the plains I was searching in, and decided to hang out there for the time being. Every day I searched until the sun set, and in the process made it to my 400th day in the world. This hunt went on for a very long time, so while it happens in the background, I'd like to take a moment and continue the trend I started in my Kanto Living Dex and just talk directly to you all quickly. I want to quickly thank you for taking time out of your day to watch this video. August 31st marked the 1-year anniversary of this channel, and I genuinely cannot believe how much we've grown in that time. I'm forever grateful to anyone who has watched, liked, commented, or even subscribed in the first year, and to anyone who finds this channel going forward. If I can ask one thing from all of you watching right now, if you enjoyed the video to this point, please consider dropping a like and leaving a comment before you leave. It'll take no more than 20 seconds, and it just tells the algorithm to push my content out to more people that haven't found me yet. Also, consider subscribing. We hit 20,000 subscribers in our first year, and I'm hoping to triple that number next year, so if you like the content, please consider hitting that subscribe button. You can always change your mind later. With all that being said, thank you all again. Let's get back into the video. It was now day 402, and with no Ho-Oh spawn, I decided to end the stream for the day. Waking up on day 403, I knew I wanted to build something Johto themed before the challenge was over, and after ending the stream, I decided to get ready to go mining and resource gathering so I wouldn't have to do so in a future stream. And of course, while in my storage room emptying my inventory to go do so, I made sure to not run too far away while trying to safely get out of my basement, as it was just on the edge of my map. I was so unprepared for this, I didn't even realize my mic wasn't on as I tried to get the Suicune to fit in a minecart, but ultimately could not. My mic isn't even on. Like, I'm not ready for this. I can't get in a boat. It's not raining. My mic isn't even near my face. I'm sitting here thinking, trying to put it in a boat. Or in a minecart. I got on to get materials ahead of time so I can build my tower, and I couldn't even get ready. Oh my god, I'm so mad. Do I just leave my game on till then? No, I can't. My computer's gonna blow up. I literally started recording like 5 minutes before I was getting my inventory ready to go mining. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's gonna be a little bit of a harder battle, it looks like. Well, time to start throwing Pokeballs. Like, whatever. Okay, I was gonna say, it's gonna be that easy to catch? Okay, nope. No! No, come on! Oh, come on! We're getting to the point now where I'm kind of running out of Pokeballs. Please. No, why? 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 Why do you refuse? Dog! Get in the ball! Get in the ball! I'm not messing around, bro. I'm not messing around. No, come on! Come on. Come on! No! Like, kill me. You need to kill me. You need to kill me. You need to kill me. I need you to kill me. We're bringing this battle over here. We're bringing this battle over here. You're coming over here. I can't do this again. I can't do this. Nope. Anytime the Pokeball hops, it's getting out. Okay. Hold on. I need to think. Give me a sec. You've got to come down, and I need to make slabs for you. I need you to get up here. You inside the house. Inside the house. Can you fit through there? Get in there. You're not despawning, man. Like, I'm not doing this again. Okay? We're doing this the right way. We are doing this the right way. He's about to just smoke. Hold on. Thank God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Alfred! I don't... not a big deal. I knew we had that. Wasn't even nervous. 2 more Pokemon left. With a third and final legendary beast caught and secured, Suicune brought my total to 98 Pokemon, leaving only Ho-Oh and Celebi to catch. As I said before Suicune appeared, I wanted to grab enough materials for the build I had in mind before my next stream, so I still made sure to do that. I spent the next 5 in-game days chopping down multiple inventories worth of trees and collecting terracotta from the Badlands until I felt I had enough for what I wanted to do. At the beginning of the next stream, I jumped right back into searching for Ho-Oh. This stream ended up going on way longer than I originally intended. When it came to streaming this challenge, I typically kept each stream between 4 to 5 hours in runtime, sometimes getting as low as 3 depending on how much I accomplished. This stream lasted 10 hours. Yeah, I genuinely don't even know if I can convey how tedious these last 2 hunts were. As I mentioned, Ho-Oh spawns in plains and floral biomes, so I spent the majority of my time moving between different biomes during the daylight hours. Celebi, on the other hand, spawns in forest biomes, but only at night. This in theory worked in my favor, as it meant I could search the fields and meadows during the day for Ho-Oh, and once the sun went down, turn my search to the forest. Unfortunately, this did nothing to speed up the process. I began to doubt my methods, thinking that there had to be something I was doing wrong, or maybe there were additional spawn conditions I was unaware of. Upon double checking, however, I confirmed that that wasn't the case. Jumping forward to the night of day 421, the weight was starting to get to me. What about this little altar over here? There's a little altar right here. Maybe this is Celebi's shrine. Like, what if I... That's my GS ball. I just put my GS ball in there. Okay, give it. I need it to catch. What are you looking at? This was definitely now the worst hunt of the challenge, beating the wait for Chansey and Blissey by an exponential amount. It got to the point where I thought maybe adding all 3 of the legendary beasts to my party could coax Ho-Oh out of hiding. It didn't work. Celebi was no better, as I went night after night without spotting one either. This lack of success persisted into hour 5 of the stream. It was now day 436 and it had started raining. I decided to take the time to relocate my hunt to an area that had a meadow and flower forest in close proximity to one another. I flew across the ocean in the rain on the back of my water and psychic type Lugia until I reached my destination. I slept the rain away and continued my search for Ho-Oh again in the morning under a rainbow, which I took as a good omen. I didn't find a Ho-Oh right away, but my luck was definitely turning. Dude, there's a shiny Araquanid? Or is that a Dewpider? It's a Dewpider. My luck didn't end here, because only 3 minutes later... Dude, there's no freaking way. Look at this. There's a shiny Wingull. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. Yeah, this is a fair fight. Yo, someone make the meme. There's a Chikorita, like... With 3 very rare spawns within the span of 10 minutes, I knew it was only a matter of time until the dam broke. As the sun set on the meadow, I set down my bed and slept through till morning. Guys! Yo, wait! Oh my god! Oh, there he is! Oh my god! There's no way! Let's go! Let's go! Look at him! And then there was one. Wait, I haven't caught it yet. I haven't caught it yet. Okay, fair enough. Oh, that was a crit. Yep, okay. Oh my. Sacred Fire. Octavian comes in and false swipes. Huge. I'm gonna throw a ball. Oh my god. Okay, this isn't good. Ah! What? We might be in trouble, guys. Okay, I'm a little worried. Let's go! Oh boy. Oh boy, my gold pants. My gold pants. Let's go. You were all here. You were all here. You saw it through. We got one more. We got one more Pokemon. One more Pokemon. We're doing it tonight. We are doing it tonight. I swear to God, we are doing it tonight. I cannot believe this right now. Oh my God. Catching Ho-Oh brought me to 99 Pokemon. 126 counting the unknown variants, and after 188 days, within one Pokemon of completing my Johto Living Dex challenge. And of course, it was the only mythical Pokemon of the region remaining. My hunt for Celebi would take me into this flower forest at nighttime. If you've played Minecraft before, you'll know the day cycle is approximately 20 minutes long, 10 for the daytime, and roughly 8.5 for night. Normally, you can only sleep through the night, and not the other way around, but luckily, we had a fix. I was using the Comforts mod, a mod that adds hammocks and sleeping bags that allow you to sleep through the day and skip right to the nighttime, meaning I wouldn't have to wait 10 minutes for night again every time the sun rose. Shout out to Mechanized Matt in my Twitch chat for recommending it. This made the search for Celebi far more palatable, though it still took a bit longer than I had hoped. Still, there were positives to waiting. Brother, like, you gotta be joking. Like, are you for real right now? Great. The shiny Caterpie was a welcome surprise, but I was still only going to be satisfied once I completed my goal. The majority of my final streams were spent on the back of Lugia, ascending to reload spawns, and descending 30 seconds later to see if it worked. It didn't, by the way. Eventually, day 450 rolled around, and nothing happened. But on day 455, still nothing happened. It was now day 462, and I decided something had to be done. I started constructing a shrine in honor of Celebi, like the one in Ilex Forest from the games, hoping it would make Celebi want to show up. And you are not going to believe what happened. Ah! It's here! We did it! Wait! We built the shrine and it showed up! Look it! Yo, where is it? Celebi, it's so small! It's so small! Oh my God! Oh my God! Look at it! It's so small! What are you doing? You're ruining the shot. Just hang out there, thank you. It happened. I'm gonna quick ball it. Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna quick ball it. Nope. Oh. Let's go! Let's go! It's over! We did it! It's done! We caught Celebi! Every single one! Every single Johto Pokemon! Let's go! We did it, guys! We did it! With Celebi finally caught, I could finally complete the finished Johto Living Dex in my PC. Oh my God! Let me put Blissey back. Wait. Scizor goes there. What goes down there? Steelix goes there. Lantern. It doesn't... Look at its little face in the corner! Oh my God! There we go! Look at it! Oh, it's so cute. We did it, finally. With that, the Johto Living Dex was complete. I had captured all 100 Johto Pokemon and 27 additional unknown variants for a grand total of 127 Pokemon caught to complete the challenge. However, this video isn't quite finished. What did you do, huh? What did you do for the last 200 days, huh? Did you just sit there? As I mentioned, I wanted to add a build to the world that I felt fit the Johto theme. I also wanted this build to be a place where I can showcase some of the Johto Pokemon we caught along the way, and figured nothing would fit more perfectly than the Burn Tower from Ekritique City. If you didn't know, the Burn Tower, formerly known as the Brass Tower, was the former home of Lugia. When it burned down, Lugia fled to the Whirl Islands, where 3 Pokemon were trapped and sadly perished. After the fire, the 3 Pokemon were then revived by Ho-Oh as they became the 3 legendary beasts, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. I wanted to build the Burn Tower as a place where my legendaries can roam using the pasture block with Ho-Oh perched on the top. I started this build during my stream, and once I ended it, continued building afterwards. The reference I used to build this was a pretty cool art piece I saw on Twitter, created by Mitch Spitch, showcasing all of the dogs facing off against one another while the tower burns in the background. It's actually the piece that inspired me to build this in the first place. Eventually, I needed to come up with a way to do the roof, and decided I would use deep slate tiles, and black stone for any charred areas. Once I had the majority of the roof shaped out, it was time to set it on fire. Or at least make it look like it was burning. With the roof ablaze, I can now add some final details to the tower before placing a pasture block for the legendary Pokemon that will watch over the land. Afterwards, it was time to build a place for the legendary beasts to stay. I finished the floor on the inside with a Pokeball pattern in the middle and hit a pasture block in the back before allowing the trio to roam freely. Getting started on day 1 of the challenge, or day 500 however you want to look at it, I met my chat out front of the Pokemon lab with an empty party and an empty inventory. Just as in the Johto Living Dex challenge, I won't be choosing a starter Pokemon as I did in Kanto. Instead, I'll have to catch my partner Pokemon, and the choice of who that would be I once again left to all of you. Sort of. As we can see here, this is the starter vote. If you partook in this, congratulations, thank you. If you voted for Mudkip, I don't know what to tell you, but Mudkip will not be our starter. We are picking the least popular vote this time around. So Torchic will be our starter this time. That is right. Normally when playing through the Hoenn games, I would favor the green gecko when choosing between the three, as Sceptile is my favorite Hoenn Pokemon. But in this case, I'm just happy to not be hunting Mudkip. I am curious to hear what your favorite Hoenn Pokemon is and why. Let me know in the comments down below. Seeing as Torchic is found most commonly in plains biomes, that would be my first destination. After grabbing my backpack with my starter items and crafting a boat, I set out on the river for the nearest open plains. Following a short trip, I found my way to a large open field where I could start the hunt for my first Pokemon. Seeing as I'm expecting this hunt to take up a bit of time, I figure now would be a great time to go over the rules of this challenge. If you've watched my previous Living Dex videos, you should know that the majority of the rules that applied to those challenges will transfer to this one as well. If you haven't seen either of the previous videos, I'll go over the basics really quick. This is a Living Dex challenge, which means in order for it to be complete, I have to obtain one of every Hoenn Pokemon to display in Pokedex order in my PC. For example, if I catch a Torchic and evolve it into Combuskin and then Blaziken, it'll only count as one entry to the total, meaning I would have to catch another Torchic and Combuskin to complete the evolution line. Thankfully, there are no additional variations in Hoenn as there were in Kanto with the Magikarps and Johto with the Unknowns. However, ultra-rare Pokemon make up almost 20% of the regional Hoenn Pokedex with 25 Pokemon, so it won't be easier in any sense. Instead, this time around, I'll be taking on a different type of additional challenge in this video, the berries. There are 69 unique species of berries obtainable through different methods in Cobblemon, and seeing as berries as we know them today were introduced in the Gen 3 Pokemon games, I felt it would be fitting to take on collecting them as a side challenge in Hoenn. Because why not? The last small rule I want to mention regards my access to better Pokeballs. This time around, I'll have to catch a certain amount of Pokemon before being able to access a better level of Pokeball. Starting off with Pokeballs, I'll unlock Great Balls after 10 Pokemon caught, Quick Balls after 30, and finally Ultra Balls after 40. This will hopefully add an additional level of difficulty to the challenge that wasn't present in previous videos. With all that out of the way, that's pretty much everything when it comes to the rules I'll have to follow for this challenge, so when looking at the total number of Pokemon in the Hoenn region, I'll have to catch 135 Pokemon, as well as obtain all 69 berry species to complete the challenge. This should be fun. The sun had set on our first day, and I had yet to find myself a Torchic. As I mentioned, I wasn't expecting this to be an easy hunt by any means, though I wasn't prepared for it to be as much of a struggle as it would end up being. You're going to want a snack or something for this hunt. We got our first starter Pokemon, our first ultra rare. It is a Tepig. Look at that. We're getting them. There we go. Where is it? Where's little piggy? Hey, look at that little Tepig. Look at him walking around. Though it wasn't the fire starter I was looking for the moment I was just happy to see an ultra rare spawn this early into the challenge. I searched through the evening into the second day until I came across yet another off-generation fire starter in Quilava. Oh, Quilava! No! Look at this. There's a Quilava, everyone. Great, we got a Quilava. With our second ultra rare spawn in as many days, I felt it was only a matter of time until I came across the one I needed. I had found myself a rather large area of the world containing only plains biomes that I searched through the early days of the challenge. A couple more days had passed and I had no luck with the Torchic line, and it was now day 503, where a pretty rotten unlucky streak started. Dude, there's another Tepig here. Why? No. No, no, no. No. With 2 Tepigs spawning in the span of about 2 minutes, that made 4 ultra rares through the first 4 days of searching, and the bad luck, or good luck depending on how you want to look at it, didn't end there. What is going on? Why? There's another Tepig here. That's 3 Tepig in like an hour. What is happening? Hey! I can't be mad at him. He's so cute. I can't be mad at him. 4 days had now passed between ultra rare spawns, and the hunt for my starter was already starting to wear on me slightly. Can I just get something? Dude, what are... Okay, alright. Well, you're kind of cool. I mean, I'm gonna lean back now. I'm gonna lean back. This is just gonna get a little more comfortable. And just about 2 more days later... There's a Sprigatito? How does that even spawn here? Oh, it's spawning in this little tiny little cutout here. Hey, little guy. I'm not killing the Pokemon, guys. What is wrong with you? My goodness. Eventually, I had made it to the 10-day mark of the challenge, and it had become clear that my chat was getting antsy. Though I was no stranger to tediously long hunts in Cobblemon, I wanted to ensure I was making some progress for the sake of my viewers, so we decided maybe it was time to start building up a berry farm while waiting for a Torchic to spawn. I need to build a house? That's what I'm thinking. I might build a little farm. Farm area could be cool. Then plant berries. That's what I mean. I wanna do a little farm area, but I'm not sure where to do that. Maybe I'll do a farm on this island right here. Maybe I'll do that. But in order to do that, I need wood. Once I'd gathered some wood and some saplings to plant more trees, I made my way over to the Plains Island and started clearing out an area to build my berry farm. With enough tall grass cleared out of the way and a chest place to drop my inventory in, it was time to start doing something productive. Tailo, I'd like to catch you, but unfortunately, right now we cannot do that. The next day, I was running low on wood and decided to head out on a quick trip to cut down more trees. I need more tree. Big tree. Any starter luck? Nothing. Nada. Zilch. Absolutely nothing. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's just, it had to happen. 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 Where are you? Huh? Where are you? How'd you get out? Who let you there? Show yourself. Cretin? Oh my god. You were the wrong fowl that we are looking for. If you've never seen any of my videos, you may be confused, but if there's one thing you should know is that Quaxley is not considered a friend around here. It's every time we go looking for something, that little guy rears his ugly, stupid head. Did I mention it's ugly and stupid? Once I had gotten my Quaxley hate out of my system, I continued gathering wood before realizing I should probably be picking up any berries I had come across. You know what I'll do is, I'll start collecting berries as I see them, and I'll drop them off at the berry farm. Nanab, Orin, and Nanab. Very good. After gathering my first couple of berries of the challenge, I made my way back to the farm to empty my inventory before continuing on building the next morning, still waiting on my first catch of the challenge. 11 days in a Pokemon catching challenge. After building for a few days straight and planting my first few berries, I made my way over to a nearby village for more wood and was able to find a Lepa berry which had mutated on a Nanab tree before also grabbing a couple Persian berries as well. While still in the village collecting wood, yet another starter Pokemon I didn't need spawned. There's a pig knight now, man. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? This is the problem. This is a real problem. This is a problem. That's a lot of pig knights and tepigs already. The 20-day mark slowly crept in as I awaited the arrival of any Pokemon from the Torchic line. Over the next handful of days, I was able to pick up a wet bear berry while out collecting wood, as well as complete the bulk of my berry farmhouse. On the night of day 521, I was able to finish the roof I had been working on and place the last few blocks and windows to complete the build. Oh, that looks good, actually. I'm happy with that. There we go. We got one build on this world down. Let's go, guys. We got a Combuskin. We got a Combuskin. Look at, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, let's go. Oh my God. Finally. Finally. I gotta catch it now, though. Oh, this is a problem. Yeah! We got a Combuskin! Let's go! We did it! We did it! I got a name for it, but let's see it. Let's see it really quick. Oh, he's so cool. Let's go. Oh, man. Aerial Ace? Oh, his moves are so good, too. Flamethrower already? Let's go. I'm gonna name this guy. We're going with Rolex. We're going with Rolex. Boom, there he is. With Combuskin finally added to my party, I could at last start catching Pokemon. Almost 5 hours into the stream. I don't really know what to catch. There's an Electrike. We can catch an Electrike maybe. Let's do that. Let's just start catching things. There we go. We got Electrike. All right, we got 2 Pokemon. With Electrike caught and my Pokemon total doubling just like that, I placed down a waystone I had found for fast traveling back and forth and officially dubbed my farm Berry Boy Farm. Berry Boy Farm. There we go. After taking the teleporter back to the lab, I was immediately able to start crossing Hoenn Pokemon off of my list. I caught a Cascoon right at the front door of the lab, which I was able to evolve into a Dustox right away to bring me to 3 Pokemon. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Shortly after, I was able to catch 2 Zigzagoon back to back, one of which I evolved right after into a Lanoon to bring my total to 5 Pokemon. Ooh, look at that. Lanoon. That is 1 line complete in the dex, that's right. What else can we catch? Finally, we're moving. There's a Tailo over here I just saw, I believe. There it is. Tailo. Boom, Tailo. You evolve at level 20 something, don't you? Isn't it like level 22 it evolves? Boom, 2 Tailo. After catching 2 Tailo, I also managed to add a Shroomish as well as a Wild Ninjask to bring my total to 8 Pokemon. There we go, we got Ninjask. Perfect. That will be added to the team probably right now. I'm going to heal up really quick before we continue catching. There's a Seedot and a Wurmple. You get False Swipe already? Oh, it does. That's huge. With Ninjask's False Swipe, I was now able to safely attack weaker Pokemon I needed without risk of knocking them out. I caught a Seedot, a Wurmple, and a second Seedot to bring my total to 10
Boom.
Pokemon caught, meaning I was now allowed to craft and use Great Balls. While heading out to my Apricorn Orchard, I was able to encounter and catch a Minun to boost my total by 1. The next morning, I was able to catch a Silcoon and got around to evolving a couple Pokemon. I evolved a Seedot into Nuzleaf, and a Silcoon into Beautyfly to bring my total to 13 Pokemon. Once I had remembered to harvest some of my Apricorns, I was able to craft a few Great Balls, which should make catching Pokemon a little easier. I then took the time to start training up one of my Talos so it could evolve. While training through the night, another non-Hoenn starter spawned. Oh, there's a Cyndaquil! There's a Cyndaquil, and and a Turtwig! What's going on? What the heck is going on? Look at, where's the Turtwig? There he, oh, he's sleeping. Look at, this luck is insane right now. The following morning, I was able to evolve my Tailo into Swellow. Yeah, Swellow. With Swellow, I was finally able to fly again, which will make traveling around the world significantly easier. We can fly again. We're back. After test flying my new Swellow, I took inventory of all my recent catches before catching another Wurmple and evolving it into a Cascoon. By the Apricorn Orchard, I was able to catch a wild Castform before spending the rest of the afternoon training up Rolex. In the evening, I was able to catch a Silcoon to complete the evolution line, and the next day I was able to catch a wild Shedinja to bring my total for the challenge to 18 Pokemon. After organizing my recent catches in my PC, I decided I wanted to head back to the berry farm to drop off some common berries I had picked up while catching and battling Pokemon around the lab. I had managed to grab some Rindo, Chesto, Pekka, and cherry berries to bring me to 9 out of the 69 total berries collected. Just outside the farm, I was able to catch a Seviper to bring me to 19 Pokemon before returning to the lab to train up my party for a bit. While I was here, I wanted to craft a healing machine to place back at the berry farm, but I was missing a Ghast here, so I made a quick trip to the Nether to farm some Ghastly and Haunter for one. I was able to pick up a Pyappa berry from one and a Gastier from another before catching a Numel to bring my total to 20 Pokemon caught for the challenge. After returning to the farm, I was able to craft the healing machine and place it in my farmhouse. Later that afternoon, I was able to get Rolex enough XP to reach level 36, meaning it could finally evolve into Blaziken. Rolex is ready to evolve, guys. Into Blaziken. 2 Kiwis, thank you for the follow. Oh, look at Rolex. Look at... He got the fire on his wrists. Look at that. Look at that. After evolving Rolex into Blaziken and checking out his new moves, I was able to catch a wild Zangoose behind the farm as the sun started to set on day 526. The next day, I spent a bit of time adding more small details to the farmhouse and battling wild Pokemon for XP. I also took a minute to name my Swellow Nightwing. Back at the lab, I managed to grab a Yachi berry from a Sawsbuck before dropping it off at the farm and ending the stream for the day. Off stream, I wanted to do a bit of work around the berry farm and managed to catch a wild Manectric that spawned to bring my total to 22 Pokemon. Manectric is decently fast and has access to Thunder Waves, so it should help make catching stronger Pokemon a bit easier going forward. The next thing I wanted to do was go mining for stone to do some landscaping around the berry farm, so I ended up crafting and enchanting a couple of obsidian hammers to make the mining process go by a bit faster. Once I had my hammers, I flew over to a nearby cave and began grabbing some stone. Shortly after arriving, I realized a Wynaut had spawned on my map, so I took the time to catch that while I could. After gathering stone through most of the night, I managed to catch a Nincada before making my way back to the surface the next morning. While mining, I happened to pick up a leafstone ore with Silk Touch and hoped I'd be able to fortune it back at the lab, but sadly was only able to get 1 stone out of it. Back at the berry farm, I started to clear out some of the trees I had planted and began terraforming and digging out an area to start planting my berries. After finding a design I was somewhat happy with, I ended up traveling back to the lab to grab more materials. While I was here, I was able to catch both a Breloom and a Masquerain to bring my total to 26 Pokemon. The next couple of days I spent just building up Berry Boy Farms, trying to make it look nicer. On day 553, it had started to rain and I was able to catch a wild Plusle to boost my total by 1. After spending the rest of the night building another patch to plant berries, I was able to find a couple of mutated Lumberries the next morning. Oh, there's a Lumberry? Cool. Lumberries. Look at that. That's perfect. So we can plant these over here now. Once I'd planted the Leppa and Lumberries I did a little bit more terraforming before jumping back on stream the next day. Welcome everyone to the berry farm. As I said, I did a little bit of work, not much. We can see we have our Leppa and Lumberries, which we were able to mutate from this little berry patch right here. The berry farm, it's getting going. We're gonna have more berries down over there. I essentially just want to have like a bunch of berry crops all over the place. I saw someone ask if we got Torchic last stream. We didn't get Torchic, we got a Combuskin, which is now Rolex our Blaziken, because he has that fire on his wrists. What do I have planned today, guys? That's a great question. That is a great question. We're going to the jungle. I hope everyone's excited, because boy do I want a Trico. After going over the plan for the day with my chat, I made my way over to the jungle to start hunting for Trico, as well as a few other Hoenn Pokemon that can be found here. Seeing as the Trico line spawns on treetops, I'd want to spend the majority of my time here higher up in the canopy if I wanted to have a better chance of finding one. Not too long after arriving, I was able to find and catch my first jungle Pokemon. Oh, Vigoroth, there we go. There's one. I think Vigoroth has Vital Spirit. And we're going to find out. Tightening its focus. Go to sleep. Oh, Tropius as well, actually. We need that too. Vigoroth is immune. Okay, so it does have Vital Spirit. Once I had caught Vigoroth, I made my way over to try and catch the wild Tropius I had spotted. I'm going to go with Blaze Kick because I don't think that's going to take it out. I don't think that'll take it out. Okay, well. Alright, cool. Bro, there's an Ivysaur? I'm going to lose my mind, man. Oh my god. You know how much time I spent in the jungle looking for Ivysaur before? So much time. I can catch this thing because it's a Kanto Pokemon, we have it. And seeing as we have a ton of Pokemon that are just duplicates in our boxes, I can catch that. There we go, we got an Ivysaur. Does not count towards the total, but since we've already caught it in a previous region, it's allowed. With another Ivysaur added to my collection, I was able to catch a wild Kecleon with the help of Breloom's Spore to boost my total to 29 Pokemon. Oh, there we go, we got Kecleon. Well done, Breloom, well done. There's a Slackoth over here, which is huge. Slackoth brought me to 30 Pokemon for the challenge, and shortly after catching it, I was able to find and catch another Tropius to bring me to 31. Perfect. I spent the next day flying around the treetops looking for a Trico, but had no luck. As the sun set, I found my way into a lush cave and was able to find myself a Sableye that had spawned inside an Amethyst Geode. Boom, there we go, we got Sableye. Perfect. I was also able to catch an Aeron in the cave to bring my total to 33 Pokemon caught. Boom, there we go, Aeron as well. Perfect. Man, Breloom is putting in the work. Quietly, slowly becoming the silent MVP right now. While I was down here, I was on the lookout for a mossy pond, a fossil structure which has a guaranteed chance of spawning a claw fossil, the fossil needed to revive Anorith. Mossy ponds generate in lush caves between Y level 10 and -31 and can be identified by a mossy outcrop growing around the outside. After searching for a bit, I was able to find a fossil structure, but not the one I was looking for. Still, it had a small chance to spawn a claw fossil, so I tried my luck. Oh no, it's a fossilized fish. Uh-oh. Okay, there it is, there it is, there it is. That's it. That's a claw fossil. That's 100% a claw fossil. Right? Claw fossil? Claw fossil, yes, yes, yes. Before heading back to the surface, I was able to find and catch a Whismur buried in another cave to bring my total to 34 Pokemon. After returning to the jungle, I caught a second Slackoth for evolving later on, before I caught a Gulpin and a Surskit to bump my total by 2. There we go, another crit catch on the Surskit. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Oh, there's a Grookey. That's kind of annoying. That's our tree spawn right there. Look, that's a little frustrating. We will sacrifice this Grookey. Goodbye, Grookey. With Grookey taking up my ultra rare spawn, I decided I would try to plant a bunch of jungle trees in a small area in an attempt to create a treetop spawning platform for Trico. However, it didn't really work the way I had planned. Wait, does it need to be spread out? There we go. There's one. What is that? That tree sucks. Forced to put my tree plan on hold, I was able to evolve my extra Slackoth into a Vigoroth and my Vigoroth into Slacking to complete that line and bring my total to 37 Pokemon caught. Look at that! Oh, big boy. Perfect. With the Slacking line complete, I turned my attention to training Aeron to work towards getting an Aggron. After spending a bit of time training and searching for Trico, I decided to try a different approach to my tree planting plan. I didn't have enough oak saplings to make it work, so I traveled back to the berry farm to collect more. After spending the entire afternoon chopping trees, I made my way back to the jungle to continue planting. The idea was that since there won't be space between the trees for Pokemon to spawn on the ground, only Pokemon that spawn on treetops will appear. Did this work? No, not really, but it's the thought that counts, right? Look at all these trees. Oh my goodness, the treetops. I love it. I love it! That night, I took out a wild Heracross and got my Aeron enough XP to evolve into Lairon. Oh, look at that! Yay! Lairon! Oh, Lairon looks so good. Once I had evolved my Aeron, I made my way back to the lab to craft another axe, and while I was here, I was able to catch an Azurill in the river to bring my total to 38 Pokemon. I also had just realized I had passed the 30 Pokemon threshold, so I was now able to use Quick Balls, which will help a ton. I spent the rest of the night gathering more saplings to plant in the jungle the next morning, as I was still waiting for a Trico to spawn. Trico! There we go, we got a Trico! Look at that! And it wasn't even at our farm. Oh, baby, let's go. Let's go. Where are you? We got a Trico. We got a Trico. Trico, there you are. Yeah, Trico. There we go, Trico, yeah! There we go. We got Trico. I can add that to the party right away. Boy, do I love Trico. Added to the team. Yeah, we're gonna evolve it into a Grovyle too, right away. After sleeping away the night, I was able to immediately evolve my Trico into Grovyle the next morning. Yeah, we got Grovyle. Oh, he's so cool looking. Look at him. It only needs 8 more levels to evolve into Sceptile, so we are going to give it an XP share. There we go. Cool, now we can go try to get Mudkip, I guess. Before heading over to search for Mudkip, I took a moment to take inventory of my recent catches to see how close I was to the 40 Pokemon mark, which would unlock the ability to use Ultra Balls. After a quick count, I realized I only needed 1 more Pokemon to reach the milestone, so I traveled back to the lab to get set to head to the swamp. Alright, we're going to go to the swamp really quick. We're going to catch a Gulpin or a Swalot, or anything else that's... Oh, Lotad we need as well, actually. We can get a Lotad. Look at that guy. I forgot about Lotad. Beautiful. Lotad brought me to the 40 Pokemon mark of the challenge, meaning I could now use Ultra Balls, but before heading back to the lab to grab them, I wanted to catch a few more Pokemon I could see. I was able to catch a Corphish, another Gulpin for evolving later, a second Lotad to evolve as well, a Lombre, Elamise, Volbeat, and a Swalot before heading back to the lab to evolve my Lombre into Ludicolo with a Water Stone to bring my total for now to 46 Pokemon on day 544. Oh, look at his hands! Oh! Yeah, cool. With a good chunk of Pokemon crossed off in a short time, I quickly organized my boxes and picked up my Ultra Balls from my storage room before deciding what I wanted to do next. I don't know, now who do I want to go after? I mean, I wouldn't mind going to the desert. I want a Baltoy, I want a Claydol. I actually want a Claydol on my team. And we can also try to get Trapinch. I think that would be fun. So let's go do that. Immediately after arriving in the desert, I was able to start crossing off more Pokemon. I caught a Cacnea and a Skitty to bring me to 48 Pokemon before I was able to grab an Oka Berry as well. Later that night, I was able to catch a Cacturn before another Pokemon I really wanted to catch spawned. Oh, it's a Trapinch! Look at that! Oh, baby! We got a Trapinch. Look at that! Yes. Oh, with the crit catch as well. Big W. Trapinch brought me to the 50 Pokemon mark of the challenge and also crosses off one of the rarer Pokemon I came to the desert to find. The other Pokemon I mentioned wanting to catch while I was here is Baltoy, which spawns more commonly around desert temples. Now hopefully a Baltoy spawns. Oh, Baltoy! There we go, that was actually pretty quick, what the heck. Baltoy. Spin. Yay! With Baltoy caught, I waited around for a second Baltoy to spawn so I could evolve one and complete the line, and after not too long, I was able to find one. Back at the lab, I was able to add Baltoy to my party and organize my PC a bit before heading to the berry farm to evolve Grovyle into Sceptile. Yeah, we got Sceptile. Look at that. And it's got a little motion to him. So cool. With Sceptile evolved, my chat suggested that I switch things up for a bit and go fishing for Feebas. Feebas aren't as difficult to find in Cobblemon as they are in the original games, but you do have to be fishing in a slime chunk to catch one. Luckily, I accidentally found one during the Johto Living Dex video, so I knew roughly where to fish for one this time around. There is a slime chunk over here somewhere. I think it's like right here. Oh wait, we need you. Well, let's see if this works. Beautiful. Carvana. Oh, there we go. We got it. We're good. There we go. One more. With one Feebas caught, I was able to quickly fish up and catch a second one so that I can evolve one into my Lodic later on in the challenge. After sleeping through the night back at the lab, I wanted to also cross Wingull and Pelipper off my list as they were pretty common spawns on the shoreline behind the apricorn orchard. Before long, I was able to catch 2 Wingull, one of which I was immediately able to evolve into Pelipper back at the lab to bring my total to 55 Pokemon. Woo! With the Wingull line complete and put away in my PC, I decided I wanted to check out another biome I hadn't been to yet in this challenge. You know what? Let's go up to the peak. I want to go up to the peak. I feel like there's a handful of Pokemon up there that we could catch. I'm going to sleep and we're going to go up there. Peak. Oh, Makuhita. We need that. Makuhita. Makuhita. Boom. After Makuhita, I was able to catch a Torkoal, a Spoink, a Swablu, a Solrock, a Lairon, and an extra Aeron for the Living Dex before evolving my Baltoy into Claydol to bring my total at the end of day 548 to 62 Pokemon. Oh, Baltoy! Wow! Yeah! Oh, look at that Claydol! Oh, it's so cool. I love Claydol. Such a cool Pokemon. Back at the lab the next morning, my chat was asking to hunt the Beldum line in the end, so that was our next stop. On my way there, I was able to catch a Shuppet to bring me to 63 Pokemon before jumping through the end portal. This is when we discovered the end had been taken over entirely by diaper babies. Luckily, we needed to catch them anyway, so it didn't matter. After catching both Meditite and Medicham to bring my total to 65, all that was left for me to hunt here was the Beldum line. Or was there something else? I mean, what are the chances we get an ultra rare before a rare, right? What the heck? Guys! Oh, no! No! No, no, no! Time out! Time out! He's squaring up! Time out! Where's my PC? Where's my PC? I need to get my strongest Pokemon out here. Who else do I have? Oh, Shedinja. Wait, he doesn't have anything to hit Shedinja, right? Okay, here we go. We're fighting, well, oh my god. I have a boat, yes, if I have to. If I have to boat it, I have a boat. I think I go for the Quick Ball, right? Or do I go for the Thunder Wave? It's level 70. Quick Ball? Alright, everyone. I'm listening to you. Oh, I thought. That was my problem. I think I can go for a discharge here. Yeah, I'm not knocking it out. What am I talking about? Is that crit range? I'm gonna try an Ultra Ball. Okay. It has Recover. Okay, see, that's annoying. Oh no, this thing's about to body me, man. That's a crit? Okay. Come on. No. Psycho Boost. True, true. Did forget about that, yes. Okay, I'm gonna throw a Pokeball here. This is not good. Okay, very not good. No, I thought that was it. No, come on. No, come on! Right in your head. Look at, you got all these little babies watching, these diaper babies. Let's go! Oh my god! What the heck? Look at that! We got a Deoxys before a Mudkip. Someone said it in the chat. That is nuts. With Deoxys caught, I quickly made my way back to the lab to check out my first Hoenn legendary of the challenge. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, we just got Deoxys, guys. The Wrath of Ray Ray. He's like, yeah, what are you doing? Rayquaza's angry? I know, he's firing off hyper beams from the heavens. While checking out Deoxys and all my other recent additions, I realized I was able to finally evolve my Lairon into Aggron to boost my total by 1. Yeah, look at that. With Aggron evolved, I organized my PC boxes and took a better look at my new legendary. Oh, look at that. Look at its moves. Those are decent. I mean, I don't need... Yeah, I probably won't use it on my team. Deoxys goes right there. There we go. As excited as I was to cross Deoxys off the list, I still had yet to catch any of the Beldum line, the Pokemon I went to the end for in the first place. Once I had returned to the end and searched around for a bit, I was able to finally find and catch one after a bit of a fight to bring me to 68 Pokemon, just over the halfway point of the challenge. Beautiful. Oh my god. After waiting around a bit for another one to spawn, my chat convinced me I should craft Dusk Balls and Timer Balls to aid in catching Pokemon in longer battles. Should I just go craft a ton of Pokeballs anyways? Because we ran through like 50 there. Dusk Balls. I'd imagine that's... Oh, I have some Dusk Balls. There we go, guys. I got 12 Timer Balls. Are you proud of me? Everyone better be proud of me. With my new sets of Pokeballs, I returned once again to the end to try and grab my final 2 Beldum needed to complete the evolution line. Roughly 10 minutes had passed without any sign of one, until finally a Metang spawned and I was able to catch it to bring my total to 69 Pokemon. Nice. A short while later, I was luckily able to find and catch another Metang, meaning I could finally leave the end. Back at the lab, I gave one of the Metang an XP share to hold and spent the next day training it at the berry farm until it was able to evolve into a Metagross. There we go. Metang, ready to evolve. And then we'll harvest some berries. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. He's huge. With the first of the 2 Hoenn Suda legendary lines now fully completed, I took the time to harvest my berry crops and plant what Lum and Lepa berries had mutated from them. With that done, I returned to the Peak biome to see if there were any other Pokemon that spawned there I could knock off my list. Shortly after arriving, I was able to catch a second Swablu I could evolve later on if needed, before descending into a cave system in the evening to look for other Pokemon I hadn't caught. Here, I was able to catch a Lunatone, a Banette, a Snorunt in a Frostfire cave, and finally a Mawile to bring my total to 74 Pokemon. Beautiful, there we go. On my way out of the cave, I also managed to catch 2 more Whismur to help complete the evolution line later on before returning to the lab to organize my PC and end the stream for the day. I decided to do a little more recording off stream later in the day and was able to evolve one of my Swablu into Altaria to bring my total to 75 Pokemon. As the sun set, I noticed I hadn't caught any of the Ralts line yet, so I made my way over to the Moonlight Forest to search there for a while, but all I found was this little guy. Next video, Chimchar. Next video. Eventually, I made my way over to a dark forest in hopes of finding a woodland mansion, as Ralts can spawn commonly there, but of course, I had no luck. Thankfully, there were other Pokemon I still needed that spawn here, as I was able to catch 2 Duskull to bump my total by 1. As the sun rose on day 556, I was also able to catch another Seedot, which I evolved into a Nuzleaf back at the berry farm. Using the leaf stone I had found earlier, I evolved that Nuzleaf into a Shiftry to complete another line before evolving both of the Whismur I had caught into Loudred to bring my total number of Pokemon caught for the challenge to 78. Oh, look at that. While working on leveling up one of my Loudred, I decided to attempt to automate my berry harvesting process. Using a mod called Cobble Workers, created by ACO, different Pokemon types can complete different tasks around your Cobblemon world when pastured. In this case, grass-type Pokemon will pick berries when they are ready to be harvested and place them in a nearby chest or barrel. So if I go up to... Where are you going? Oh. He did it. Wait. What berry is this? He's going to the orange berry now? So wait, if I do Pokemon down here. He's going... He's putting the berries in. He's grabbing berries. The berry harvesting feature is amazing, but there are a ton of other features with this mod. Water-type Pokemon can irrigate crops, Steel Pokemon will harvest Tumblestones, and Bug types will harvest Apricorns. There are way more applications with this mod, but for the sake of this video, I'll only be using it for the purpose of berry harvesting for now. If you wanted to use any of the mods from this video, my mod pack is available for download on Modrinth. You can find a link to the download page in my Discord server, which I'll link in the comments and description. The next day, as I was expanding my berry operation, an elusive Pokemon spawned over the hill. It's a Combuskin! Let's go! Oh my god! Look at that! Oh baby, there we go. We got our second Combuskin. Boom, Combuskin. Well done, Manectric. Well done. With my second Combuskin of the challenge caught, I spent the next little bit of time terraforming, planting mints, and trading up my Duskull until it was finally able to evolve into Dusclops to bring my total to 80 Pokemon. Boom, Dusclops. There we go. The next day, I spent sprucing up my berry farm a bit before heading out to level up my Loudred for evolving. While out, I was able to catch another Skitty, which needs a Moonstone to evolve, so I found my way over to a Dripstone cave and was able to grab one before returning to Berry Boy Farms to evolve it into a Delcatty. Ludicolo, please. Oh, that's a big kitty. My goodness. He's like so happy. He's got a job. Alright, there we go. After dropping Delcatty off in the PC, another starter Pokemon spawned. Oh my god, there's an Emboar? This is crazy. So we've seen every version of the Tepig line. This is insane. Holy. Oh, and Loudred can evolve, finally. Let's go. Oh, look at him. God, he's... Yikes. Once I'd placed Exploud in the PC, I checked in on my berry collection and found a Hoppo berry had mutated, so I planted it to grow more. Afterwards, I spent some time forming more of the pathways around the berry farm before quickly heading to the Nether to look for another Pokemon I hadn't caught yet. While gliding around on Metagross, I was able to find and catch a wild Camerupt to bring my total to 83 Pokemon. Beautiful. With Camerupt crossed off the list, I decided I wanted to catch the last first route Pokemon line I hadn't caught yet in Poochyena, so I made my way to a savanna biome and waited till the nighttime. Once the sun had set, I was able to quickly catch 2 Poochyena and evolve one into Mightyena right away to complete another line and bring my total to 85 Pokemon. With the first box completed apart from the starters, the Living Dex was starting to take shape. After battling Pokemon around the farm, I decided I wanted another Pokemon for my team and decided I wanted to fill the spot with Flygon, so I made my way back to the desert once again to catch 2 more Trapinch. Shortly after arriving, I was able to grab some Rossberries, and a short while later was able to catch a Corphish that could evolve into a Crawdont right away to knock another Pokemon off of my list. I spent the rest of the day battling stronger wild Pokemon for XP before Trapinch finally showed up during the night and I was able to catch it. The next morning, I had Basil Carlo, my Claydol, teleport me to a different part of the desert where I almost immediately encountered another Trapinch. With 3 now caught, it meant I could now train up 2 of them to evolve into Vibrava and Flygon to complete the line. After giving them both XP shares and battling a few wild Pokemon, one was able to evolve into Vibrava. A little bit later, I was able to evolve the second Trapinch into Vibrava as well, and the following day finally evolved one of them into Flygon to bring my total to 88 Pokemon on day 566. The next handful of days I spent flying around the jungle treetops on Flygon, hoping to find another Trico. Unfortunately, 5 days had passed with no luck, though I did encounter a wild Komodo, which dropped a Roselle berry before I was done recording for the day. The following day, I started streaming with the goal of crossing off as many Water-type Hoenn Pokemon from my list as I could. After showing my progress I had made off stream, I traveled back to the lab to prepare for a long day of fishing and ocean travel. Cool. Let's just get after it. I do want to go fishing. Sharpedo is my main goal right now. And I am kind of scared, guys. I'm going to be completely honest. I have a really weird feeling that we're finding a Kyogre today. Yeah, if you were in this stream, you know how funny that statement is. I don't know. I just have a rotten feeling. But we'll see. I need Wailmer, I need Sharpedo, I need Wailord, I need Gorbis, I need Huntail, I need Clamperl, I need Barboach, I need Whiscash, Milotic, I need Spheal, Celio, and Walrein. Relicanth I need Love Disc. Like, there's so many water Pokemon. So we're just gonna head out, to be honest. Immediately after setting out, I was able to catch another Carvanha to evolve into a Sharpedo for me to surf on, and upon returning to the lab to grab it... No, dude, there's a Combuskin! Bro, what is going on? We found 3 Combuskin. Are you for real? That's so annoying. And a Scorbunny! What is going on? What is going on? There we go. Okay, we got another Combuskin. We can now put that in the PC and complete the line once we get a Torchic. With another Combuskin added to the collection and Carvanha ready to evolve, I started to make my way back to the ocean when... Dude, what is going on? What is going on? Once I had taken out the Ambor, I could finally get around to evolving Carvanha into Sharpedo, bringing my total to 89 Pokemon caught. Okay, here we go, Sharpedo. Boom, there we good. With a rideable water type finally added to my team, I could safely travel across the ocean without the fear of running out of air. Hoping to find something like a Wailmer or a Huntail early on, my worst fears were realized. Guys, no, 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 we're not doing this. It's level 70, guys. Oh my god. Why does this keep happening? I go for a Wailmer. I wanted a Wailmer. Okay, I'm gonna go Thunder Wave. Brother. Oh no. Guys, I don't think I'm catching this thing. I'm gonna hit it with Energy Ball. That's not taking it out. I'm gonna Energy Ball it. Okay. Okay. Okay, yep. Okay, yep, for sure. Okay, yep. Guys, I'm not catching this thing. Yeah, for sure. Oh, guys. Went for a rest. I'm gonna close combat it. Don't crit. It's asleep. Guys, it's asleep. It's asleep. It's asleep. Let's go! Are you kidding me? Yo! What the heck? And my Veil of Water. Where's Sharpedo? Oh my god. I just wanted a Wailmer. There's another Kyogre! Guys, there's another Kyogre. What is going on? What is happening? I'm just gonna start throwing balls at this thing. I don't even care. Oh, I thought for a second, which was, I guess, silly of me, but... This is ridiculous. Its spawn chance is not high. Okay. Oh, there's a Barboach! Let's go! Wait, why am I so excited for a Barboach right now? Where is it? With 2 Kyogres added to my collection, I was finally able to start going after all the other more common ocean spawns. I caught a Barboach and a Whiscash before trying my hand at fishing, where I caught a Whalmer, a Prism Scale to evolve Feebas into Milotic, found another Kyogre which suffocated in a wall and dropped rare candies in an ability patch. I caught a Relicanth and a Pokemon that feels way too big to be getting fished up to bring me to 95 Pokemon. Oh! All right, there we go, everyone. Look at them. Yeah, there we go, everyone. There we go. What did I say about progress? What did I say about progress? After a couple days on the ocean, I teleported back to the lab to organize my new catches and also to check on my newest legendary Pokemon. Once I had everything sorted there, I set out for the nearest warm ocean to look for a Love Disc, and shortly after arriving, I was able to catch one to boost my total by 1. With Love Disc out of the way, the only remaining ocean Pokemon I needed would prove to be a little trickier than all that came before. We now need Clamperl, Huntail, and Gorbis. I don't know where to find those. Sea floor and deep oceans. Deep ocean. Okay, so I think we're just going to end up finding a bunch of Kyogre. I don't remember what was Clamperl. Uncommon? Common? Uncommon seafloor. Max Y level is 48. Okay, so we're good. We're fine. I spent a bit of time searching the ocean floor for Clamperl, but before I could find one... Guys, there's another Kyogre behind us. There's another Kyogre right here. This is our 4th Kyogre. And a Dratini. I'm not wasting any Pokeballs on this thing, guys. There it goes. Down goes Kyogre. Another ability patch, yes. Or not. And it's so cool that we can find 4 Kyogres and 0 Clamperls. I love that. It's so sick. I continued hanging out near the ocean floor, hoping for a Clamperl, but none appeared. At this point, chat couldn't get over how we had found 4 Kyogre already. I love how in that video, the only duplicate we got was an Entei because I couldn't catch the first one. And then in this one, I already have... like, as I'm talking about it, you gotta be kidding me. After taking out our 5th Kyogre of the day for the loot, I eventually set up a little waiting area at the bottom of the ocean. I had been searching for any member of the Clamperl line for a little over 2 in-game days now, so the wait was starting to get slightly annoying considering all the luck I've had with other Pokemon. Eventually, on day 579, my patience was rewarded. Oh, there's a Clamperl! Wait, there's a Clamperl! No, come here, come here, come here, come here. Please. Yeah, we got one. We got one. We got one. Finally. Holy, that was annoying. With Clamperl caught, I decided we would head to the swamp and attempt to finally catch ourselves a Mudkip before ending the stream for the day. I fished for a day or so with no ultra rare spawns until someone in my chat suggested I try using Lumberries as it boosts the chance of catching Pokemon in the Monster Egg group which the Mudkip line belongs to. After attaching some Lumberries to my rod, I began fishing again. Wow, we've got 1 Pokemon on forecasts. Okay, well. Alright. Sounds good, everyone. We go. Alright, cool. Swampert brought my total to 98 Pokemon for the day, as I decided to end the stream on a very high note. The next day, we started off at the berry farm with the goal of once again making a heavy dent in the Hoenn Pokedex, but before I got started on that, I wanted to stock up on bone blocks as I was planning on starting the berry mutation process shortly. I spent the first chunk of the stream traveling around the Nether, collecting over 5 stacks of bone blocks before dropping them off at the farm and sleeping till the morning. The next day, I took the Waystone to the Frozen Village to start looking for the Walrein line. Right away, I was able to catch a Celio and a Spheal to bring me to 100 Pokemon caught for the challenge. Boom, we got Spheal. Shortly after, I was able to catch another Celio for evolving, as well as another Snorunt to evolve into Glalie. Boom, The following morning, I had leveled up my Celio enough to evolve into Walrein to bring my total to 101 Pokemon. Oh, look at him. Back at the lab, I placed Walrein in the PC and added Snorunt to my party to begin leveling it up for evolution. Since I still needed Huntail and Gorbis, I decided to head back to the ocean once again to battle Pokemon for XP while waiting for more Clamperl to show up. As I mentioned earlier, Clamperl ended up being one of the more annoying hunts of the challenge, and it's evident as this was my reaction when one finally showed up. Oh! Oh! There we go! Oh my god. Finally. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. There we go. Oh my god. Deciding I should give my viewers another break from the ocean, I made my way back to the farm to continue training my Snorunt, and after a day of battling, it was able to evolve into Glalie. Oh, look at that. Glalie. With Glalie evolved and tucked away in the PC, I had to decide who I wanted to go after next. What do I want to hunt? I mean, I guess I could go... We need a Mudkip, we need a Trico. But I also need Ralts. I need Grumpig, I need Spinda, Roselia. You know what? Let's go to a floral biome. Because we need Roselia. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, we'll go to a floral biome. Once I had decided, I made my way to a floral forest biome to start hunting for Roselia. I only searched for about 5 minutes before one appeared to bring my total to 103 Pokemon. I continued searching through the night for any of the Ralts line, as they can also spawn here, but I had no luck. The next morning, someone in my chat requested that I hunt an Absol, which brought me back to the Peaks biome from earlier. I wasn't searching long before something unexpected appeared. What is that? Bro, is that a shiny Gimmighoul? That is crazy. Bye-bye. 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 Not a Grumpig, not an Absol, not a Hariyama. Get out of my way. Later that night, I was able to catch another Spoink as well as another Makuhita. In the morning, I was able to get both of them enough XP to evolve into Hariyama and Grumpig, bringing me to 105 Pokemon, meaning I only had 30 Pokemon remaining in the challenge. Boom! Oh, there it is. Look at that. Piggy. After having spent a couple of days searching for Absol, I decided to go searching for a different biome to hunt it in and set out for a haze mountain I could see on the edge of my map. On my way there, I had a bit of an accident. Only watch if at the end? Yeah. No Absol. What? What just happened? What just happened? I guess the chunks weren't loaded. I guess that's what happened. But that's crazy. It's so frustrating. As inconvenient as it wasn't that much of a setback, as I was able to recover all of my items and continue on with my journey. After finally making my way to the Haze Mountain, I searched for a couple days and saw all sorts of rare Pokemon, but not the Absol I was looking for. Someone in my chat ended up suggesting a Taiga biome, claiming they had seen them there, so I decided to try that out. Not long after arriving, I ended up finding one. You gotta be kidding me. I immediately find an Absol. Immediately. Well done. Whoever said it. Whoever originally said it. Well done. With Absol caught, I made my way back to the lab to empty my inventory before once again deciding I would fish for Mudkip to end the stream for the day. This time, I thought I would change things up a bit and attempt to fish for one in a lush cave, as they can spawn there as well. I managed to reel in a wide variety of different Pokemon, and roughly after 20 minutes, this happened. Oh! Look at that! Look at that! I was not ready for that. Yo! We got a Mudkip. Beauty. Oh, that's wild. There he is. Let's go. Okay, so now we only need Marshtomp, Trico, Grovyle, and Torchic for the starters. which is very good. After placing Mudkip in its spot on the PC, I returned to the berry farm to end the stream for the day. In the evening, I got back on to do a bit of recording and got started by going after a few Pokemon I hadn't seen yet, the first one being Nosepass. I flew around a large cave system for a few minutes until one finally appeared and I was able to catch it. Oh, there we go. Finally, that took so long. There you go, we got Nosepass. The next Pokemon I wanted to cross off the list was Spinda. I remembered seeing them frequently in the jungle before, so that's where I headed next. I only ended up searching for a few minutes before one spawned. Oh, Spinda. Hey, why is he all dizzy? He's all over the place. Oh, there we go, Spinda. Perfect. Spinda brought my total to 109 Pokemon and completed the third box in my PC. While looking at what Pokemon I had remaining, I realized I still needed a Chimecho, which can spawn in dark forests at night. Since there was a dark forest bordering the jungle I was in, I decided to head over there to check it out. On my way over, I figured I'd stop near the treetops to see if I could get a Trico to spawn. Oh! Whoa! We got a Trico! Wait, where is it? Right there! Oh, look at that! Look at you! Hey! That's perfect. Oh man, that's crazy. I stopped there because I wanted to just see really quick on the way over to the... Oh, jeez. Woo! We got Trico! Let's go, that's huge. Oh my god. Okay, I don't want to get caught up in it because I do still want to go get a Chimecho before the nighttime ends, but that is huge. That is very huge. We now only have Marshtomp, Grovyle, and Torchic left for the starters. Massive. Trico made 110 Pokemon for my total, meaning I only had 25 Pokemon remaining. I made my way over to the Dark Forest as the sun set and searched through the night until morning with no sign of Chimecho. I wanted to use a hammock to sleep through the day and ended up traveling back to the lab to grab one as well as a waystone to place in the forest. Upon returning to the Dark Forest to find a spot to hunt in, I found something incredible. Oh! No way! Yo! Whoa! Look at that! No way! The whole time, right there. Right near the bamboo jungle. That's where I cleared out all the trees. And this is where I've been searching for Trico and everything. And I was just in here looking for Chimecho. That is perfect. This could not be more perfect timing. As I mentioned a bit earlier, I still needed to find and catch the entire Ralts line, and it just so happens that Ralts is a common spawn in woodland mansions. The only problem is I'd have to deal with the Illagers and Evokers inside, so I'd need my armor. Well, it's time to go clear this out, which means I'm gonna need my armor. This is gonna be something else. I gotta clear this thing out. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh. Holy crap. Ah! Oh, a Ralts! Wait a minute. Where are you? Wait, where are you? Come here. Come here. Please? Let's go. Alright. We got one Ralts, and now I gotta go take down an Evoker. Ah! There's another one over there somewhere. Oh, shoot! Where'd you come from? Ooh, there's another Ralts. Another Ralts. Let's go. Ah! Ah! No, 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 no! Come on, I need one. I need one. Come on, then. There we go. I need one more Ralts. Come on. Oh! Ralts! There you are! Woo! With 3 Ralts captured, all I needed to do was level them up and evolve them to complete the line. Still, I hadn't forgotten about the Chimecho I wanted to find and continued searching for that during the nighttime. Eventually, a couple days had passed with no luck, and I had reached the 100th day of the challenge. After a few more nights with no Chimecho appearing, I decided to try searching different biomes to see if I could get one to spawn, but I was met with the same outcome and just wound up back in the dark forest. I ended up searching for over 20 straight days for Chimecho and decided to put the hunt on hold and started the next stream in a different environment. Someone said that I was looking for a Chimecho. That is absolutely correct. I'm not kidding, I spent probably 4 hours last night looking for a Chimecho. None spawned. It did not happen. It did not happen. So we are back down at the bottom of the ocean looking for a clam pearl. Hopefully gonna find one. I've been waiting down here for about 5 minutes. Not too long. Basically since it turned to morning on this day 623 in-game. So hopefully we can knock that off the list sometime soon. Luckily, the hunt for my final clam pearl went a lot smoother as I was able to find one not too long after the stream had started. Oh, it's a clam pearl! Wait a minute, there's a clam pearl! There is a clam pearl, everyone. Oh, thank God. Where is it? There it is. Do I have a dive ball? Clam pearl. Beauty. Oh my goodness. Lovely. Lovely. There we go. We are done at the bottom of the ocean. Back to the surface for us. After returning to the surface and teleporting back to Berry Boy Farms to take stock of my PC, I decided I would take care of all the fossils in this stream. I had already found a claw fossil earlier in the challenge, but would still need one more to complete the line, as well as 2 fossilized roots for Lily, which can be found in swamp biomes, so that's where I was headed next. So I guess we're heading to the swamp. Fishing shack, there we go. As we get our lovely frames over here. I don't know what a rooted pit looks like, I've never really seen one. It's roots, clay, and mud. Isn't that everything I'm walking on right now? Oh! No, wait, no, this isn't it. Wait, is this it? Wait, is this it? Wait, time out. Is this it? That is it. Okay, that's crazy. Come on, give me a root fossil. That is a big root. Not exactly what I'm looking for here. There we go. There it is. There's a root fossil right there. So that's one. That's one, as I definitely picked that up. Once I dug up one root fossil, I kept searching the swamp until I came across another fossil structure. Wait, is this it? I think this is it. I think this is it. Oh man, this is so framey. Not good. Fighting my bad swamp frames, I continued excavating. Oh, there it is. Look at that. We got Lily. We can leave this horrendous mangrove swamp. I don't know why this is happening to me. And we can actually take this home really quick. With both root fossils needed acquired, I now only lacked claw fossil to be able to complete both of the Hoenn fossil lines. I mentioned earlier that it spawns in mossy ponds and lush caves, but it also can be found in dripstone oases, which spawn in dripstone caves, so I decided to search for one of those first. Okay, wait, so I need a dripstone oasis. I don't know if I've ever seen a dripstone oasis. Genuinely, I have no clue what this would even look like. What is that? It's always the one in caves that bug me. I can never find the fossils in caves as well as I can everywhere else. I know it has moss, or it looks like moss. So if I look at my map... Oh, there's clay. Where's that? Who knows? I don't know. Maybe that's it. Oh, that actually does kind of look like it. I think this is it. This is it. Alright, cool. I ended up digging up a couple cool items before finally... Oh, there it is. Claw fossil. There we go. Exciting. We got the claw fossil. We can now travel back to the lab and revive all of our fossils. After returning to the lab with all the fossils obtained, it was time to start the restoration process. This process takes a little bit, so I figured now would be a great time to address something important. I wanted to quickly thank you for clicking on and watching my video. I'm the only one who works on my content, so seeing all of you clicking on and interacting with my channel really means the world to me. If I could ask one thing from all of you, please consider leaving a like and commenting to let me know you enjoyed it. It helps my video get recognized more by the algorithm and in turn helps me to grow and keep creating content just like this. Also, consider subscribing if you want to see more from me. As of the time I'm writing this script, I'm about to hit 25,000 subscribers, which is absolutely insane. It may not seem like a lot to some, but it's crazy to think that the community has grown to this size in a little over a year. With Legend ZA just around the corner, I have a ton of content planned for its release, so if that sounds interesting to you, hit that subscribe button and join the pond. You can always change your mind later. With Anorith's restoration fully complete, I was able to add it to my total, bringing me to 112 Pokemon caught. Afterwards, I began the restoration process for Lileep and decided to work on crossing off some other Pokemon from my list in the meantime. Using the Prism scale I had caught and a link cable, I was able to evolve my Feebas into my Milotic to boost my total by 1. Alright, my Milotic. Oh, there we go. You can ride my Milotic. I do like my Milotic. Probably one of my favorite water-type Pokemon. Alright, there we go. We got my Milotic. I can now actually give Anorith a XP share. You can go on my shoulder? Look at him. Look at him. That's so cute. What the heck? With that taken care of, I can now focus on leveling my Anorith around the lab while simultaneously getting Mirage, my Flygon, some much-needed XP. I spent the day training before Lileep was ready to be collected, bringing my total to 114 Pokemon. I started up the restoration process once again before training throughout the day and collecting my second Anorith and starting the fossil process one last time in the evening. I then decided to head back to the Dark Forest to search for Chimecho while training up my fossil Pokemon, but after the first night I had no luck. Then, someone in my chat pointed something out. Does spawn rate increase if there's a bell? That's a good idea. I don't know. Let me check that. Let me see. Bro, it spawns if there's a bell? It actually does. Are you for real right now? Yeah, we gotta find a bell biome. What the heck? Good call. Dude, do I not have a bell? Shut up. I have a bell. Upon finding out I had no bells in my storage, I spent the next bit of time traveling around the world and collecting any bells I could find from villages. By the time night came, I collected 4 bells to place in the Dark Forest in hopes of a Chimecho spawning. Bell. Come here. Of course, it didn't help. So after collecting my bells, I made for the Peaks biome to try my luck there. Once I was set up, I spent the first night waiting, battling any wild Pokemon I could find to pass the time. The next morning, I decided I would expand my bell operation and set out to grab more. While flying around, I was able to get Anorith enough XP to reach level 40, and back at the lab, I evolved it into Armaldo. Boom, in front of the lab. Oh, look at him. He's actually, I like him. He's so colorful. He looks pretty good. Armaldo brought me to 115 Pokemon, meaning I only had 20 more to catch before the Living Dex challenge was complete. However, 16 of them are ultra rare spawns, so I wasn't exactly nearing the finish line. I spent the rest of the afternoon battling around the lab before returning once again to the Peaks in the evening. Here, I was able to get Lileep to level 40 as well, meaning I could now evolve it. Before I could, I ended up building a platform out of slabs over my Chimecho spawn area, hoping it would block out some of the other spawns in the bucket. When I finished, Chimecho was now the second most likely uncommon spawn behind Chingling, meaning in theory it shouldn't take too much longer. By the time the sun had started rising, I had once again gone another night without finding one, so I returned to the lab to evolve Lileep into Cradily to bring my total to 116 Pokemon on day 634. Oh, look at him! Look at that. Cradily. Oh, yuck. With Cradily placed in its proper spot in the PC, I was also able to grab the Lileep from the restoration machine upstairs to complete the full set of Hoenn fossils, leaving only Chimecho before I could complete the box. Realizing I still had to evolve both of my Clamperl, I decided it was time to once again go fishing in the swamp. So I think we might go back to the swamp and start fishing for Mudkip again. We're looking pretty good. I think we're going to go do that right now. We're going to go fish for a little while. Hopefully we can get a deep sea scale and tooth. Here we go. Time to start fishing. Luckily, it only took me a few casts before I pulled in one of the items I was after. Oh! We got the deep sea tooth. There we go. We just need the deep sea scale. We just need the deep sea scale now. We're gonna go fish over on this side. We tend to have some pretty good luck over here. Let's get ourselves a deep sea scale. That night, I was able to pull up a dragon scale, which is not what I was after, but thankfully the next morning I got what I was looking for. Oh, we got it. There we go. We got the deep sea scale. Perfect. Cool. So we did that. We can now get out of here. Let's go home. And let's see about evolving Clamperl into Gorbis and Huntail. We'll knock those off the list. There we go. Item. There we go. Oh, there they are. Finally. Finally. Oh my god, that took so long. Finally got Huntail and Gorbis. The duo brought my total on day 635 to 118 Pokemon caught, leaving just Chimecho as the last non-ultra rare spawn of the challenge. Because of this, I didn't want to end stream without having caught it. So I guess it's back to the peak biome. Once I made my way back to the peak biome, I waited in the clouds for the sun to set and began hunting for the little elusive bell Pokemon once again. Thankfully, it was not a long wait this time around. There's a Chimecho! It didn't even spawn over here! What the heck? There it is! Oh my god, finally! Oh my god. Oh my god, look at that. Are you kidding me? Ding-a-ding! Let's go! Holy! Look at it. It's kind of cute. Lovely. Oh my god, that was crazy. Oh, thank god. So, if I am not mistaken, that means there are only ultra rare Pokemon remaining in this challenge. And I like to think I'm not. We're gonna head back. We're gonna go to Berry Boy Farms, because we haven't been here in a little bit. Chimecho, there we go. We're missing 3 Pokemon in this box. All starters. Done, done, done. And then Bagon, Shelgon, Salamence, the Reggies, Groudon, Rayquaza, Deoxys, or no, Jirachi, and Nilades. Crazy stuff. Oh my god. After ending the stream for the day, I got back on shortly after to start working on completing some of the remaining non-legendary evolution lines. Upon scrolling through my Pokedex, I realized I hadn't evolved either of the extra Ralts I had caught and decided to work on that first. One was immediately able to evolve into Kirlia, which brought my total to 120. Only 15 left. Needing 15 levels to evolve my other Ralts into Gardevoir, I figured I could head to the jungle to hunt for Trico while battling any high-level Pokemon I came across. I flew up and down among the treetops for close to 10 straight days with no sign of any ultra-rare Pokemon. Finally, on the end of the 8th day, I was able to complete my first Hoenn starter line. Oh, it's a Metapod. Let's go! Oh man. Look at that. Oh, the last one. Woo! With Trico caught, I was able to evolve it into a Grovyle right away back at the farm to bring my total to 121 Pokemon on day 644. With that line complete, I was now able to turn my focus to leveling up my final Ralts. After a day spent battling Pokemon around Berry Boy Farms, I was finally able to evolve Ralts into Kirlia and then Gardevoir to bring my total to 122 Pokemon. The Gardevoir line was now crossed off my list, leaving just the Torchic, Mudkip, and Bagon lines to complete before it was time to go after the Hoenn legendaries. Torchic was still the only first stage starter Pokemon I had yet to see, so I was determined to find one before my next stream. I spent time reloading the spawns around Berry Boy Farm and even attempted hunting it in a brushland biome for a few days, but still, Torchic eluded me. The next day, I decided I would switch up my plan and start stream off with the exact opposite. If we're going for a Mudkip, I feel like we should go back to that lush cave area. There we are. And I guess we just fish here again until we catch a Mudkip. We just fish now. Ooh, a Dratini. Wow. After more than a few casts, my chat recommended that I once again add Lumberries as bait to boost the chance of pulling up Mudkip's egg group, so I made my way back to the farm quickly to grab some berries. I returned to the cave to continue fishing, and after a day of reeling in Pokemon... Look at that little Torchic emoji. I can't wait. I can't... Oh! Look at that! Look at that! We got it! Look at that! Hey! Come here. Let's go! With Mudkip caught, I went back to the berry farm to start leveling it up and was able to evolve it into a Marshtomp to complete another evolution line and bring my total to 123 Pokemon caught on day 650. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Woo! Marshtomp. After placing Marshtomp in the PC, I had to figure out my next course of action for the day. I feel like we can just start doing berry stuff around the farm and something will spawn eventually. You know what I mean? Something will spawn eventually. That's how I feel about it. How far am I with the berries? Basically anything that's in this storage right here. So not very far at all. I think this is for an Enigma berry. I'm looking for... Oh! Never mind. We got the Enigma berry. That's crazy. Breloom, where are you? Breloom did that. Okay, so we have an Enigma berry. That is wild stuff. So wait, I'm gonna grab those in a Hoppo and Leppa, and I'm gonna move these in here in case we don't have them there already. And if we do, I'll just add them to the stack. So we do that, that, and that. There we go. We need a Persian berry. Lovely. And then what we will do is we will, like so, cherry and a Persian, and this is for a Figgy berry. Oh, there we go. We got a Figgy berry. Now we need a raspberry. At this point, I had barely collected any berries during this challenge. Even though I had collected a ton of berries in previous videos back at the lab, I had to do everything from scratch this time around, so I set out to search for raspberries to continue with my mutations. While out, I was able to find a Kebia berry before finding the raspberries I needed and returned to the lab to keep mutating. Alright, Figgy berry and a raspberry create the Tuga berry. There we go, there's a Tuga. Now a Tuga and the elusive Culver berry. Oh, there we go. There's the Salac berry, or the Spellon berry. So now I need to do the Tuga and the Oka. I think it's this one. Oh, there it is already. The Tomato berry. Cool. And then with the Spellon, we need a Chopal berry, which I don't think we have, actually. Chopal, or Spellon and Tomato we can do. There we go. How about that? How about that? How about that? And there we go. We got this... What is even Salac? That's the Salac berry. Okay. Okay, Persimmon and Chesto will be the next one. And then we'll also need Wiki and Bluck, which we do not have. Bluck will be easy to get. This will give us a... Wiki berry. Oh, there it is. There we go. Wiki berry. Now we need a Bluckberry. And Bluckberries spawn on mountains. Or taigas, which are all over the place. So that's good news. Needing Bluckberries to continue berry breeding, I quickly made my way to a taiga biome where after a short while searching, I was able to locate some and brought them back to my farm. We'll take them. Here we go. Okay, so now we need Bluckberries and Wiki berries, which are right here. There we go, we got the Cornberry. And now with the Cornberry, we can cross that with the Pasho berry that we don't have yet. But we can do corn in a Rindo, which gives us a Kelpsy. Is that it already? There we go, we got the Kelpsy berry. Persim and Pekka is up next. There it is. There's the Mago. And then a Mago and a Nanab berry. There we go, we got the Magost berry. And with the Magost, we can combine that with a Watmel. Or not a Watmel, a Roselli to make a Qualot. Okay, we need the Roselli and this one. There we go, that's it. The Qualot berry. Lovely, lovely, lovely. We can combine that with a Watmel if we get one, but we need a Tanga berry. Tangas can be found in the forest, jungles, and swamps. We will do that later, as we slowly go through this list here. Now we need Persim and a Rost berry. And then we'll need Wepair as well. Oh, there we go. There's the berry that we were looking for. We need that, and then we need this. Oh, there it is, the Rabuta berry. It's berry time? It is berry time. I am berry boy. I am so berry boy. Oh, wait, we might be able to do this entire... And a Yachi berry. Where's the Yachi? I know we have a Yachi. There it is. We can do this entire one, too. We do Persim and Asper. This will get us an Ayapapa. Right there. with the Ayapapa, we can put that one down with the Pinap berry. And this will make a normal berry. There we go, we got a normal berry. And now with the normal, we can put that down with a Payapa. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Is it Greppa? Yeah. And then a Baloo with a Koba berry, which I don't think we have. We can actually take the Baloo and Greppa and we can make an apricot berry. There we go, apricot. Okay, we got apricot. Now we can move on to the next portion. Citrus. We don't have a citrus berry. We need a lum and a figgy. We can do a citrus berry. There we go. We got a citrus berry, everyone. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, it's so exciting. Oh, we need a habon berry, which we don't have because it's impossible to find. Well, regardless, we can put that away. It is a berry down. Guys, we're making progress. Okay, what are we doing next? Oh, we need to go for a ton of berries, actually. That's what we need to do. After a decent run of breeding berry after berry, I had progressed to a point that required I head out in search of the remaining berries I had yet to find. This list included the Chopal, Pasho, Tanga, Babiri, Shuka, Koba, Wakan, Kasib, and Habon berries. I searched through many different biomes for over a day before I finally came across one that I needed. Oh wait, berry bush, berry bush. Babiri berries. There we go, we got Babiri berries. I can cross that off the list. I ended up searching the peaks once again, this time for a Koba berry. I wound up flying through a volcanic and savanna area where I came across the next of the berries I needed to find. Oh, that's a Wakan berry. Right? Yeah, we got the Wakan berry. Cool, that's one. We will gladly take that as I cross it off my list. After making my way back to the peak to continue my hunt for a Koba berry, I ended up finding something I was not expecting to find. Oh, we got a bag on! Look at that! Look at it, guys! Wait, where is it? Where is it? There it is! Oh! Bag on! Boom! Lovely. With bag on caught and sent to my PC, I continued scanning the hills and mountain range for any berry bushes. This is around the point in the challenge where all the events start to get spread out over multiple days. I searched many different biomes over the next 45 or so minutes before I finally found the next berry on my list. Oh, we need that. That's Habon berries. Those are Habon berries. Let's go. Habon berries crossed off. Huge. The following day, I found myself back in the Dark Forest as there were a few Pokemon that spawned there that could drop some of the remaining berries I needed. Eventually, I was able to defeat a Misdreavus and pick up a Kasib berry. Oh, there we go. We got the Kasib berry. Perfect. And everyone in the video is going to think that I knocked it out. After defeating the Misdreavus fairly in battle, I went another couple of days without finding any new berries. It wasn't until 3 days later, on day 662, when I was able to find the Shuka berry plant. Thank you. Oh my god, Shuka berries, done. Are there any other berries that we need that spawn here? There aren't, right? That's crazy. Like, that's crazy. Only needing 4 more berries from my list, I returned to the farm to drop off what I had collected during my 10-day journey before regrouping and deciding what to go after next. I mean, Pasho berries spawn on coasts. Chopal is in taiga, but I don't really... After looking at what berries I had remaining, I decided to start searching the coasts near the lab for a Pasho berry tree. I wasn't able to find one, but I did find something else on what I originally thought was a Persianberry plant. Oh, Tangaberry, there we go! Haha! Tangaberry! Lovely, we got the Tangaberry. I was staring at the berry bush and I was like, is this what I'm talking about? Is this what I'm looking for? With the Tangaberry crossed off my list, there were only 3 berries left for me to find. I spent another half hour on stream searching for the last handful of berries. I defeated a bunch of the Pokemon that had a chance to drop them, but unfortunately none did. Recognizing I needed a break from my berry fever, I decided to end the stream for the day and pick up the hunt on my own later in the evening. Right away, after returning to the Badlands biome I had been hunting in, I started defeating wild Pokemon again. You gotta be kidding me. That took way too long. And the first Pokemon as like after stream is... Where is that? That's crazy. There we go. We got a Pasho berry. Only 2 more berries and we can complete the entire collection. My next stop would be the Moonlight Valley, as Cricketod, who can drop the Koba berries, spawn there frequently. Again, once I arrived, it was back into... Dude, what the heck is going on? That's like within no time at all. I don't know. There it is, the Koba berry. Like, I just... now we only need the Chopal. The Chopal berry drops from Pokemon that are mainly weak to the fighting types, such as Baniri, Sneasel, and Aron. After taking out a few Pokemon, it was apparent that my luck wouldn't be sticking around. Eventually, I made my way back to the Peaks biome as Aron and Riolu frequently spawn there, and after a few battles with wild Pokemon... Oh, there we go, the last berry. Holy cow, finally. There it is. I don't know if I can see it in my hand. Oh, there it is, the Chopal berry. Crazy. We can finally go back and finish with all the berries. Thank God. With all of the remaining berries collected over the course of the last 15 days, I was able to return to Berry Boy Farms to finally continue planting and breeding the last bunch of berries. I bred the Chopal with the Spellon to get a Landsat berry, a Pasho with a Corn to get a Palm Tree berry, a Kebia with a Palm Tree to get a Mickle berry, a Palm Tree with a Kelpsy to get a Lychee berry, a Magos with a Tanga to get a Watmel berry, a Watmel and a Chillon to get a Custap berry, and a Watmel and a Qualot for a Ganlon berry before I put the rest of my berries away and decided to finish them off on stream the next day. We are at the berry farm, as we can see, and off stream, been doing some work. May or may not have gathered all of the remaining berries that were necessary to finish our final mutations, so that's what we're going to be doing right now off the bat, getting that situated. I've been slowly organizing all of the berries that we have completed to this point. We just need to do the Rabuda and the Shuka and the Rabuda and the Babiri so we can get the Hondu berry. Here we go. Rabuda berry. Oh, there we go. There's a Duran berry. So now the Rabuda with the Shuka berry. Pretty good. Oh wait, that was the Hondu berry. There we are, the Hondu berry. And now it is the Hondu, well, the Duran with the Charti. So I should plant the Duran berry right there. Jaboka berry we are looking for. Oh, there it is. Jaboka. Jaboka berry. And now we need the Duran and the Hondu berry, which we have right here. Don't do it. Oh, there we go. There's the Pattaya berry. Bang. That was easy. Cool. That should be it for that little section. We only need 5 more berries. Now we are on to the last little section here. Finally, guys, we are almost ready. And is the Baloo berry. Oh, there we go, the Roat berry. And I'll grab 2 more Koba berries. And I believe that's it, because we already have the Apricot berry right there. So, with that, that's it for that section. We now only have, I believe, the Starf berry, Maranga, the Key berry, and the Palm Egg berry are the only berries remaining that we need. We got this Maranga berry. This thing's ugly. I wouldn't eat this. That's disgusting. Now we need the Enigma and a Key berry, or a Cassib berry, or a Key berry. Oh, the Key berry. Look at that. There it is. And now we need the Haban and the Citrus berry. Last berry, guys. This is the last berry. Last berry right here. Everyone say berry. Oh, there it is. Everyone say berry. Everyone say berry. Yay! Wait a minute, what? Did we get it? What? What? Oh, the Starfberry. Haha, we forgot the Starfberry. I told you guys about that Starfberry, remember? Remember that time I told you about the starfberry? Let me grab a couple of these pomegg berries then while we're at it. That's the last berry right there. Okay, everyone say berry. 3, 2, 1. Berry! There's no way. Come on. Oh, there we go! All berries. All berries. There it is. Oops, all berries. We did it. We got all the berries. With my task to collect all 69 berries finally completed, I decided to spend the rest of the stream working around my berry farm while waiting for a Torchic to spawn. I ended up landscaping and berry planting for the next 7 in-game days, and over that time I only saw one ultra rare Pokemon, a Scorbunny. After a 3-hour stream, I decided to end it a bit early and just do some work around my farm later that night. Over the next 8 or so in-game days, I expanded my farm significantly and ran into multiple different fire starters, none of them the Torchic I was looking for. On day 683, the 183rd day of the challenge, I had just finished planting my citrus berries when it finally happened. Oh my god, we got one. We got one. We got one, everyone. There it is, finally. Oh my god. There we go. Let's go. With Torchic finally caught, almost 200 days into the challenge, I only had to find 2 more Bagon until I can move on to the legendaries. After spending a couple more days planting all my EV berries, I made my way to the Peaks biome to begin hunting the final pseudo-legendaries. Shortly after arriving, I found my first ultra-rare Pokemon, a Chespin. A few days passed and no Bagon had appeared until the night of day 693, the first one showed up. Oh, there we go! Let's go, let's go! Where is it? Look at that! Oh, there we go! Let's go! One more Pokemon. One more Pokemon. We just need another Bagon so we can get a Salamence, and then it's just the legendaries. For real this time. Let's go. Only needing one more Pokemon before I could start hunting the Hoenn legendaries got me excited. I stuck around the peak for another week until the 200th day of the challenge and day 700 on this world came around. Thankfully, the next day, I wouldn't have to spend any more time up here. There we go. Oh, look, it's not on the map yet. It's not on the map yet. Let's go. Oh, come on. Wow, there it is. Finally. This took so long. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Stretch it out. There we go, Tricoa. Oh my god. Now, all it's left to do is I have to level them up and evolve them. And we can start hunting legendaries. So, once that's done, you will all see how close we are next time I start streaming. So, I'm looking forward to it. Before the next stream, I was able to evolve Bagon into Shelgon to bring my total on day 701 to 126 Pokemon caught for the challenge. With Shelgon evolved and Bagon ready to be leveled, I started my next stream ready to hunt the legendaries. But yeah, we got, I spent about 4 or 5 hours yesterday looking for 2 additional Bagons to add to our total and evolve into Shelgon and Salamence. I did evolve one to Shelgon as it was level 30 when I caught it, but I still need to evolve this little guy right here into Salamence. So while we're hunting Latios and Latias today and any other legendaries, we'll be doing that. After catching my chat up with everything they had missed, it was time to get into it. After discussing which Pokemon we should hunt first, it was agreed that the Lati twins would be the first target. Latios and Latias can spawn anywhere in the world so long as the minimum Y level is 100 or more. Because of this, I decided I would hunt them on one of the Sky Islands floating over the ocean behind the lab. Once I had arrived, the wait was on. There were a ton of thick trees clogging up most of the available spawning space up here, so I decided to start chopping them down to have a better chance of one of them appearing. Another Pokemon I needed that could potentially spawn up here is Rayquaza, as it has a minimum Y level requirement of 150. I spent upwards of 10 straight days waiting for anything to spawn with no luck. I had seen no ultra rare Pokemon over this time, and on day 710 I was starting to think about switching up what Pokemon I was going after. I mean, you know what? Let's... Ah! I was just about to leave! There it is! Wait! Wait! I was about to leave. I was about to... See how fast it is? Guys, see how fast that is? Time out, time out. What level is it? 65? Uh-oh. Grizzle. I need... Where is it? Wait, I need Manectric. Where's Manectric? Okay, here we go. There we go. Oh man, there it is. Thank God we got one. Okay, I think we're gonna go with a quick ball. We're just gonna try. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, alright. It's gonna be one of those. It's gonna be one of those. It is now paralyzed. And I'm gonna start throwing Ultra Balls because I don't think it gets like a recoil move, but I don't want to risk it. Oh, I thought. Okay. Okay, fair enough. I would false swipe it, but I just want to double check and make sure that its last move isn't a recoil move. Nope. Oh. Let's go! Oh, there we go! We caught Latias! That is huge. I almost jumped right off the back right there. That is huge. That is huge. We have 8 more Pokemon. 8 more Pokemon, and we are done with Hoenn. With Latias added to my PC, there were only a handful of Pokemon left. Chat wanted to switch up what Pokemon I was hunting, and we decided I would try to go for Regirock next. Regirock can be found in the desert, so that would be my next destination. Since I still needed to evolve my Bagon into Salamence, I made sure to battle what Pokemon I could while hunting so that I could gain levels in the meantime. After a little while, I was able to evolve it into a Shelgon, and the next day I was able to cross Salamence off of the list as well, bringing my total on day 712 to 128 Pokemon. Oh, there it is! The last non-legendary Pokemon! Valentine! Yeah, look at that! Cool! With the Salamence line finally complete, I could focus entirely on the remaining legendary Pokemon. I continued searching the desert for a couple more days before having to end the stream Regulus. After the stream, I wanted to search around for an optimal area to hunt for Latios. Seeing as it requires a minimum Y level of 100, it would be hard to find a flat area on the ground. I looked around the plains for a bit and battled some wild Pokemon before deciding to check out its spawn chance where I had caught Latias a few hours earlier. Oh! 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 I paused my show. No! Oh no! 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 Oh my god, no. I don't have a choice. I have to catch it. Oh, it's moving! Hold on. PC. Wait. I gotta go. I gotta catch it. Dude, why, man? Like, alright, here we go. It's so big. Oh my god, there it is. I guess I just throw a quick ball. It's huge. Okay. Discharge? Not enough. I keep throwing Pokeballs through it. Is my mic on? Okay, my mic is on. No way! Oh my god! Like, I'm sitting here watching my show. Okay? I'm watching my show. I've been here for like, what, I spawned in? We were here for 2 hours. 2 hours and nothing. 2 seconds after I spawned in from the teleporter, it's there. Like, immediately. Oh my god. That is insane luck. Rayquaza brings me to 129 Pokemon caught for the Hoenn Living Dex, leaving only 6 to go. I wanted to see if my luck would keep up and returned to the desert once again to hunt for Regirock, but I came up empty-handed. The next day, I started stream by introducing our newest addition to the Living Dex. If you're part of the Discord and you've been following along in there, things have happened. Things have definitely happened. Look at our new team member. He's a little big. He's a little big, I'm not gonna lie. With Rayquaza revealed, it was up in the air which legendary we would go after next. Upon deliberating, I decided Regice would be our first target of the stream. Regice can only spawn in Ice Spikes biomes, which is slightly annoying, as the only ones I've ever seen to this point were not very big. Still, I made my way over to the nearest one to start my search. I would like to say right now that the Regis were by far the most frustrating hunts of this entire challenge, and it was not at all close. I spent hours between all 3 of the golems, both on and off stream, searching for them with no luck. It was so bad to the point that I have a stretch of roughly 30 days recorded off stream that I'm not even going to bother transferring to my laptop because absolutely nothing happened. Obviously during the stream I hadn't gone through any of that yet, I just wanted to give a little perspective before I fly through this upcoming stretch of days almost entirely. I spent the next 5 days here before I got fed up and decided to hunt something else. You know what'd be crazy? I was like, you know what, let's go hunt Latios. We should go hunt Latios again. I'm getting bored of hunting for Regice. This thing stinks. You know what? We're getting out of here. We're getting out of here. We are going back to the Sky Islands. Regice doesn't want to mess around. Actually, I'm gonna leave a waystone. There we go. Sky Islands. Here we come. Oh, the Swana. All the Pokemon are still here from when I caught Rayquaza. Great. Which legends do I... Oh! Oh! Look at... Wait! There's a... Sorry, I didn't mean to scream. Look at, there's a Latios! There's a Latios! Holy! The luck! Holy, the luck! That is crazy. That is crazy. Let's go. Oh my god, I hope we can catch this thing. Timeout. Yeah. Oh my god, there we go! We got Latios! We got Latios! Oh my god, we only have 5 more! That's insane! What the heck? That is hype! That is hype! Let me write it in my book. That is hype! Let me write it in my book. In my little physical notebook. There we go! Oh man, let's go. With Latios caught, I slept through the night before checking it out in my PC the next morning. As I mentioned, it was my 130th Pokemon of the challenge, meaning I had just 5 Pokemon left to catch before I was done. At this point, we decided collectively that I should try and go after Groudon, seeing as I had already caught both Kyogre and Rayquaza, so that meant we were going to the Nether. Now, don't get me wrong, if you were in these streams, you'll know that the hunt for Groudon was not a walk in the park, but by the end, it was still far more palatable than the Reggie-Trio hunts. Still, it had its moments. Oh. That is desolate land. That means Groudon is close by, which means he's here. He's hiding. If you take the water bucket that wouldn't go down because desolate land is active and divide that by 135 because there's 135 Pokemon in the region of Hoenn. Yeah, not my best look, but what are you gonna do? I ended up searching for a couple more days before acknowledging the heat was maybe getting to me. I spent the last couple days with chat searching for Regice with no luck before ending the stream once again for the day. This is now where we hit the long stretch of days where nothing shows up, so let's go through the rare highlights from it, if you even want to call them that. 8 days into my solo Reggie hunt, I encountered my first ultra rare in Fennekin, followed immediately by a Brazen. 7 days later, I got my next ultra rare spawn, again a Brazen. On day 752, I was rewarded for my time spent in the ice spikes with a single Poplio. And finally, on day 753, back in the desert, I finally found one. However, after it had reached +6 defense using Iron Defense, I assumed I was safe to land one X-Scissor. Cool. Finally, wrapping up this glorious stretch of days, on day 755, I found yet another Fennekin. It had been a very rough stretch of days, but luckily, the next night, things turned around. Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh, we get a retry. We get a retry. Here we go. Okay. You know what? Let's do this. Quick ball? Okay, I didn't think so. You don't miss a rock slide, huh? I didn't give her hypnosis. Oh, I'm so stupid. Well, here we go. This is what we're doing. Thank God. Oh my God. We finally. It's been like 10 hours. I've been searching for just one of them for like 10 hours. Maybe it's been less. I don't know. It feels like 10 hours. But it's done. It's done. Well, one's done. We got, what, 4 more Pokemon left? Ugh. Not good. Not good. With Regirock bringing my total to 131 Pokemon caught, I turned my attention to Regice. Back in the Ice Spikes biome, I hoped my luck with Regirock would follow me here as well. Dude, there's no way. Oh my God. Does it need to be snowing? Like, okay, whatever. I don't care. It's done. We got it. Oh, look at it. Oh my God. Maybe it needs to be snowing. Okay, I was gonna say. Oh, dude. Come on. Come on. What, 2 more? That was like after... Oh, doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. It's done. It's done. I can finally leave this stupid biome. But I don't know where's a Jagged Peaks biome is. So I'm going to have to find one of those. I don't really know where they spawn. But I don't know. Some people have said they spawn in the snow or near snow. So we'll start looking there. Because it's just Registeel and then Jirachi, and we're done with the Hoenn Dex. Finally. Yeah, Groudon might have something to say about that statement, but we move. With Regice finally caught, after hours of searching, my total was now 132 Pokemon caught, leaving only 3 to go. As I mentioned, I needed to find a Jagged Peaks biome to hunt for Registeel, and after checking out my map, my options were very thin. Literally. The only Jagged Peaks biomes I had were no more than 20 or 30 blocks wide, so it wasn't going to be an easy hunt. There ended up being a few Jagged Peak mountain ranges in the immediate vicinity I cycled between over my time hunting Registeel. Eventually, I ended up moving my operation to one of the nearby mountains and expanded the platform with packed snow, hoping it would help boost its chance of spawning. This was probably my longest single hunt of the challenge, but for some reason it didn't bother me as much as the previous 2 Regis did. Even though it was now day 785, almost 30 days after my last Regi, something about the snowfall was bringing me peace. Ah, what the heck? Holy crap. Finally. Holy, look at it. Look at it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, time out. Oh. There we go. Oh. Oh, come on. Let's go. Oh my God. Finally. We're we're done with the Regis. That was like, I don't know, it feels like 100 days. I don't even know. I have to look back. Feels like at least 50 days. I don't know. Maybe it was less because I wasn't really sleeping. But oh my God, we're done. We gotta find Groudon and we gotta find Jirachi. That's gonna happen on stream tomorrow. Oh, I cannot wait. I'm hyped. Let's go. Starting stream the next day, I was determined to finish the challenge. I only had 2 Pokemon left to catch before I was done, and I was convinced I could do it today. I spent some time getting things ready to go after Groudon first before jumping into the Nether. A lot of people in my chat were saying I should hunt Groudon in a volcanic or Badlands biome as it can spawn there as well, but the reason I chose the Nether is because here it only shares a spawn bucket with one other Pokemon, Fuecoco. Of course, it wasn't long before it made its presence known. Oh no, come on! Fuecoco? Okay, well that takes up our ultra rare spawn. Ideally, that spawn would have been taken up by a Groudon, but this early into my hunt I wasn't too bothered. I continued moving around the Nether wastes, reloading the spawns the best I could. Thankfully, I would not have the same bad luck here as I did with the Regis. Yo, let's go! Oh my God! Let's go! Get out! Okay. Oh man! There he is! Don't fall off a cliff! Let's go! Guys! Look at him! Oh, baby, there he is! Let's go! Look at this! Oh, he's huge! He's huge. He looks so good. All right, what level is he? Level 70. Okay, so I got to the right level. We're going to throw a quick ball and hopefully get it over here on ground. Of course. Okay, we did. Okay, that's fine. What's he going for? Fissure. Doesn't hit. Okay, we can go for false swipe. I'm just going to go for false swipe. Do you think I could X-scissor it? No, you know what? I'm not going to mess around. I'm going to go with false swipes. Oh. That's a lot of damage. I think I can X-scissor it, right? Oh, it's like nothing. Earthquake. Okay. Sunlight is strong. He's physically defensive. Do you think I could liquidation him? He's not doing 70%. Yeah, see? I'm gonna start throwing balls. Yeah, for sure. Alright, here we go. Don't knock me off the cliff here. Yep, for sure. Come on, man, this stupid razor. That was maybe from the hypnosis, actually. Yeah, you're right. Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god. Oh my god. We did it. We did it. We got one more Pokemon. We have one more Pokemon. Oh my god. Thank god. I didn't think we were gonna get it, guys. I'm gonna be completely honest. I didn't think we were gonna get it. Let's go. Let's go. Hype. Groudon brought my total for the challenge to 134 Pokemon caught. Only one left. Before jumping into the end dimension to hunt Jirachi, I made my way back to the lab to check out my newest legendary and placed him in his proper spot. Once it was there was only one thing left for me to do. After making my way to the end, I traveled over to the main island to begin the final hunt of the challenge. I did laps around the perimeter to reload the spawns as best as I could. Jirachi only takes up 1/3 of the ultra-rare spawn bucket. The other 2/3, of course, were taken up by a legendary I already had, and it didn't take long for it to show up. Oh, are you kidding me? Guys. Well. Alright, well. Yo! Look at that loot! Oh! It wasn't the Pokemon I was looking for, but worth the loot, I guess. After searching the end for a little bit, my chat wanted to see all the legendary Pokemon I had caught so far, so I let them out for a little bit. There we go, all the legends. All the legends so far. Of course, if we were looking at all of the legendaries, I couldn't forget about the worst hunts of the challenge. Once I'd shown off my collection, it was back to hunting. A little while had passed, and the best thing I'd seen since Deoxys was another Deoxys. Chat was starting to brainstorm ideas to make Jirachi spawn faster, and they even came up with the brilliant idea that I should sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to summon it. Because of course. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a... There's no way! Are you serious? It worked! Are you serious? Guys! Oh my god. What a joke. That is crazy. They're gonna say it's scripted. How is that scripted? The chat is... Hold on, where's the chat? How is it scripted? I'm gonna show the chat. Finish the song? Fine. Here we go. While I'm catching it. I guess while I'm catching it. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. I don't even know how long it was behind me. I didn't notice it until it started moving. I thought this was going to be like another hour. Yeah, I did too. Yeah, I know. I thought this was going to be a long stream. I did. I thought this was going to be like a 3 to 6 hour stream, somewhere in that range. I was totally prepared. Let's go. It's over. We did it, guys. We're done. That's the Hoenn Living Dex. Let's go. We're done. All 135 Hoenn Pokemon complete in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, we did it. Let's go. Jirachi brought my total to 135 Pokemon caught, meaning I had finally completed the Hoenn Living Dex challenge I set out to finish almost 300 days ago. Yay, it's Hoshi! Here we go. Jirachi to complete the Pokedex. The Hoenn Living Dex. Bang! It's done. All 135 Pokemon. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it lovely? With Jirachi placed in its final spot in the PC, that brings us to the end of the challenge and the end of this video. This was the most fun I've had with one of these challenges, and I can't wait to do more just like it. If you want to see me do the Sinnoh Living Dex challenge, please make sure you let me know by liking the video and letting me know in the comments below. If you want to be notified next time I go live on Twitch, make sure you join the community Discord, which I'll leave a link to in the description. With all that said, that's going to do it for me today. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time.